Hope you're all having an amazing day. How's it going, everyone? Sorry for the small delay on the stream. I was preparing some stuff, working on some videos for the gacha channel as well. Finishing up some stuff. How is everybody doing? We got a lot of exciting news today. Very, very excited about all of this. Welcome, everyone. Let me know if the music's fine, if everything is sounding fine, because we have a lot to go through. Now, it looks like I did lose the bet. They did not reveal gameplay, and it also wasn't yesterday, it was today. So I lost the bet that I had made, which is a bit unfortunate, but we still got a lot of juicy news to talk about, so we're going to go over through all of that. Again, I hope you are all as excited as I am for this. Wait, why is this not... Okay. Let me just make sure that I have all of this well set up. There you go. Make sure that I have everything open up. Music is a bit too loud. Hold on. Should be fine like this. Yeah, I noticed that sometimes I do make it a bit too loud. We're going to be reacting to some people that have played Monster Hunter Wilds. Not have played, sorry, that have watched the demo presentation for Wilds. There is a lot of detail. There's also a big developer interview that I want to take a look at. There's some really juicy news. Again, I hope you are all as excited as I am. We're going to do a big deep dive and just getting everything well set up. Also, if I do this, does OBS get weird when whenever I go on full screen? Okay, good to know. All right. Just making sure that I don't have anything here. Dear Gamer got a chance to see it? Yeah, I saw it. I saw that Dear Gamer had the video actually. Yeah, I'm gonna watch Maximilian Dude's impressions. Again, those are especially the creators that I wanted to see from... I'm very surprised that Rurikan and RX Gaming did not get the chance to see it. Like, whenever I think of Monster Hunter creators, the first three that I think of are RX, Gaijin Hunter, and Rurikan, always. It's a bit weird that those three did not get to see it. But we did get some really cool creators. Like, again, Maximilian Dude and Dear Gamer, I respect those two a lot. So we're gonna see what they have to say. And of course, huge props to them, because I'll be sure to credit their videos and I'm going to gather as much information as I can from all of the impressions. Just making sure that I have everything well set up. I can from all of the impressions. I think of Dark Hero. Okay. Just making sure that I have everything properly set up. Both chats are popped out. I think they invited people from the USA. Oh, I see. That will make more sense. And also, we're going to be finishing the tier list that we started last stream. So, a lot to go through. Without any further ado, let's jump into one of these. I think this is the one from Maximilian Dude. It is. So we're going to be starting with this one. Let me just stop the music. So Maximilian Dude is a dude that I genuinely respect a lot. I've been watching him for years now, and he's always done a lot of Monster Hunter coverage, starting with World. I'm not sure if he played the older ones, but he's always been a guy that I like to hear his impressions on things. So I'm excited to see what he has to say about Wilds.
And it's just like
Hold on, from the start. And of course, I'm not skipping the intro.
Let's go.
All right.
What's up, dudes? Max here, back from Summer Games Fest and some impressions of games at the show. And today's a pretty important one because it is revolving around an approximate 15 to 30 minute gameplay demonstration that we saw with our own eyes of Monster Hunter Wilds. And I'm not gonna beat around the bush. This game was effing amazing. Let's
go.
Get started because this was effectively my game of the show. I'm trying to think of how I describe this because, again, this was an actual in-game demonstration from Capcom. There were like build issues sometimes with it, which means it's active and not actual, BS. And they effectively took us through a hunt of one of the most basic monsters, essentially the big cover art monster. I think it's the Doshiguma. I think from a perspective of the trailers that we had before.
Oh yeah, I just realized Doshiguma is gonna be the cover monster for Wilds. Which is very weird, because, I don't know, you compare it to World, it's Nergigante, Iceborne is Valkana, freaking Rise is Magnamalo, and Sunbreak there's Malzeno, and then for Wilds it's gonna be Doshiguma. It's gonna be unless we get a different cover art, it's a bit weird that he's gonna be the flagship, essentially. Or at the very least, the one that's on the cover.
Before, I was kind of expecting something, and this was not it. And what we see in the trailers does look really cool and exciting, and as they're pitching it to us, it does sound neat. But to me, the trailers seem like kind of a bit of smoke and mirrors, and like, oh, I think this is CG, I think this isn't. So I wasn't expecting that level of polish when it came to the game itself. And believe it or not, the game itself had that level of polish, and I was
amazing. That's something that I saw a lot of people were concerned about, that there were just a lot of cutscenes shown in the trailer, a lot of attention that is focused on the story, and that the game would not look like that it would just be cutscenes, and, that it wouldn't be a good representation of the game, but it's good to hear that it's gonna be like that.
kind of mind blown as a result. My apologies if I'm using trailer footage and screenshots to go through during this, because we did not get any like B-roll of gameplay stuff. This was just based on our impressions in describing this, so I might sound like a crazy person every once in a while. My apologies, but this is the best I have to work with.
That's a shame that they didn't share any gameplay with us. They're really keeping the gameplay tight. I've been asking around for anyone that I know from at Capcom to see if we can get some gameplay, a snippet, a screenshot here or there. There's absolutely nothing that Capcom is willing to share until Gamescom, I think. Which, you know, I was a bit concerned initially, but seeing these impressions from the people that saw the presentation being so positive, I feel like me personally, I'm not as worried, and I never really was too worried to begin with, because it's Monster Hunter. But still, it's good that we're going to be able to see all of that gameplay.
This game is 100% a sequel to Monster Hunter World. There is not much in commonality with a game like Monster Hunter Rise, which came after World, except for the fact that you do have a mount, right? And obviously, you know, the Sacred, which is the bird raptor-like mount that you have, is pretty similar to the dogs that were obviously in Monster Hunter Rise. So I think from my perspective, just to like break down my emotions and feelings of this play session, I'm just going to go through what I remember them doing and sort of just give you a heads up on little moments in between of this 15-minute presentation. I did watch it twice. Again, I went in for a second time to see how different it was, and it was substantially different on a second viewing, and a lot of different stuff happens. So it is a very dynamic world. You start off in like the hub, and you immediately, like, a lot of the flourishes from Monster Hunter World are all over the place. Game's just got a really distinct visual art style. The smithy girl is there. Everyone's there, and then you go out on a hunt.
So I wonder how the hub is going to work. You would think that it's gonna be like a 16-player hub again, but I don't know. We still don't know much about that. I really want to hear about this. Yeah, the demo's not out. These are people that saw a demonstration about the game being played, and we're getting their impressions.
You effectively pull up the map and just look at the extremely detailed map that the hunter pulls up, and you see all the flora and fauna and things just running around. The amount of detail and information is just nuts when this thing happens.
Oh, that's cool.
And you select the Doshiguma and like the herd that it's in, and it immediately pulls up not a quest list like you go to a board. You just sort of see quests that are available, and you just selects it, and it's just like you begin the quest. So you call the sacred and you leave.
So that's what they meant by the immediate quest beginning. From the game, you are able to spot a monster. You decide, hey, I want to jump in and do that quest. So it looks like it's gonna be much more immediate, and I like that, to be honest. It makes it feel much more believable, I feel like.
The old school tried and true way of Monster Hunter of like your hub world, and then you select your quest, you load, you enter that zone, is not here anymore. It's just all seamless now. So you just jump on the back of your sacred and you go. Your Pelico follows you. Your handler also follows you, and you start making your way out. In this process, we see the hunter collecting things, using the slinger to actually grab bugs and stuff really far away. You just point the camera at that bug and you press circle, and the hunter will literally yoink it off the wall.
Oh, that's cool. So it's gonna work even while you are mounted, and you're gonna be able to not just pick slinger ammo. Because in the trailer they showed the hunter picking up rocks with the slinger, but that's slinger ammo. So I thought it was just going to be exclusively that. But being able to pick up honey and other materials from the ground like that, that's gonna be a nice quality of life change. Because you remember in the Guiding Lands, especially whenever you had to do all of those resource gathering hunts exclusively in the Guiding Lands, because so many of those materials were important and they were brand new, this would be much easier and much more engaging, in my opinion, to do in this game. So that's really good. Very convenient.
With like a grappling hook, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. So you can sort of use the slinger to do stuff like that. They did explain that the map size, in comparison to something like Monster Hunter World, is significantly bigger. I think they use the term 2 to 3 times the size of a Monster Hunter World area, like the Ancient Forest, for example.
That is insane. 2 to 3 times bigger than the Ancient Forest? I mean, we saw the maps, we saw how detailed they have been in the trailer, but that is nuts. With how much verticality there is on some of these maps, with the hidden locations in the Wildspire Waste and the Ancient Forest, 2 to 3 times bigger than that. That is crazy. Oh, I cannot imagine some of the hidden paths and locations that we're going to be able to find. That was always a lot of fun when World first released. There were always these small videos being uploaded, and people were like, oh, I just discovered this after 50 hours of gameplay. I'd never been in this area. Like you go up the Coral Highlands, for example, and there's this location where there are those flying creatures that you are able to capture. There's a ton of them. And the first time I went there, I had over 100 hours in the game. So that's really cool. That's awesome. It's gonna be so much fun, dude. I'm so excited.
So there's a lot of verticality to this. They showed like 3 levels of verticality to each zone, but yeah, significantly vaster. And when you get out there, when you first like see the size of it, you're like, whoa, okay, you get this big vista of the area as the hunter leaves like the base camp and starts moving out there. There's also several different areas you can choose to like circumvent that distance, where there's another part where they leave the camp and the sacred climbs across all these mountains. You see this stuff sort of like the trailer. and can sort of scale all this shit and then do a glide. The actual monster can glide across a big plain field.
Oh, I think we see that
cool.
in the
It's
first
like you
trailer.
just have more cool looking traversal options. Now, before going out on a hunt, there's a really specific icon, like location, like a glowy part of the map, which signifies that you can create a base camp. And instead of there being an inherent base camp like there is in all the other Monster Hunter games, there's ones that you can make across the map.
You can create your own camps? Is this gonna work like Wild Hearts? Oh shit, I hope they took that from Wild Hearts.
Map, apparently. And, you know, you can kind of pop it in, and then Pelicos show up out of nowhere, and they just craft this thing out of like, literally nothing. And suddenly you have, like, a functioning base camp, just like classic, you know, Monster Hunter World. But it seemed like these are acting as, like, checkpoints and, like, fast travel points for the entire map. So as soon as you see these, you want to put up a base camp. However, they can be destroyed. They even tried to...
That is super cool. So not only will you be able to point these different locations on the map to fast travel, but there's you will also have to protect them because they have to be destroyed as well. Like in Wild Hearts 2 or Dragon's Dogma 2. That is crazy.
Show us later on that these are destructible. So there's some cool stuff that happens there that, like, hey, your base camps have to be maintained, you know, every once in a while, and you have to go out and make sure some of them are still there because monsters will, you know, actually beat them up.
Oh,
so
that's
anyway,
super
our hunter,
cool.
has pinned the hunt. They go out on the hunt. Everything is seamless. There is no loading. The animations of the hunter on the back of the sacred, like moving around, are absolutely insane. The level of polish of just like the movement and mobility of the hunter on top of like the mount is just ridiculous. It looks so polished and
that is
so good.
Cool.
And then, yeah, you come across the monster. And one thing I do want to start talking about is different interactive elements with creatures. I'm just trying to kind of cover them all in my head. Mounting is back from Monster Hunter World. You get a mount, and then you eventually do minor damage to the monster until you get a big topple attack. There is new crazy topple attack animations for every single weapon. There's also now sneak attacks, where you sneak up on a monster, and then you press like circle at a certain period of time if they're unaware of your position, and you get a big surprise like sneak attack, large amount of damage right at the start. They also show a ghillie mantle when you sneak up on a monster. So I'm assuming that means
Okay, so mantles are back. Ooh, okay, so we're gonna finally have a good use for the ghillie mantle outside of cheesing bosses, a few monsters here and there, or just capturing wildlife. That's pretty cool. But the sneak attack, I'm very curious, just thinking as a Monster Hunter player, as to what exactly the damage multiplier on the sneak attack is gonna be, because, you know, you're gonna come in with a greatsword or a heavy bowgun with sneak attack, and you're just going to demolish some monsters. That's gonna be fun.
Mantles are back. You know, it would make a lot of sense. They weren't there in Rise. So I'm not super thrilled about that, but, you know, still. And
Mantles were a cool addition, I think.
Are other ways to engage with monsters. You can jump off the sacred to potentially get that mantle attack, the mounting attack. And there's also now clash attacks, where depending on the weapon you have, we saw them in this demo, the two different demos I saw with greatsword, as well as I think it was a heavy bowgun, where the monster will clash with you every once in a while. And this is that animation you see in the trailer of like holding the sword in the mouth of the monster.
Oh, that's where he's trying to eat you, okay.
There was another one we saw of you cramming the heavy bowgun in the monster's mouth as it's attacking you, which is like a clash attack. And then boom, you like fire a huge shot. The same thing happens with the greatsword, you know, and you like slap them away. So there's
that is so cool.
Kind of like cinematic things you can do with monsters. But anyway, Hunter engages them.
But how is that going to work? He didn't really explain it here. I wonder, Max didn't really talk about it too much here in detail. Like, is that going to be like a QuickTime event? That's kind of how I expect it to work like. Like, for example, Final Fantasy 16 or God of War or the Ultimate Storm games, where you just have to button mash a button real quick to make sure that you actually succeed in that clash. I wonder how that's gonna work. But it sounds pretty cool, honestly. Just jamming the heavy bogan into a monster's mouth and firing off an explosion. That's amazing.
The monster, there's a pack of, you know, these smaller versions of them. There's like the alpha one and smaller. I think it's Doshagumas is the name. My apologies. You know, there's a lot of stuff in here that, you know, is new. I don't think that we saw any monsters or like herbivores or anything in the world that resembled stuff that I remember from Monster Hunter Rise or World. So they might be from older games, but everything was like brand new. The whole point is that they want to separate the main monster from the pack, and they start introducing to us field traps in the world. Things like vine traps that you can knock off trees, things like these like spiky bushes that do minor damage and slow down the monsters. Ooh. We're trying to separate the alpha from the herd because fighting them as a herd is kind of a huge pain in the neck.
Yeah, okay, and, so we're going to be separating them.
We start going over sand dunes and running away, and the music, dude. There's like pursuit music, there's like general world music, which is a very like calming theme, and then there's like, you know, beginning the hunt sort of music as you get close to monsters, and then there's like engaged, you begin the hunt and start fighting, and like the music like kicks in. It's all dynamic and changing, and as soon as the hunter runs away, it turns into like pursuit music.
Ooh,
like you're
cool.
Either chasing or being chased by monsters. It felt all very different and very organic as the fight was happening, and it was very cinematic and like action-packed, huge horns, and I'm probably gonna sound crazy describing it, but just trust me, it sounded ridiculously cool from an audio sort of experience. So they're like running away, and then they get to a part of the map that has a sand dune that looks like different than the rest, and the hunter tries to get the other monsters around it, and suddenly it's one of the other monsters we saw from the latest trailer, like these big sandworm, rockworm things. Ooh. And it pops up and starts snatching one of the smaller Doshaguma out of there.
Oh, that's
and they
cool.
all go into like a whirlwind sort of trap that is below the sand. The sand starts like sucking them up, and they're getting like potentially sent to a lower area of the map or something like that. But the alpha holds on because it's bigger and stronger, and all the other guys get sucked up and drop down, but the alpha climbs out and starts pursuing you. So naturally you begin fighting the alpha and engaging it with it a variety of ways. We learn about focus mode, and focus mode is literally just a targeting reticle without needing like, you know, a heavy bow gun or a bow and arrow.
What?
It allows you to specifically focus on the monster and target on weak spots. And technically...
What? So focus mode is just like aim assist? Even with melee weapons? Hold on, I'm confused here.
Aim attacks even with melee weapons. It's kind of hard to tell like how this works from a gameplay demonstration without actually utilizing it ourselves, but you know, it is there, and as you focus, it will show weak spots if the monster is currently like, you know, weakened in a certain area, or if it's like damaged in some way. It'll be glowing when you go into focus mode. So that's cool. That's very cool. It seemed like Greatsword had a much different kit before. You know, granted, the devs are going to show a wide variety of things you can do with these weapons, and Greatsword was...
Yeah, I guess it's just going to be like a lock-on to different parts of the monster. That's interesting. I mean, there's some games that I've played recently where you can lock on to different parts of the monster, and that's pretty cool. But, sometimes that doesn't work too well. I don't know. I expect it to be like you enter focus mode and then you can use different skills, kind of like the Valor gauge, but looks like it's just gonna be a feature to make players not have to manually aim their attacks as much, so that it can be easier with some weapons for some players like the Greatsword or the Charge Blade, for example, where you have to aim them.
Doing a lot more stuff than just generally, you know, true Greatsword slash, like, and it was not doing just that all the time. There was a lot of like new...
This is unrelated to what he's saying, but look at the details on the screenshot, dude. The game looks so good.
Cleaving animations and dragging animations that you see in the trailer looked very cool. And some massive like counter hit attack stuff where I was just like, whoa, that's new. Still felt very heavy. Still felt very, very like grounded. Not the speedy sort of insanity that is Monster Hunter Rise. No, this game definitely feels like it is a sequel to Monster Hunter World in terms of the combat. And I had some gripes with the combat and the way it looked and sort of felt just from the trailers. It didn't seem like it was all there yet. No issues at all. In the actual gameplay demonstration, this game, in this gameplay demonstration, I swear looked so much better than what was in the trailers, just with the HUD and everything just active and engaged and doing stuff. Like, man, it was ridiculous. Like, the amount of polish
That is so
and the
good to
amount
hear.
of, I'd say, budget at work here. This is easily Capcom's biggest game of all time, like, without a doubt.
Ooh, I like to hear that. The biggest Capcom game of all time. Dude, we're gonna be eating good with Wilds. It's gonna be so much fun. I'm so excited. Genuinely just the most excited I've been for a game in probably a decade, honestly.
To the next bit. Every zone that you're into has multiple like levels to it in terms of, I'd say, seasonal like ecology. And they start warning us that the townspeople around are warning the hunter that, like, hey, there's a sandstorm's coming, and they're preparing for the sandstorm. So as you're fighting this Doshiguma, the aura of the entire area, which is this big sand dune, starts to change, and you look in the distance, and there's this massive wall of sand, darkness filling the area, getting closer and closer. And as you're fighting the Doshiguma, whoa, shit comes in and everything changes. It turns from like day to dark. There's lightning everywhere. There's new hazards. Animals are acting differently. Like everything suddenly changed. The environment is now a completely new place.
That is so cool. We're getting all of these details on the day and night cycle and the environmental hazards, everything changing. I also love the detail that he mentioned where the NPCs in the town will warn you that a sandstorm is coming. I feel like that's amazing because you could just be hanging out in town and maybe there is a monster that only comes out during the sandstorm. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but if that is the case, you could look out for an NPC that tells you that, and only then do you go out into the area and actually look for that monster. Or I don't know, it's giving me a lot of Monster Hunter Tri vibes. If you guys played it, the multiplayer area of Tri, there were sandstorms that would occasionally happen, and the NPCs would again let you know that those sandstorms are happening, so you can do some exclusive quests. And I hope that's the case here, because that sounds really cool. I like that they're paying so much attention to the ecology and the environment. That's always a big detail for me with Monster Hunter. I like this a lot.
The lighting is absolutely friggin' insane. The lightning itself is hitting and flashing and doing all this stuff. It can actually hit the monsters. You can see where it's happening. The zone is 10 times more dangerous now when this shit is going down. It's ridiculously cool. And like I said, you can check the map and it'll tell you like how much stuff has changed during this time frame. New collectibles, new things to look for. You're gonna want to like go on gathering missions and stuff like that when these things are happening. It's like kind of important. So anyway, this is where they can continue the fight. And
that is
as
so
they
cool.
continue the fight, other monsters start showing up, because this isn't just a small zone, it's a massive zone with like multiple monsters. Usually before in Monster Hunter World, you would look on the map and see like 3 general big monsters at any given time. Now there's just like herds of Doshiguma everywhere.
Oh, so there's gonna be like not just one Doshiguma on the map. There might be like 3 different herds and there's an alpha in each of them. That's really cool, honestly. There's gonna be a lot more monsters interacting, a lot more turf wars, a lot more dynamic stuff. And I feel like if you don't bring the dung pods with you in this game, you're gonna be screwed. But I love the sound of this.
This new sort of like hero giant dragon, not exactly Shigeru Magala from Monster Hunter Rise.
Oh, he's talking about the one.
There's this new crazy lightning dragon monster that shows up, and it what we're trying to do is lure our hunting prey to this lightning monster, so we bring it into its den and like effectively like make it mad to the other one. And yeah, they get into a turf war, so turf wars are back. But dude, this new crazy dragon thing that's in the trailer just lightning zaps everything, and it shoots these massive lightning attacks everywhere. It looks ridiculously cool. Some of the new monsters are kind of like crazy creepy looking and kind of gross. This thing looks like a very traditional Monster Hunter dragon type of thing.
Ooh,
so
I like that
looking dragon. We lead it away, try to get away from this thing, and in other playthroughs I saw, this dude just swooped in and kind of like was interrupting the hunt every once in a while. Seemed to be attracted to, you know, what the hunter was doing.
So he's gonna be an invader, kind of like Basil. He's gonna be ruining so many hunts for players. I love that.
In a while, so you know, there was a lot of like different things happening per playthrough as it was going through. More importantly, as you are like hunting and doing all this crazy stuff, the entire perspective of the landscape changes again. The sandstorm moves away after like several minutes, and now it sort of like pushes out all the sand. The desert turns into a time of like bounty, or they called it like plentiful time, something of like, you know, now it's like practically spring, like we're going through seasons. I don't know if they're trying to like give us the impression that this hunt and the time we're taking on this hunt is taking like a long time, like years in terms of time frame, where just seasonal shifts are rapid in this world. But that's the idea, is that we're sort of going through seasonal shifts when you're out here in these zones that are, you know, massive. We've only seen one of these sort of zones, but each zone, or at least this one, has 3 different times. And as the sand gets pushed out, you actually see plants, you actually see greenery, you see like different regular herbivores and animals start showing up, or monsters start showing up in this part of the day. And then yeah, the hunter calls an SOS and, you know, shoots up an SOS. Even though we're not online, it calls in an SOS of 3 NPC hunters that show up all of a sudden and start assisting you.
Wait,
and then
did he say NPC hunters?
SOS, and, you know, shoots up an SOS. Even though we're not online, it calls in an SOS of 3 NPC hunters.
Oh shit, so we're gonna get the followers back, essentially. Right? Maybe it's not going to work exactly like the followers, where you are able to enlist important characters from the story, but you're going to be able to just get NPCs to help you out, which is really cool. Because I know there's a lot of people that like to play solo, but they also want the followers from Sunbreak, so it's super cool. I really like this. Big feature, big W. That's awesome. NPC followers are back. I'm taking some notes here. I'll show you guys the notes in a moment. But that is super cool that you get the option to bring back hunters in the middle of a quest. And I like that you can do it with the SOS, because that means that even during story quests you can call them. Yeah, just random NPCs that you find strolling around that base.
That show up all of a sudden and start assisting you.
That's really cool.
And then you follow the monster to its eventual cave, or I'm sorry, as it's damaged, it's going to go back home to some resting spot. And as you get there, the other hunters put bombs down, and you put a bomb down, but this time you can actually pick up bombs and roll them into the monsters, so you don't have to like do some crazy, you know, charge slash
Wait,
thing
what?
and blow yourself.
You can roll the bombs at the monsters? What is Capcom cooking? So rather than doing the normal wake up with the greatsword or a charge blade, for example, you can just chuck a bomb at the monster. Why not? I like that. It's probably gonna be still optimal to go with the weapon, given how much damage the weapons deal. But I like that you have these options.
Pull them into the monsters, so you don't have to like do some crazy, you know, charge slash thing and blow yourself up. And then they lead the monster out, you know, we eventually take it down. They did show us some gameplay of some new weapons, so we got to see like the hammer and the insect glaive. And it hammered.
The insect glaive. Ooh, I want to see that.
Had some new crazy attacks to it, you know, new mounting attacks. Insect glaive had some new crazy Cirque du Soleil bullshit that it was doing, but it looked fairly traditional. I didn't get a chance to analyze everything. And yeah, you take down the monster, and here's the crazy part about it. The monster goes down, the NPC hunters sort of peace out, and you can carve, and it's cool that you don't have to like walk through the monster anymore. You actually walk on top of the monster while carving. I don't know if carving location is going to mean anything, but yes, it's the
Oh, you can move around while carving. I mean, that's useful, I guess. Not particularly amazing. Like he's saying, maybe the place where you carve from the monster is gonna have an effect. That's interesting. Dear Gamer saw the longsword. Yeah, we're gonna check out his video too. Also, guys, in case you are confused, I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. So yeah, I have both chats open.
The same traditional Monster Hunter stuff, but the quest is the journey's not over. You finish the quest and you're still active, and it goes into like a quest completion sort of screen, but you're still actively moving around the environment.
Oh, you're still like inside the expedition
anymore. The traditional classic Monster Hunter way of like going out, finishing quests, completing quests, going back. There's more works of like an expedition in Monster Hunter World, where now the way you engage with the environment is up to your choosing. So if you want to stay there and like, oh, it's the time of bound.
So they basically picked the guiding lands and just turned the entire game into that. Right? I mean, because that is the way that expeditions and then later on the guiding lands worked in Iceborne. That's really cool, because the guiding lands were just a really cool feature, basically turned the map into a hunting ground that you can spend as much time as you want there. And that is exactly what they are doing here. And given that we're going to be able to set up camp wherever we want, whenever you want to go back to camp to change your gear, you can do it wherever you want. You can teleport to that location, and you know, maybe it can be closer to a monster you want to hunt. It's closer to town maybe, so you can go to the smithy. Really cool features, honestly. Yeah, like in Wild Hearts, exactly. This sounds super cool, honestly. And I imagine that like the expeditions in Monster Hunter World and like the guiding lands as well, I imagine there is going to be an option to return to town immediately after you finish the quest, if that's what you want to do. I imagine they will still keep that option.
These new things for gathering is going to be out there. You're probably going to want to go take advantage of that. It's up to you if you want to start a new quest in the field at that given time, or fast travel back to a camp or something like that. It's not going to limit you by like, oh, I'm decided to this and we're going to do this and go to the bulletin board, you know, and do all that kind of stuff, the quest board. It doesn't want to do that anymore. So I don't know how there's going to be other modes. They did say it's going to be 4 hunters, you know, in this relative mode. I was like, man, the zone is so big. Like, how are we going to be teaming up with like 1632 people? They didn't mention anything like that. It seemed fairly traditional Monster Hunter once you're out there. But my God, dude, the craziest part about this was how good the performance was and how good it looked. The lighting, the transition of the environment, the friggin' monster animations, the hunter animations. There is so much new, insane stuff that it just looks crazy. It looks like a true sequel to Monster Hunter World.
That is honestly everything I was hoping to hear. I still hope that they take a couple of systems from Rise, which we didn't hear about in this video at least so far, because I really want to see the switch skills come back, for example. I thought that was a really cool feature, but everything else that I'm hearing I just love, because they're giving more options, they're making things that are not just more accessible to new players, but also more, just make it feel more grounded and realistic, and being able to set up camp everywhere, and all of the environmental changes. I am very excited about all of this. Very, very excited.
I was blown away. And also the game has food porn. Yes.
What?
When you go and cook for yourself now, and you go out and like make your own meals in the field, you literally get a super splendorous animated cutscene of insanely high resolution meat and cheese and like vegetables and stuff, and the hunter just like cuts into this delicious looking steak and close-ups of mouth and steak, and I'm like, God. And it's like, it's not like, you know, Dragon's Dogma. No, this is all in-game rendered. Bro, the amount of...
That's cool. That's not gonna be like the Dragon's Dogma one, where it's just an actual real life footage of a steak being cooked. Because the detailed cooking animations are always fun. Always very fun. And hey, we don't get any more dangos, which is nice.
Of like budget, time, and resources on display here, this is easily Capcom's biggest game of all time. And I can't even tell you how mind blown I was. I could have gone from those first impressions, but I wanted to go back and watch it again. And a whole bunch of crazy different things happened even on a second playthrough. The game also just kind of had performance issues a couple times. It crashed a couple of times due to so many systems on systems. But to me, that was sort of reassuring that this wasn't bullshit. This was an actual game doing this. And
right, it's a demo, right? It's a development build that they're using for the demo showcase, so it's still gonna run into some issues. And like Max says, it means that it's not scripted. The game is actually being played in real time while they were watching. So, you know, that is exciting because Capcom, as far as I know, Capcom has never really faked any sort of gameplay showcase. So it's just good that we're getting these confirmations. Capcom, please release a cookbook. I would totally buy it, honestly.
Making and all these systems were functioning. It was nuts. So I know there's going to be more playable stuff in the near future, probably at Gamescom. I hope there will be hands-on and footage available because you sound sort of crazy talking about this, in my opinion. And from the perspective that I have of Monster Hunter World still being an incredibly good-looking game, but on an old engine with old hardware, this shit felt next generation AF. And on top of all that good news, you know, we got crossplay. Don't even know if we have cross save, but this thing's gonna be on PC day one.
That's right, we're getting crossplay.
This shit's gonna take over the world, man. I argue that this might be one of the most impressive things I've seen at an E3 event, just behind the scenes. And in terms of this generation, easily one of the most impressive looking games I've seen this generation.
This will be the game that I'll finally be able to convince all of my normie friends that typically don't play anything that is not COD or FIFA. This will be the time that I convince them to play. Man, I'm so excited for this. This game's gonna be so much fun. We're getting the playable demo on site at Gamescom from the 21st of August to the 25th. I'll do my best to go there. I'm still not sure if I'll be able to. I've been chatting with Rurikon and some other people, see if I can make it happen. But man, I would love to go there to play it. Just so excited about all of this.
I was mind blown. The attention to detail and the world that they're making here didn't come across as sort of drab and just sand-like, where it's like, oh, there's just no detail, like we saw in some of the parts of the trailer. No, this shit was ridiculously impressive, and this was not even a big story thing. Either way, I don't think we got any B-roll, unfortunately, to show of this stuff. It's just like the previous trailers, as well as screenshots. I hope I don't sound too insane talking about this, but it was very impressive. And easily is one of my most anticipated games of 2025.
That's really cool.
I'm gonna take every opportunity I can to learn more about this because Monster Hunter Wild seems to be it. It really is. This is the true sequel to Monster Hunter World. This is Capcom, no holds barred. That was their best-selling game of all time, and they're taking that shit seriously. And that's my overall impressions. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the video. I'll be back with more updates with Monster Hunter Wilds as soon as possible, especially if I get to play it. As always, dudes, I appreciate a thumbs up if you get an opportunity to drop that in here or leave a comment if you're looking forward to this stuff as much as me. My name is Max, and I'll see you dudes next time.
What a good video. Dude, I'm so excited for this game. Gotta be posting a link here, of course. Big shout out to Maximilian Dude, in case you don't know him. He's just an awesome guy. My #1 guy when it comes to the fighting game community, and also always love to watch his impressions over the years. So exciting. So let me show you first of all the list of things that I've pointed out here, so we can fill it up even just a bit more. Let me open the display capture. Okay. So this is currently what I have written for Monster Hunter Wilds. The fact that there's going to be and put it like this. The info that I have gathered so far. There's going to be no loading screens, open camps that you're going to be able to set up anywhere. There's the alphas that you are going to be able to separate from the herd, which we know of. There's going to be, I should mention focus mode, aim assistance. What more details am I missing here? That there's going to be monsters that only show up during the sandstorms, that the environment is going to change. That we're going to be able to track monsters from the beginning of the hunt. The fact that there's going to be multiple of these herds throughout the map. So there might be multiple instances of the same monster. What else? 2 to 3 times the size of the map, which is absolutely insane. What else? What else am I missing? The food porn, yes. The food porn, absolutely. The fact that open-ish map quest expedition. Alright, the fact that you can throw up bombs. There's stealth attacks too, right? Stealth attacks. Crossplay we already knew on the previous one, but I'll still point it out. Change the dead monster hitbox. Alright, gathering with the slinger. We kind of knew it, but it went into more focus. That's really cool. Dude, I'm so excited for this. I think they are actually going to show where the monsters are like in Rise. I think that they are actually going to do it. What was I? Oh yeah, carving. Carving monsters is different now. Mentals are back. I think that's a lot of details for now, but let's move on to a different video, this time by Dear Gamer, who's also a Monster Hunter creator. He also covers some other games, but I always like to hear him because he's generally just a really chill dude. He does a lot of playthroughs on his channel, and sometimes he makes some guides as well, and I just like to hear his opinions on things. So I want to hear this from him because as someone that really focused on Monster Hunting content for a long time, very interested to know what he has to say about all of this. I watched a bit of his video. It just has the Guiding Lands footage in the background, so I'm actually going to do this. Kind of put it over here. And hope he doesn't mind that I cover up his Hunter for a bit. And we're going to hear him out.
Everybody, I'm Dear Gamer. Welcome back to the channel today. We're back, and today I'm super excited to make this video because I've been super hyped for this moment ever since I got a chance to experience it. Background, Summer Game Pass happened this last weekend. Capcom had a special event where they were able to show Monster Hunter Wilds to creators and media, and of course I had to go. As a matter of fact, I went to the event twice. That way I can get as much information.
Oh, you also got to see it twice.
Mechanics, so I can bring that to you guys. So I have a lot of things here. You saw the title. I have 44 new facts, things, information about the game, and a little more background. We got this. What they gave us was raw gameplay. We had the developers of the game, all 3 of them. They were chilling on the left-hand side, and they had someone interpreting what was happening in the game. And what happened? They started in the main camp city. Then they went out into the wild and did the full hunt. You saw a full 25-minute hunt from beginning to end, and you saw that twice. And it was cool that I went twice because there were different people playing each time and different people interpreting as well. So I was able to get even more information and details that I'm going to bring in this.
Again, just another thing to demonstrate that it's actual people playing the game, people explaining it. None of this was pre-planned. It was all just off the top. People were just playing naturally and, you know, no pre-rendered bullshit. Capcom's not doing that with Monster Hunter at least, so very cool.
Video. So my fan. Without further ado, let's dive in. Before we go any further, make sure you subscribe if you don't want to miss on any of the action. Give the video a thumbs up, as I'm gonna have a lot of information to share. And my setting, I'm just gonna leave my character right here because we couldn't record, we couldn't take pictures, record, nothing. So all I have are just my notes, and I'm just gonna read off my notes one by one. And what I'll do is I'll just give a little more information as I go across each one. But I have 44, so it's gonna be hefty. We're gonna be here for a while, but there's a lot of good information that you're gonna want to hear. So let's just go ahead and get started. First thing I noticed when I was playing the game was the UI. The UI is interesting because it's a combination of like world updated, but also generations. Like your map or your icons look like Nintendo classic Monster Hunter icons.
Oh, we're getting the old icons back. Okay.
Like full, like new resolution, updated. All your buttons and your hub. There's not too much going on the screen. Exactly how much you see right now on the screen is how much you're gonna see in another game. And as far as the look, it looks cool. It's interesting. I was like, whoa, that's cool. It's
right.
Like,
so he's showing the Monster Hunter World HUD as a reference. So you still get your health bar, you still get your Pelico health, the mentals, the sharpness, the minimap, the items, everything like before. So that's cool. Glad that they keep it the classic way, because, you know, if it works, why change it?
It pays homage to the previous games, then it also brings the mix into the world. And also too, I will just go ahead and say this. I called it. Look, I came out with a video about maybe like 3 months ago, and I was like, you know what if Monster Hunter Wilds was like the Guiding Lands, and it took the best of World, Rise, and Stories? And that's exactly what they did.
Yep, that is exactly what they did.
The best things from World, they took the best things from Rise, and they took the best things from Monster Hunter Stories, and they put it into this game. And the game is set like in the Guiding Lands. Like you just go. You're out in the world, and you're just running through the different terrains, and it's just amazing. So I'll just keep on going on my notes. So second thing, maps. This was a share. The maps are twice as big as any Monster Hunter World
same
map.
thing.
So
okay,
the areas are humongous, absolutely huge.
Dude, it's gotta be sick.
Also too, of course, you have a mount. If you notice, the mount is a little faster this time around. That way, you can traverse across the map a little easier. During their hunt, they did there was like a regular monster, then there was an alpha version of the monster. So I think there's like 2 different levels of monsters in the game. This is still very early on, but when they were looking through the monsters they wanted to hunt, there was a regular and there's an alpha. So I think there's some alpha monsters in the game. Just like in Rise, you can ride your mount through the
so
city.
that's
the city.
Again, the thing with the alphas and the rest of the herd. You can visually notice which one is the alpha. They're going to be the bigger one. In the case of the Doshiguma, that's the one with the red skin. And you know, those are going to be the ones that you want to hunt. Likely are going to be the ones that give you the most rewards, but also do more damage, maybe have more moves than HP. And so I think that some of the quests are going to point out that you should exclusively hunt an alpha and not just any of them. So, you know, just a small difference that makes things just a little bit more focus on the ecology, basically.
The way it works is, it's just imagine a Guiding Lands. You know where you launch in at your camp area? Imagine your camp area was a city in the middle right there, and you just kind of leave and go from there. That's kind of the way it looks. It's like one massive map, in the middle was a city, and you just kind of like go. Wow.
Oh, so that's cool. The city is in the middle then. Your hub is going to be in the middle of the map. We didn't know that before. So that's actually a pretty big detail. Hold on. The hub takes place in the middle of the map. We're likely only going to establish the HUD after a couple of quests into the game, in the story. But that is a cool detail. Because I thought it was going to be like maybe you pictured the map for Monster Hunter Tri, for example, where you leave the village and then you start off on the map. And then, you know, you have a lot of space to cover in front of you, but nothing behind. This is much better like this. I'm curious about that. Yes, Ravsky, if we're going to be able to save anywhere, that is a good question.
Looking for, or you can look for the terrain for whatever environmental.
Maybe not during actual gameplay. Maybe you can only save at campsites.
That's how Monster Hunter Rise does it. How you can sort what you're looking for based on what you select in your items. So as you imagine, the weapons look really, really good, just like he's showing right here. They look really cool. The graphics on the game look beautiful. It's very rich, a lot of detail. So just think of Monster Hunter World, but just next level. So it looks really, really clean. So the way it works with monsters, it's similar to the Guiding Lands and how you looking for a specific monster. And when they did it, they put up a list and it had like a bunch of monsters and some duplicates on it. Because the world's so big, you're gonna find multiple variations of monster you're looking for. So there's a big old list, you find it, and it's kind of like Rise, where you just click on it, you can go start searching for that monster. The scout flies are back.
Right, so it's kind of like also here in the world where you can see all of these monsters at the beginning of the hunt already. So we get confirmation that we're going to see them from the start. Maybe you need to level up your ecology level with those monsters to spot them from the beginning. Maybe not, that's not the case. But we're going to have the same thing where you can select which monster you are looking for at the beginning.
So because they already knew about this monster, I'm not sure if the first time you're looking for a monster to lose scout flies to find it, like we did in World, but at this point in the demo they were showing us, it was similar to Rise, where they already had a monster established, they clicked it from a list, and they went to fight that monster. There's a big focus on environmental in this game as everything feels alive, but when it comes to monsters, you find different monsters in the day than you find at night, so it makes it fun to explore the games through different
monsters for day and night.
You can say, yeah, this monster only shows up at night, or this only shows up during the day, kind of like how Monster Hunter Stories had it. This next one is a quality of life improvement that I've been asking for so long for Monster Hunter. If you put a trap down and you don't use it, you can go back to that same trap and pick it back up.
That is so good, finally.
It doesn't get destroyed anymore.
Dude, such a good quality of life update. Oh, thank you for noticing that, dear gamer. He's awesome. So, we can pick up traps. See, that's why I really wanted to watch his video. Because, again, this is something that if you were to see a lot of players that don't really grind Monster Hunter, they wouldn't really notice. So, and, you know, he loves Monster Hunter, he covers it a lot, he's always been focusing a lot on it, so I really wanted to see his perspective on it. So yeah, you can pick up traps that you don't use. Just things that a lot of people that are more general, mainstream type of gaming, they wouldn't pick up on, so that's perfect. Ravska, that is a good point. We might be able to sleep to advance time, so that we are able to look for monsters that only show up at night. We're likely going to be able to do that. But that is a good question. I'm going to point it out here, just in case we get an answer.
Absolutely amazing that they added that to the game. And this next was a big one. Tenderizing. Tenderizing was a big feature from World. I would say this game, Monster Hunter Wilds, looks and feels like World Plus. They kept World and built upon that. So tenderization is gone. You're no longer tenderizing. That mechanic has been removed. The clutch claw has been removed. So I'm super happy, and I'm sure the world is happy that the clutch claw did not make its way into.
I mean, just to be clear, I do enjoy the clutch claw. I just felt like it was very abusive, especially with the tenderization and the clagger. And I also didn't like the fact that you kind of had to tenderize monsters. The game was balanced around it in Iceborne. So that is like the full disclosure, my opinion on it.
They're Monster Hunter Wilds. So I noticed earlier when I said the maps are humongous, which they are. They're huge.
Huge.
Cool thing about this is not in Monster Hunter, the camps are predetermined in Monster Hunter World and Rise. This time you could put your camp anywhere. It's like literally like an item you have in your back pocket. You're running, you just throw a camp right there.
Oh, you just throw it.
That way you can just fast travel to that location whenever you want. So you don't have to go to predetermined locations. If you're looking for you like a certain area, you're looking for a specific monster that spawns in a specific area.
That is so good because again, like he's saying, and like I was saying back when we were watching Maximilian's video, like if you know a monster tends to hang around a certain location, you can just put a campsite near that location, and so long as the campsite is safe, you are fine. You can fast travel to that place and hunt the monster. If you want to do some sort of farming route, like think of Rise, where people did a lot of farming routes because getting money in the game was really tough at the beginning. you can set up a campsite near a lot of valuable resources, and you're going to be able to harvest all of it very quickly. Amazing stuff. Again, I love that Monster Hunter saw that Wilds did that, and they decided to copy that, because that's an amazing system. Just perfect. And that's why, you know, somewhat unrelated, I wish we had more Monster Hunter type games, because, you know, they can come up with some good ideas like this, like Wild Hearts did. So really cool, really awesome.
Area, you can just go put your camp there and you're good to go. So your hook slinger is back. Slinger is back. Cool in their quality of life improvement is you can literally be running on your mount, and I see an item over there. You see that plant right there? I can literally just shoot it like Spider-Man and pick it up from there. I don't
Amazing
have to
quality
go
of
over
life
there and run over it quickly. So it makes it a lot easier, a lot faster to pick up your items, because
when this game releases, I'm gonna be making some sort of farming route guides, because this is gonna be so good, dude. We're going to be able to get all of the mushrooms, all of the annoying items. We're going to get all of that in an instant. It's gonna be so good. Such a nice quality of life.
Or you use your slinger and boom, you shoot it and you're good to go, and you grab it. So you might be wondering, how do you actually start a quest? There's no loading screens in the game. Yeah, there's no loading screens. Everything was just go. It was smooth, so there's no loading screens at all. How do you start a quest? You start a quest by, if I'm just running around like this monster over here, the second I hit it and a couple of times, that's how it says quest started.
Wait, hold on. So the quest, if you don't accept a quest like targeting a monster on the minimap, like they said on Maximilian's video, you can run up to the monster, hit them, and the quest will begin. Which means that the timer will only begin when you hit the monster. Now, if you guys played or watched any Wild Hearts content, there were a lot of hunts where people were able to take down the monsters in 0 seconds. Because you could essentially cheese the monster and make it so that you can kill them before they detect you. And that's likely going to be the case with Wilds. Which sounds pretty crazy, honestly. That is insane, actually. Oh, that is gonna be fun.
Like, hey, let me accept this quest, start this quest. No, that's gone. You just go out. It's very, very immersive, and that's where their focus was during the presentation. They really wanted a really immersive experience. I just walk up to him, attack him a couple of times, then the quest start will show up.
0 second speedruns are about to be a thing.
Really cool. Also, when it comes to your camps are.
Oh wait, there's no quest timer now? Really? Can you guys tell me where they mentioned that? Because so far I haven't seen that. To be fair, speedruns often do that already. That is true. There's already a lot of cheese with speedrunnings. But it's all going to be pretty fun. Excited about this.
Monsters can literally destroy your camps. So watch out, just like a Dragon Dogma.
Yep.
If you put a camp down and the monster doesn't like it, I actually got a chance to see this in the actual presentation. The monster just stopped fighting the hunter, stormed off, and destroyed the camp. So that's going to be a thing as well. That's why you have multiple camps, so you don't worry about that. But I guess initially it'd be hard when you only have a limited amount of camps. Another quality of life improvement, which I love, is you have a chance to run if you want on your mount, but you can also set autopilot and say, hey, that monster in the distance, go run to it, get it, and you can be sharpening, doing other things as well.
So that's like the Raider ride from World. You can just set the location and tell, hey, go over there, and you're able to do everything else. Pretty cool. Pretty nice.
Well, but yeah, autopilot is a thing. But also,
so that's like combining the best of the Raider ride from World and combining the Palamutes from Rise, where you have the really cool and agile Palamute that you're able to take anywhere, but you also have the GPS tracker from World. Let's put it like that. Really cool.
If say you want to get away from a monster, you can set a location away from the monster and do autopilot and escape as well. This next one's a hot one. Mantles are back. So
that's
mantles
right.
Are back in Monster Hunter Wilds. They had the ghillie mantle, the one that makes you invisible to monsters, so you can sneak up on them. So expect to see more mantles in the game. So that was cool to see. As far as the meters, like the sharpness got updated. It's like a nice little cool, looks like an actual sword. It's really, really cool. Hard to explain, but imagine like a stone texture of the sharpness symbol. So that got updated. The health and stamina button is now, it's cool. It's no longer, it's a bar, but it's like a squiggly line, like a imagine a doop, doop, doop. One of those heart monitors. It looks like that. And when you get attacked, it goes boom, or it's like boom, depending on what's happening. So it's cool because it makes it more immersive, like, oh, danger, danger. It has kind of reminds me of the Resident Evil, like, danger for your health meter. So that got upgraded. It looks pretty cool. It's interesting.
That sounds interesting. I don't know how that is going to play out. Like, how would you... Like, in terms of actual gameplay, I don't think that's going to be very impactful, right? I mean, just a nice change, I guess, to the HUD overall.
Set traps, and there's certain monsters that kind of create a little sandstorm suction in the floor. It can trap other monsters in it, and it will trap the basic monsters, but the alpha monsters will get trapped, but they'll be able to get out of the trap as well.
Right, that's what we saw before.
A lot of environmental
like the
hazards from
the Balahara will create those sand traps, and all of the Doshiguma are going to fall in there, the entire herd, but the alpha will be able to escape. And because you separate the alpha from the herd, you can then hunt it at ease. Pretty cool.
Not just from you, but from the other monsters in the area. So focus moves. This one it's hard. It was kind of brushed over a little bit. You had to pay attention. That's why I went and watched the event twice. So focus move. The purpose of them are to create wounds in the monster. So since you can't tenderize, that tenderization is gone, but the way you tenderize is different. You create a wound. You create a tenderization spot, a wound, by doing your focus skill, and you can tell you got a wound because it makes this very...
Okay, so we still have the focus skills that we can do, which are still new skills, which likely have a cooldown or a gauge of sorts, on top of the manual aim assist that Maximilian dude was talking about. And then the wounds are going to work like me and Rurikan were talking about an arc, where you hit the monster in a certain spot, and with that skill, they will be wounded, and then you keep on attacking it to deal more damage. Pretty much the same thing.
Very obvious.
And you are able to spot when they are tenderized, because they will have this glowing spot. This is something that we were able to see very easily in the actual trailer that they showcased. So that's cool. It's going to be something that is manual. There was the concern that the wound would be automatic. So I like this. It's not as random as I was expecting it to be. I like that you have full control of when you are going to wound the enemy. Pretty cool.
Red glowing symbol on the monster's like leg or head or arm, whatever. So you know you've created a wound at that point. What are the benefits of wounds? So wounds are, I noticed that it had, when they attacked the wound section, it had the yellow number with like four little like asterisk on it. And I think that meant it was like a critical or wound attack, kind of like how it was in a world where you have the tenderization strikes. It had those different number symbols.
Right, they still have the same mark whenever you do.
You get more damage.
You hit the tenderize
those specific locations. And moving forward from the wound, after you wounded a monster and you attack that portion a good amount of time, the wound disappears.
Oh.
The wound disappears, then you need to go into your focus mode again to create another wound. So
okay.
Think of it like, I'm pretty sure like weakness exploit is gonna work the same way. If you attack.
I wonder if each different weapon has a different amount of attacks that they can do to the wound to remove it, because it would just make sense that, for example, the dual blades can hit, let's say, 50 times, but the greatsword can only hit it 10 times or 8 times, because, you know, different motion values, faster and slower weapons, all of that stuff. I feel like that would make more sense, and I also wonder if not hitting the wounded part of the monster, if the wound would remain there if you don't hit it, or it goes away after some time. It's probably gonna be the latter, but I'm curious about all of this. Again, I'm gonna be doing my best to see if I can go to Gamescom, get to play it, and we'll talk about that in a moment.
Attack the monster's wounded position like it did in World. I can see it be the same way there. But yeah, that's kind of how the purpose of focus attacks are, I guess, for Greatsword is a counter as well. But you want to create a wound, and when you attack that wound spot, you do even more damage.
Right.
So that's what I gathered from it. We're gonna learn more as time goes on, but from what I saw, that's how I think the purpose and how focus attacks work. Turf wars are back, and they're back in a big way, just like they were in World. You see the monsters fighting each other, jumping all over each other, doing that thing. It was great. Cool thing about turf wars, and monsters are alive and they are aware of each other. So cool thing is, if I'm fighting one monster, I see another monster, I can go attack that monster. And kind of like in Rise, I can't ride it to the other monster, but I can lead it to the monster. And I lead it to the monster, bring them to each other, then they'll look at each other, then they'll just start fighting. Yeah, you can lead them to each other. And also too,
right, there's going to be turf wars.
There's a limit to how far they can go. I saw him bring one of the Apex monsters for a minute to a monster, and it was probably the monster was following him for maybe like, I don't know, a minute and a half. And after that, the monster was like kind of like whatever, gave up on it, went back to doing what it was doing. But yeah, turf wars are back, and you can bring other monsters to each other so that they can fight each other and create that opening for you.
Okay.
Mounting is similar to how Monster Hunter World had it. You jump onto the monster to mount it. I don't know. I don't want to say it was easier, but maybe it was just coincidence. But he just jumped off this mount onto the monster and mounted it.
Simple enough.
Pretty easy and pretty simple. Seemed, I was like, oh, maybe he just got lucky. It might take a couple attempts, but there's 2 30-minute hunts I saw. Literally, he just jumped on it and then mounted it. Also, too, a cool thing is, since there's
something to keep in mind about the mounts is that some weapons, depending on the values, can mount easier than others. There's some different attacks that have higher mounting values, and the monster itself also has a threshold for the mount. That is always how it's worked so far. Maybe they'll change up the system in Wilds, or maybe it was just because it was a demo. But, the mounts being simple or pretty similar to what they have been, it's pretty good for me. I think that the mounts have always worked pretty well.
No wire bug in this one. That was specifically for Monster Hunter Rise. You can't like wire bug yourself out of the way to heal.
Right.
What you can do is you can call your mount, and it comes and picks you up. It hits the corner, goes and like skirts out. And
you
can,
call
like,
on
go
the secret and you leave it to heal.
Change weapons, do all the things. As you guys know, you have 2 weapons on your mount at any time, so you can swap it out, whatever weapon you want, and reposition yourself and do what you gotta do. So sandstorms were are a big part of this game, and they do a lot of things. Before the sandstorm, the world looks like this: natural vegetation, green, some dirt. All this looks normal. When a sandstorm comes, everything gets night. It gets darker. There's lightning.
It's the big environmental changes
around. Certain monsters show up in a sandstorm that aren't available. That one big old lightning thing they showed, that one monster, that monster is exclusive to the sandstorm. But after the sandstorm was done and the video we were watching, the monster is still there chilling. So maybe the sandstorm brings him. Then after that, he kind of chills. So the sandstorm.
Oh, he stays there. That's interesting, because I don't think we had heard that on the previous video. So the new monster actually stays there after the sandstorm. So you can totally you don't have to worry about rushing him. You can totally wait for the environment to change again and to hunt him or whatever it may be. Because I assume that he is going to be more powerful during the thunderstorm. It would make more sense. So, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Lightning strikes, you can get struck by lightnings, monsters get struck by lightnings. The environment changes, some of the vegetation, some of the academic life goes away. They go into hiding, monsters start
the epidemic life goes away. I think that makes sense, right? I mean, if you were a squirrel and a huge sandstorm would come along, you would hopefully try to hide. Again, I love the focus on the ecology.
Aggressive monsters that typically are more calm get aggressive. They shared that they really wanted to create a sense of like danger and hostile environment with the sandstorm areas. So that was their approach when it came to designing that part of the game. I kind of combined all of my next little parts into that one statement. Yeah, monsters are calmer, they're aggressive, monsters will follow you, and they can get struck by lightning. Yeah, Apex.
Well, they can get struck by the lightning. Okay.
What that means. Maybe it's a strong monster. I don't know if it's a specific category.
Alright, we did mention this in my previous trailer analysis. It was mostly speculation, but I feel like there's going to be apexes for different areas. We had that in World already, in case you guys forgot about that. Which, funny enough, some of the apexes for certain areas were pretty weak. We talked about that during the difficulty tier list. Yeah. So the apexes are back. Very different system from the 4U apexes. Or was it GU that there were the apexes? Very different system compared to that. It's just going to be the apexes of Monster Hunter World again, where there's a big monster for each area. Nothing too special, really.
For Apex monster, but that lightning monster was the Apex monster that we're
right. So the lightning monster may not necessarily be the flagship. It likely won't be the flagship. It's just gonna be the apex of that location.
The Pelicos don't really talk that much during the hunt. They kind of said like a couple of things, but it wasn't to the point where it was like overbearing, like, oh my god, every single time it was talking. No, it didn't say much at all.
Let's go. The Pelico won't be like Paimon. Thank you, Capcom. Thank you. So yeah, I mean, the only way that I would ever shut up my Pelico would be if he were annoying, but if he's not gonna talk that much and he's gonna be a chill dude that just talks a couple of times here and there and during cutscenes, then I'll totally be up for having him. Hey Ark, what's up, dude? Welcome to the stream. Got so much good info.
Oh, and I think it was a good amount. What it did say is, oh my god, watch out. Kind of like in Rise, how it was like, the big attack is coming. It will kind of let you know some things were happening. I feel like that's kind of similar, a similar route it took with this one. You can clash with monsters. They say you can clash.
Right, we talked about the clash.
Trailer where the great sword, like he puts a great sword in the mouth and he's like holding it right there. The guy literally did it in the hunt. It looks so badass. But he said you can clash with monsters. So I'm not sure how it's gonna look with other weapons, because great sword can be held as a shield to stop the hunt, stop the onslaught. So we'll see what it looks like with other weapon when it comes to clashing.
Right, we heard what the clash was with. Oh shit!
Previous game.
Sorry. We heard what the clash was with the heavy bowgun. Looks like Dear Gamer did not see that happen with other weapons, which is unfortunate. But that's totally fine.
The clashing. This next one is a massive quality of life improvement for people that play Rise. If you're playing with your if you want to play multiplayer and you want to play with your friends, you can fire SOS flare, bring your friends in, normal, right? But if you're playing offline and you don't have internet, you
got the play SOS NPCs.
You didn't need help. You can fire SOS flare and you'll have 3 AI hunters come and join your hunt.
That is so cool.
How it was in Monster Hunter Rise, to help you out. So if you're in a situation you're like, oh man, I need help and I got no one to play with, don't worry. Even though the game is cross-platform, some people prefer to play offline. That's perfectly fine. And
I'm gonna be testing this to the extreme degree. Gonna see if I can make it so that I can SOS NPCs and they can clear a hunt for me. I'm very curious as to how that's gonna work. I will really like, you know, a lot of you guys watched my Relink videos. You know how you can essentially just AFK farm a lot of content in that game? I'm gonna be trying the same thing in Wilds. Gonna see if I can make those AI companions actually do the content for you just for fun. But I am excited about that, because I know a lot of players are newcomers and they don't want to play the game online with other players because maybe they've had bad experiences playing multiplayer games. But they do want to have a companion helping them out, like, and you know, that's gonna provide them. So that's pretty cool.
And now you can still summon people in to help you. It would just be AI, the other 3 hunters, and you can go about your hunt. Speaking of AI, is they're pretty intelligent. If they know if you put a trap down, the monsters, the AI partners will lead the monster to the trap. And I also noticed another thing. Say the monster is limping, because limping's back on the map. It'll have a skull symbol laid on the monster is dying. I saw this. So the guy was fighting. The monster was limping. He ran away because he wanted to lead the apex monster to the monster to finish it off in place of us, because you can do that. But he gave up on it because the distance was way too far. And his AI characters that he summoned, they didn't follow him, they followed the monster. But when we got back to meet up with everybody, the AI characters, they were fighting the monster. They was just there chilling, waiting, because they don't know if you want to do a barrel,
Okay, that's
you want
cool.
to capture it. They don't know what the situation is. So the AI is pretty smart. It won't just start automatically fighting the monster for you if it's going to its nest. It'll wait for you to kind of initiate, then they'll follow from there. You could also too, another quality of life improvement. So the barrels. Gone are the days where you have to put the barrels down, you have to go with your weapon and hit them with my long sword, and I go blasting back. I gotta get up, go fight the monster, or you have to wait for the dude with the ranged weapon to shoot it. No, those days are over. I could put barrels down, then I can get another barrel in my hand, and I could literally chuck it at
Just
the
throw
other
the barrel
2-3
at the
barrels
monster
to blow it up. And you roll it to it, which is amazing. Quality of life improvement.
Now again, I do believe that you're going to end up doing more damage by doing the normal wake up, because let's be real, the barrel bomb is gonna have a static number of damage. That's how it's always been, and you might be able to increase the damage that it deals with some skills, but ultimately you will be able to deal more damage with your weapon, especially by the time you hit the end game. It's a nice quality of life change for sure. Now, to be fair, you could already throw the bombs in Sunbreak, right? I know people didn't use it that much, but I'm pretty sure you could. But still, it's a nice quality of life change. For sure, I mean, it's just easy for you to be able to do it.
So many quality of life improvements they added to this game that this is gonna be a generational game. Fast travel. This one was cool. You know how you do the little forecast thing, you kind of teleports you back to your camp? This time around, it was similar, but you can just fast travel at any moment to your camp. It was in the middle of the fight, and all of a sudden he just said, boom, fast travel immediately in that moment. And
oh shit, in the middle of the fight, even teleports. That's interesting. So I guess if you wanted to run away from a monster, you can just do it in the middle of a quest. That's very interesting. I would expect it to only be available outside of combat. I find it kind of strange that you can teleport in the middle of combat, but I personally don't mind it. It's just weird. I guess there's not going to be a reason to use forecasters then? I don't know.
and went back to his camp. So it looks like you're not limited by you're in an engaged fight. You can still just fast travel whenever you want and go back to your camp. So that was cool. The sandstorm doesn't last forever. Think of it like maybe I think it lasted like 4 to 5 minutes. Then it just goes away and you go back to regular vegetation and everything's normal. Everyone goes, the monsters stop being super aggressive. So sandstorms are not forever, they're temporary. Next, the weapons. So when we were playing, he used greatsword and what is it, light bow gun. Then he went back to the camp and he pulled out a longsword and dual blades. So we got to see some longsword gameplay.
Ooh, the longsword and the dual blades.
I was enamored. I was just like drooling looking at how good the longsword looks. So longsword is a combination of world and rise speed, but like in the middle. It still has the methodical attacks, the standard over the head, but it's cool. He did his attack and he was like over the head strike, thrust in, slash. The character glowed white. Did the what's that one skill from Rise? The overhead slash, the He did one of those.
Oh
and
right, the final hit of the
slash
combo,
up,
the Spirit Slash.
and he like did the standard Helm Spirit round combo.
Okay, now I'm curious, because that is not the standard Spirit Slash combo. That is the switch skill Spirit Slash combo. Right? Your default Spirit Slash is a horizontal one, but he's talking about the vertical one. Pretty cool. I hope switch skills are back, because I like being able to change moves, but we'll see.
Go there, boom, 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 slash, 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 circle slash, boom, the gauge builds up. Same thing still apply. You still have your white, no gauge, white, yellow, and red. And Helmbreaker is back. Helmbreaker is back.
Yeah, and then
like
there's
World.
the Spirit Helmbreaker.
You, boom, you have to thrust the monster. You have to make contact. You go up in the air, come down, do Helmbreaker. But now what they did was, I don't know, Longsword felt like it had like an infinite combo, because the first dude that was playing Longsword was going off. The second dude not so much. The first dude was better. And he was like, combo,
Second
combo,
player
slash,
wasn't
slash.
very good. I can imagine him just missing the foresight slash, not hitting the Spirit Helmbreaker.
It looked like he just kept on going. After he came down with the Helmbreaker, he did this attack where he did like a judgment cut. All these slashes were around him.
Oh
Then
shit.
he continued doing the combo. So they said that Longsword has a lot of chain attacks, and it does. It looks incredible. It looks really, really good.
Oh boy, longsword players, you know what that means. Your weapon's gonna be OP again. Hey listen, to be fair, just a few of you that are here on the stream, I do use the longsword a lot, so I will enjoy this.
They only showed Longsword for like 2 minutes, so and the hunt was over. So we didn't get to see a full hunt with it. But my goodness, it looks so good. I can't wait to see what other things they did to it. IS Slash is still there. When you
Still got the eye slash,
your
cool.
weapon, the 2 slashes come out, and that's still there as well. If you get the eye, also similar to World Rise, if you do your IS Slash, IS Slash, and you don't connect, your meter doesn't go down. It looked that way.
Oh. So if that is the regular EI counter that you can do by using the R2 button after you sheath, that is OP. That is OP. I need to know about the sword and shield oils. If you don't get oils, I'm alling up. But what he said is pretty insane. Like, I guess you won't have the risk of using the skill then. If it's just a regular Spirit Slash, then it's fine, because that is the way that it currently works. Like the triangle button where you do a couple of slashes and your gauge starts increasing by itself. That one never wasted any gauge if you missed. But the R2 button, it does, right? When you miss. In Rise it doesn't? Oh, okay. I don't think I used Longsword as much in Rise. That's interesting. That you don't lose the level.
I can't confirm that at the moment. There was way too much going on. It was going way too fast for me to like really see. Did he really connect? Did the meter not go
in
down?
Rise it doesn't, okay.
It looked like even if you don't connect, the meter doesn't go down. And after you do connect with IS Slash, you can go straight into a Helmbreaker. So Longsword looks really, really cool. I'm super excited to continue to play it. So I was really impressed by the gameplay I saw with it.
Cool.
Dual blades look cool. Very similar. They weren't doing any other new moves yet. I think they wanted to keep it like low key until they come out with their like Longsword guide or
Right. I speculated on this that they're likely just gonna ramp up the marketing as we get closer to Gamescom, and right before we get the actual Gamescom where there's going to be the playable demo, likely a week or two before they'll start to release. Just the same way the same way they did with World and Iceborne and Rise as well. Not sure if you guys remember, they were releasing their own gameplay previews, like 30-second to 1-minute clips of just using the weapon with no HUD against the monster. I feel like it's gonna be the same thing here. Maybe you will have some narration over where they explain some of the new moves of the weapons, but I feel like that's gonna be their marketing strategy going into Gamescom. I feel like it just makes a lot of sense, because if they showcase those videos after Gamescom, well, me and other YouTubers will have already made videos where we talk about each of the different weapons and their movesets. Like, we're gonna be on top of everything that is new. You know how autistic us Monster Hunter YouTubers are. So, you know, I think that their marketing strategy has to be that. Right, Dragon's Dogma also did that for the vocations, exactly. So, before the actual show proper gameplay, they're gonna be doing that marketing. It just makes a lot more sense.
Great sort of videos and kind of showcase some of the new things they add to the game. And the cool thing is,
will the lens video get ratioed again?
After you're done with the quest, it shows you, hey, you got your items, which is blah blah blah. You can carve, yada yada yada, and after that, you're right here. You're chilling. It doesn't shoot you back to your camp at all. It just has you chilling here. You're just kind of like, okay. If you want to go fight that apex, go ahead. You want to go explore, go ahead. You want to get materials, go ahead. You're not taken back to the camp anymore or the main hub anymore.
Right, it's gonna be working like an expedition. We have seen that.
Continue doing what you want. So that situation is no longer a thing. This game is immersive. It kind of leaves you there. The last one, the world is alive. There's a lot. You know how world felt alive with all the life going.
The Portuguese boys need to stick together for Monster Hunter. The old man is going to leave him hanging. I'm doing my best to see if I can go. Because I did have something planned for that date. So I need to go over that with my family and see how I can do things. But I wish I would be able to go. I still don't know 100%, but I'm going to be doing my best. Will Hunting Horn be like Rise or World? Hopefully like World. Because I do miss the old classic Hunting Horn playstyle. I didn't like the Rise Hunting Horn as much. I liked it, but I didn't love it.
Going on around it. Rise, not so much. This one is like on steroids. There's lots of things, vegetation, bugs, and animals, a bunch of stuff just happening around you. So you feel like, oh wow, this is alive. I'm alive and I'm playing and there's life happening around me. So a lot of things in this game. Oh my goodness, I think this is gonna be a generational game. If you want to prepare for WoWs, what you would do right now is just play World and get familiar with the weapons. Because like I called it in my other video, I would say 65% of the gameplay of the weapons are the same from World. Then now they evolve on it in this game. So I forgot two things. So another thing is bugs. There's this bug in the game now that if you hit it or touch it, it becomes a trap.
Oh
you
shit!
Trap monsters in it as well. So there's a bug on map. So if you get to bring any traps with you, there's some bugs in the lighting when it gets in the sandstorm area. When the sandstorm happens, this bug shows up. You hit the bug, becomes a trap as well. Also to healing, the healing speed. So healing speed has reverted back to Monster Hunter World, where it takes a good amount of time when you're chugging that potion for your health to refill.
Okay, so it's not gonna be like Rise, where it kind of feels like you trigger make a potion and your life just goes up like that. Pretty interesting. I personally didn't really feel strongly about either way. I know some players were upset that they changed the way health recovered in Rise. Me personally, I never minded it too much. But, you know, that is a change they're making.
Unlike Rise, where it was like every potion felt like a max potion, where it was like boom, boom.
Yep, exactly.
This one's like gobble, gobble, gobble. You're not like holding it, drinking it, but it just takes some time for you to like get it all the way across, because you know, World is more realistic. So those are two things I want to add in. One, I'm super grateful I got a chance to check it out. Capcom people always been so good. I appreciate their support, but yeah, these are my observations, the things I learned and saw from the events, and now you guys have all the information you have available to you. I'm gonna do a live stream on my Twitch, twitch.tv/DearGamer, where I'm gonna be able to play. We'll do some Monster Hunter, and I'll answer any questions you guys might have. So if there's other things that in this video I don't cover, or other creators didn't cover, you want to ask more in-depth questions, then come ask me there. Or as a matter of fact, comment below in this video as well your other questions that you might have. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the video.
So excited for this, dude. Everything that we have seen has been amazing.
Till next time, dear gamers, signing out.
Again, shout out to Dear Gamer. Gonna be posting the link to his video on both YouTube and Twitch. He's an awesome dude, generally just a very chill guy that I've always liked watching his reactions to different things over the years. Just a really cool person that has always been very in-depth with Monster Hunter. And that's why I wanted to see his reaction compared to a lot of other creators that got access to it, because a lot of them are more general gameplay stuff. They don't cover Monster Hunter as their primary thing, and so they wouldn't spot as many details as he did spot, and he did an amazing job covering it. So give him a like, give him a sub, he definitely deserves it. He's an awesome dude. And yeah, now there was a developer interview that for some reason I don't have here at hand. Hold on. Where is it? I had this here. Hold on, give me a moment. Let me put on the gameplay again while I'm looking for it. I know that someone sent me a link. There you go. This one is an interview from IGN, where we're going over some stuff. Yeah, so this is a developer interview. I watched this video before I knew you were live. Hey man, you got to see it twice. But yeah. Big developer interview from IGN. The Monster Hunter Wild devs explain Gemma, the biggest weapon changes, and more. Summer Games Fest 2024. I like that they put Gemma here in the title because they know that the fandom went rabid for her. That's pretty cool, honestly. Written by Casey De Freitas. No idea what that is. Maybe they've written some good... Is that Gojo? I don't know. Anyway. We talked to Yuya Tokuda, Ryozo Tsujimoto, and Kaname Fujioka, all the directors, about what to expect from Capcom's latest. Even with the handful of Monster Hunter Wilds trailers released so far, there's still a lot we don't know about it. Over the weekend, I was lucky enough to watch a 30-minute Monster Hunter Wilds gameplay demo and talk about with 3 veteran developers of the Monster Hunter series, art director and executive director Kaname Fujioka, series producer Ryozo Tsujimoto, and director Yuya Tokuda. So, pretty cool. I'll take a look at that as well, Islam. I'll take a look at that after this. I do think I have it here on one of my tabs. In the interview we discussed how they're taking full advantage of the new high-spec technology available to them, now to further their goal of creating an immersive, living ecosystem, some of the new changes players can expect, a bit about the Smithy Gemma's popularity, of course, and how the Pelicos have voiceover now, and more. Okay. Check out the full interview below and don't miss the complete rundown behind closed doors. What is this? Oh, so that goes back to this? Wait, is this different? Okay, I'll take a look at both. Because this is... Okay, these are both about it. Okay. Interesting. I'll take a look at both. Gotta bounce if you end up going to Gamescom, let me know, Chief. I'm looking to go as well. Absolutely, Ark. I'll talk to you whenever I have the confirmation here on the dates. But thank you for dropping by. I really want to go there. It's gotta be awesome. So, what inspirations did Wilds adapt most from World and Rise, and what might be the most surprising changes? Tsujimoto says, yeah, to kind of touch on the different concepts of all the different titles up to now. So really the concept of each kind of game has been a different approach, a different kind of feel to how you want players to experience the game. So Monster Hunter World was a console-based title which came with all of the quality that provided. And so our concept involved having a really rich, really deep environment, but fun immersion, so that kind of theme kind of prevailed throughout World. Again, yeah, it's what we already knew, that they focused on the environments and making everything more immersive. But then with Rise, we went back to the handheld. We were kind of aiming for a more casual experience, a bit more sporty of a feel, and more playability for players. Kind of easier to pick up and play what kind of game. With Wilds, we're going back again to the console, and that comes with higher specs. And again, we're kind of trying for much richer environments than before, much more immersion, and to utilize all the different technological advances that have been made since World to further deepen the kind of action that is available to players and to enable them to experience a much richer hunting experience in the game. So far it sounds like they're just taking the best aspects from both games, which is all that I could hope for, honestly. Now, in terms of what you can expect to be surprised by Wilds, we can expect that you're going to go into more details here, but really, we're just hoping that players can realize, and you saw some of this in the demo, but you can do this now and you can do that now. There's just so much more that is available to players to actually do. And we're really hoping that players get that kind of sense. Okay. So just speaking on taking advantage of the current console specs, the fight looks a lot more cinematic than they have in the past. Can you tell me about your inspirations behind that and how it ties into the gameplay specifically? Karame Fujioka, the executive director and art director. In the Monster Hunter series, it's always been our goal to make sure that the core visual theme and what players feel in the game is being immersed in this kind of living ecosystem. Just like a real natural environment, and there are hunters in this kind of living, breathing world. Ooh, so we might be able to spot an actual hunter in the wild while we are on a hunt. That's interesting. I just realized I have no soundtrack in the background, so let me take care of that. Where is it? Where's Selyana theme? Bring back the classic. There we go. Let me know if the music is too loud or too quiet. While we continue on with the interview. Now you do it like this. Okay. Actually, let me do something else here that I think some of you guys might appreciate. Where is it? Put it like this. Aha! Wonderful. If you guys want, I can also add some Subway Surfers here. And that's always the kind of been our goal. So now, with the new high-spec technology available to us, we have been able to express that visually through some kinds of additions of having monsters in packs and herds, the greater number of monsters that are in the field, and also the environmental changes that are happening. The color changes, the visual changes that happen constantly as you are playing the game. And so our goal really is to use the camera and other effects in the game to kind of shift the focus as the players experience the game. We're not trying to make it like a movie, we're trying to make it explicitly cinematic. It's more that the camera is going to work and the different kind of focus elements in the game, like the seamless transition between the gameplay and the cutscenes, and the events are kind of servicing the immersive feel that the player experiences. So creating dramatic moments, not just during the story, gameplay and under gameplay, but during hunts and during combat as well. That kind of work is dramatically servicing what we want players to focus on visually and to increase their immersion. So again, we're going back to trying to get as much immersion as possible, really trying to make the game feel much more alive. The huge focus on the ecology and everything, I personally love it. You'll love to see it. I'm gonna make this even bigger. And what would you say things like the new power clash mechanic and focus mode work towards that goal? And are there any kind of gameplay elements that supplemented that as well? So first of all, we appreciate you picking up on that. The power clash, as you said, is a feature of the hunting, but it does serve that kind of purpose of having a dramatic element and increasing the immersion of the player into the moment of the hunt. But for the focus mode, what we want to understand is it's not really meant for that. The point of the focus mode is more to provide more options for a diverse player base. Interesting. So again, we're going to rely on the focus mode to apply the wounds to the monsters, but we're also using it as a tool to have an easier time for newcomers to the series. Very interesting. They haven't said anything about a new environment so far. We have only seen gameplay from that one singular map so far. Nothing else. So for people who only picked up Monster Hunter with World or are coming into Wilds as new players, it's really more of a new feature and a tool to allow players to more easily pick up and play the game. Again, all about the accessibility, because when you use the focus mode, you'll be attacking in the direction that the camera is facing and directing the cursor. Ooh. So it's really gonna be like you are using a reticle with the focus mode. It's exactly what Maximilian Dude said. It's gonna be a reticle to allow you to control the direction of your attacks. That's gonna be very handy for some weapons like the greatsword and the charge blade. You're going to be able to land your big attacks more easily, I feel like. It says here, right? So you can aim your attacks, you can aim your guard, things like that. Interesting. But that's really kind of to allow players who aren't as experienced with this kind of style of gameplay to accomplish that. So what it accomplishes is more of a gameplay element, I see. It's always been our goal to make sure that the core visual theme and what players feel in the game is being immersed in this kind of living ecosystem. In terms of what kind of other things are accomplishing a more dramatic feel, there are some elements we didn't show in the demo so far but some monsters have unique grabbing attacks and different things that they can do during hunts that are kind of dramatic. So it goes back into the clash and everything else, I feel like. This is something that we haven't told anyone else before, but even some of these small monsters that come around will have binding attacks that kind of immobilize the player in a dramatic fashion. And actually they're even in windward planes that we have already shown you. Yeah, I think we have already seen that. There's in the first trailer, I believe. Oh, it's actually in this one. You see the hunter getting surrounded by a bunch of smaller monsters. Let's see exactly where that is. I think it's a bit more ahead in the trailer. Not this. Maybe it's the first trailer that it happens. Yeah, I think it might be in the first one actually. But yeah, like the small monsters from the Horfrost Reach, exactly. Exactly like that. Oh, I did go through the Maximilian Dude video, but thank you, Relentless Spike. Completely different line of questioning. Did you expect Gemma to get such a big positive reception? And also, is she anyway related to Little Miss Forge? Ooh, they're making the big questions. They're asking exactly what we want to know. Yeah, so Gemma really is kind of like, she's a very important character. One of the main supporting characters that your hunter... You're right, just one of the main supporting characters. She's a smithy, she's like a comforting presence to you as you are going throughout the world. And there's also a beautiful contrast that we have been able to make with her and Alma, the other character that we would have released already. Gemma is a very kind of bright, energetic character. She's like, go out and hunt, I'm supporting you. Whereas Alma is a bit more gentler, grounded character. So we really feel like that contrast there is something that we hope the players appreciate. And we were kind of going into it hoping that these characters would be popular, that players will actually like these characters. But we do have to be honest that we weren't quite expecting the level of popularity maybe that we have achieved with so little information that we have just been able to give them. That's pretty cool, honestly. That the developers didn't even expect that Gemma would get this big on Twitter and everywhere else. Because I'll be honest, the day that the trailer was released and we saw Gemma for the first time, my timeline was filled with nothing but Gemma. So she already has a lot of spicy art, let's put it like that. Yeah, she will comfort us. They know what they're saying here. They know what they are saying in this interview. But we really hope that not just with these characters, they also focus more on what we can show in the future with other parts of the gameplay as well. And going back to your follow-up question, we have also heard the rumors about previous games as well, and all we can really say at this moment is that we will just leave it up to your imagination. How do we feel about this, guys? How do we feel about this? So it's not a direct confirmation, in fact, they're not really directly confirming anything or denying it. I feel like it's just gonna be Little Miss Forge. Right? It has to be. Now this question. How do you feel about fans getting the dating sim tag added to Monster Hunter Wilds on Steam? What is this W here? We haven't really explained that much of the game, so it's a bit surprising. We weren't really aware of this, so we really do appreciate the kind of focus that players have put on the characters, and we kind of have realized that we actually haven't shown so much of the characterization to really inform how to approach the characters. But as people who are designing NPCs and kind of trying to get players to like these characters, we are happy. We do think that we have accomplished something in terms of the NPC design, and even so far that's mostly visual, we still appreciate the fact that we have been able to create characters that resonate with the fans. Unfortunately, we have to say that we really haven't picked up on this kind of development. Wait, so they didn't know there was a dating sim tag? So yeah, we weren't aware that this was a genre attached to the game on Steam. Okay. They didn't know that there was a dating sim tag. But we are happy as designers as that the characters have become popular this way. And obviously there are more characters in the game, we just haven't really revealed them yet. So we just hope that players stay tuned for more designs. That's pretty cool. So yeah, in case people don't know, you can put up tags for the games on Steam. And if a lot of people in the community keep on adding the same tag over and over again, eventually the game will include that tag as officially. It probably doesn't work for like 18 plus tags. Like I would imagine that an NSFW tag wouldn't show up if people just voted into existence, but the other ones seem to work like that. On Steam, that is. Wait, the music stopped? The 2-hour loop finally finished. Okay. Let me put a mix of Monster Hunter music. What are they saying here? Ah, there you go. That's the question we were talking about before. That's the one. Can you tell me why you decided to give the Pelico's voiceover in Wilds? So the answer is kind of really simple. It is the fact that Pelico and the handler accompany you into the field, and this time in Wilds, there are so many different environmental changes and things happening in real time. So there is a lot more information to parse, and the support characters, the Pelico and the handler, having voices helps the player to understand what is happening, because they pick up on all the different information that the player needs to know, and provide advice for the player to understand what is going on, and how to approach all the different environmental changes. Makes sense. Makes perfect sense to me. And I just noticed here as well. And of course you can also have it meow 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 as the previous titles. So you can give it the cat speak in the game if you really choose. So cat speak is back as an option. There you go, that has been confirmed. It's something that me, Rurikan and Ark had already speculated on, that you would be able to turn it off. But it's good that we get confirmation because, again, some players do not want that. Yes, Alma will be going with us outside of the base. That is already shown in this trailer even at the beginning. Let me see. Around here in the beginning, let's see. Oh, they might not show it in this trailer actually. In the previous one they do show it. Can you tell me if any of the weapons got a big overhaul, kind of similar to the hunting horn got an overhaul in Rise? Oh, that's a good question. That is a really good question. So if you had to really answer this briefly, it's really the two bowgun types. Oh, so the light bowgun and the heavy bowgun have received some of the most kind of broad action changes, as well as the hunting horn. The hunting horn is going back to a more world basis of the action, but on top of that it's also introduced a lot of other changes. Very interested on how this is going to work. I'm very happy that the hunting horn is going to work like it does in World. I've already explained this a few times, but I prefer it in World over Rise, even though I think that Rise was fun. But the interviewer is asking some really good questions. I'm happy about this. Really good questions. I don't know how the light bowgun or the heavy bowgun are going to change. I honestly don't see exactly what they would change about those two, because I feel like they work well enough. But we'll see. We'll see what they do. Can you play through the story in co-op together seamlessly? Into player? Or for multiplayer? Hold on. What we can say is that, so there's going to be story elements in the game where you are playing that you have to witness in solo mode. So you won't be able to play perfectly together in sync throughout the story with other players, but we have made it a lot more convenient and have introduced new features in the game so that in the background you are always connected. And so as soon as you are able to go into a quest together, it matches you up quickly and you can seamlessly go back into multiplayer gameplay. Interesting. So I feel like the way that they are going to do it is, for example, you get into a quest, you have the cutscene, and you are by yourself for most of the quest, but whenever the quest finishes, whereas in World you would have to do the SOS for the player to join, in here I feel like as soon as the quest finishes, if you have a second player that is waiting for you, they're just going to join you like that. I feel like that's how they're going to do it. That is the feeling that I get from this answer. Because they still mention that there's going to be solo mode for some quests. They require you to go solo. It makes sense. I feel like we all expect that there's going to be some quests that you can only tackle by yourself. But the fact that there's some quests that are not going to be like that, where you are actually going to be able to play with other players in multiplayer, I feel like they can do a good job in making it a lot more convenient, and that is what they want to do. Because the way they had it set up in World was frankly pretty bad. Okay. Wait, there will be offline SOS with NPCs? Yes, you will be able to get the offline NPCs to help you out. And if someone does solo content, it separates them in an instant with the flag until the multiplayer comes back. Yeah, that's kind of how I expect it to work. I'm honestly expecting it to be the case. Now, there is an interview with Easy Allies, as was mentioned by someone else. Not this one. Where is it? Easy Allies. There you go. I think it's this one. And we're going to be watching it here. Let me just stop the music real quick. So on top of the interviews that we have already taken a look at, there's also an interview by Easy Allies with the developers and the art director and the directors of the game. So I'm very much looking forward to that. We might get some good things out of it. Let me know if this is too loud or too quiet.
Hello, we are Easy Allies, and we are interviewing the
Oh, this
Monster
is
Hunter
quiet. Hold on.
Wilds team. And I am so excited. I really loved Monster Hunter Worlds quite a bit.
Is this fun like this, guys?
I really loved Monster Hunter Worlds quite a bit.
Okay, it should be fine now. Should be
Hello. We are Easy Allies, and we are interviewing the Monster Hunter Wilds team, and I am so
So
excited.
Tsujimoto, sorry, and Kaname Fujioka. So all good.
I really loved Monster Hunter Worlds quite a bit.
Did he say worlds? I'm not gonna rile him up. Not gonna.
My
grill
first
him for
question
that.
is, hunting and crafting is such a big part of Monster Hunter. What is new to Wilds in terms of crafting and creating or getting new armors and weapons and all that?
Whenever there's a new monster in a game, there's new monsters, and so with that come a lot of unique and colorful new designs. So we really hope that players look forward to new monster weapon and armor designs in the game.
Can you talk about some of the new weapons this time around?
Yeah, so I mean, in terms of weapon types, what we can say is that we aren't planning any additional new weapons at this moment.
No.
So we are planning the game with the
No new weapons, please. Please, it's been 11 years. Please, God. Guys. I know it. There's still hope, guys. There's going to be a Wilds DLC. There is hope that maybe in a year, in the DLC, we might get a new weapon. I'm not coping, guys. I'm not coping.
Standard, the series 14 weapons, but what we can say is that every weapon has seen adjustments and has seen new improvements and kind of an evolution in the action that really kind of emphasizes the characteristics and the kind of uniqueness of each weapon type. And that also goes into play with what you saw during the presentation, which is that while on the Sacred you can change between two different weapons. So we're hoping that that also gives players the opportunity to not only choose which weapons they like, but also kind of experience more of the weapons that are already available in the game. So that kind of extra convenience will play well into the improvements that we made all across the board for all the weapons.
I love that convenience. And speaking of that, what are some other quality of life changes that you are most proud of for this iteration of Monster Hunter?
Yeah, I mean, I think our biggest really answer for quality of life improvements has to do with the Sacred, the new mount that we've introduced into the game. So in terms of kind of convenience and kind of playability, the Sacred serves a huge role as a support function in the game. So with the game becoming more seamless, the environment's becoming more seamlessly integrated, one of our biggest challenges and one of our biggest accomplishments has been in having the Sacred kind of help you get to the target, not just the target monsters, but the locations. We've noticed that in World, for example, sometimes it's difficult for players to kind of geographically navigate the environments. If a monster kind of leaves, depending on kind of the gimmicks in the way, players would have a difficult time kind of trying to get where they need to go, but the Sacred kind of makes that a lot easier. So by automatically kind of honing in on the targets and where you want to go on the field, the Sacred makes it a lot easier for players to accomplish that. And not just movement and mobility, but the weapon choices, being able to choose between the weapons is really kind of one of the biggest kind of quality of life improvements we've made. So the Sacred as a kind of a core support feature is maybe our biggest accomplishment there.
Awesome. Yeah,
Okay, yeah, I like the Secret a lot. Everything that I've seen about the Secret looks pretty cool, honestly. Like, just being able to move around the map really quickly, he's gonna be able to glide and jump, run up walls. The fact that we're going to be able to store 2 different weapons on him, I think it's gonna be a good change. And you couple that with the Slinger being able to pick up any material from the ground. Again, I just think that that is going to be a really cool thing. That's just going to make traversing the map that is going to be 2 to 3 times bigger a lot better.
is maybe our biggest accomplishment there.
Awesome. Yeah, I liked the grappling of the ingredients. That was cool.
And yeah, we appreciate that. We really think that, there's more options available to the player when gathering things. So by being able to kind of use the hook slinger to collect materials while mounted, we hope that players really feel the improvement there.
Has the wire bug been replaced by the grappling hook, and what kind of new functionality is centered around that mechanic?
What?
Yeah, so firstly, what we can say is that there's not going to be wire bugs in Wilds. And what you have to understand is really that each of the games...
There was a slinger in World. Why would you mention the wire bugs? I mean, the slinger from World and the slinger from this game would be a better parallel. I don't know.
For Monster Hunter is kind of
Like
designed with the unique system of the game in mind. And so when we talk about kind of the palamutes, for example, and wire bugs in Rise, those were kind of adapted to the new game system, the gameplay, the action that we want players to experience, specifically in Rise. Like, for example, for the palamute, that was also kind of developed around the buffs that you gain from endemic creatures out in the field. Riding around on the palamute enables you to kind of better accomplish that as you're going around, right? And players might kind of compare the palamute from Rise to the Sacred that we have in Wilds. You might even feel like it's kind of like the same sort of like design concept, but really it's uniquely designed for Wilds because what the Sacred accomplishes is kind of allowing players to get where they need to go, get where they want to go, as smoothly as possible. As stress-free as possible. It gives them more support options, able to kind of like prep, do like things like prepping, like using items in the middle of a hunt. So it's really like just two different kind of unique design approaches to the game.
Weather seems to be a huge part of this game. We see the big sandstorm coming in. What kind of things can we expect from the weather, and how will that impact a hunt?
Yeah, so what we've been able to show you so far, as you said, was the kind of the sandy area, the windward plains where the sandstorm happens. So as we kind of displayed there, each of the weather changes kind of really affects the ecosystem in dramatic ways. But also as you continue through the story, you'll be seeing more locations, more environments, and each of those environments will also have their own unique and very kind of we've taken great care in designing each of those environmental changes that are uniquely adapted to each environment. And those particularly kind of affect the ecosystem and how all of the creatures in the ecosystem behave in very kind of precise and kind of unique ways. So we hope that you look forward to that.
Are you allowed to talk about any of the other environments today, or just the desert?
Yeah. As you can tell from the answer, yes. Yeah, all we can say is that we'll slowly unveil more information as we go forward.
Right,
So
no new
unfortunately, we
info
can't
about different
reveal
maps.
too much right now. Yeah.
Of course. Speaking of the narrative, there's been a lot of speculation of where this takes place kind of in the Monster Hunter universe. People, bringing up Monster Hunter 4 and Worlds. Are you allowed to talk about narratively
again.
where all of
I'm sorry, I'm being a bit obnoxious, but I can't help it.
this fits?
Yeah, so what we really want to stress here is that Wilds is going to be its own kind of completely new game. So in relation to kind of other games in the series, it's not really what we call a sequel. So the story kind of takes place in this new region called the Forbidden Lands, a previously kind of unexplored land where people have not set foot in for a long time. And so the background is that you're a member of the research commission that kind of sets foot in this unexplored region and kind of explores it as the story continues. But yeah, it's really not kind of a quote-unquote sequel to previous games.
Pelicos and cooking are such a big part of the previous games. How has that been expanded in Wilds?
Yeah, so really in Wilds, one of the kind of core goals we've had is to allow kind of a no interruption sort of experience while you're out in the field. So whereas in previous games you would have to go back to camp to eat meals and to get meal boosts for the hunt, this time in Wilds, as we've shown you in the closed presentation, you can actually set up a grill to cook wherever you want. So
setting up a grill to cook wherever you want. So that is not just the barbecue, right? The barbecue spitter. That is straight up, you get a whole canteen menu and you get to pick the foods, right? That is what I'm guessing from this. Or maybe whenever you set up camp anywhere, you'll be able to eat at the camp. That would make sense, right? So that is pretty good.
That allows you to kind of boost your stats while you're out in the field and to quickly go on your way. But what we can also tell you, we can't reveal too many details, of course, but there will be other forms of meals to enjoy in the game, and lots of delicious-looking food that we've designed and planned.
Yes, the delicious-looking food.
The Monster Hunter community and the fans are so passionate about this series. What are you most excited for them to see and experience?
Yeah, so first and foremost, really, we kind of what we really want players to kind of experience for themselves is how the game feels. And so, unfortunately, we're not quite ready to put the game into players' hands just yet. But in terms of kind of the action feel, the weapon feel, and how good it feels to play the game, that's something we really want to share with players as soon as we can. And not just that, but also the kind of satisfying nature of the story that we've created for Wilds is something that we feel that players will really get a lot of enjoyment out of. So the faster that we can kind of get players to experience that, the happier we'll be.
Thank you both so much. It was just an honor to interview you both. Thank you. Thank you.
Pretty cool. We didn't really get any new info from that interview, but it's good to hear the developers speaking on this. Pretty cool. I like it. Also, the interviewer was probably nervous. We did see him very excited about it. So yeah, he was probably very nervous about it. There's also this video from Gamespot that I want to watch. They may have a bit more info. So I'm excited to see this as well.
Howdy folks, you are watching GameSpot and this is our coverage of Summer Game Fest 2024. I'm Kurt Devine and I am joined here with Jean-Luc Seipke, someone who deeply loves Monster Hunter in all shapes and forms, the franchise as a whole, and you're able to watch 30 minutes of gameplay, like actual raw gameplay.
Yes, the director was playing the game, they were sitting there, it was just the game.
It was just the game.
It was Tsushimoto that was playing it. Yeah, I'd be nervous too.
I guess I feel like Monster Hunter World was like a big turning point for the franchise. It kind of took it out of like the more archaic style that it had been in for years and years and years, and like pushed it into a more like intuitive, sort of controlling, rolly way.
Yes, and opened it up, bigger maps, multiple monsters on the field at once. They interact with each other. Like that was the whole big thing with World.
So what is the defining part? Like what is like when of the time you saw like are we getting another like big push? To like push it forward, or is it still retaining the DNA of World?
It's taking like that idea of like what if we like start to like make everything feel bigger, more integrated, take down the barriers of Monster Hunter, you know, like the way the towns and the menus and how everything always was like segmented and separated. And they're like, we're getting rid of all of that. So like the big map we saw, which was kind of like this I don't know, it was like part desert, part like lush fauna, and then there was like a storm, it was a whole thing. It is apparently like 2 to 3 times the size of like
we knew that, 2 to 3 times the size.
But the interesting thing is the town is in the map, so there's no loading screen. You like go from the town.
Yeah, I think that is a really cool detail, the fact that the town is going to be in the middle of the map. Honestly, really cool. 10 out of 10 names, I'll be here all stream. I may not be reading them out loud, but I am paying attention to what you guys are saying. I like it. Jersey the Wyvern.
Part like lush
Kali
fauna,
Magala.
there was like a storm, it was a whole thing. You like go from the town out into the world.
We've made
hunt a monster. We've made it. It's like
no loading
screen. No quest board. There's no quest board.
So why is that a big deal?
Because that was like the routine.
Right,
of
no
Monster
quest
Hunter, right?
board.
It's like You go to the quest board, you click the quest. You go to like the food vendor and you get the food, and then the ritual
and
is
then you go
like,
and hunt the monster.
and the
all
ritual's
that
there,
jazz,
but
yeah.
it's like they're trying to like eliminate that barrier, so like you don't have to do that necessarily.
You just go on the expedition.
I mean, like, what is the loop now in the process of like?
So you open up your map.
Now I am
Just like a
curious
giant
about
3D map.
something.
You pick a monster and you say, I want to go hunt that monster. And then when you go and you start hitting that monster, it says, hey, you started a quest now. Just
So that is the thing. When you hit the monster, it starts the quest. But what if the monster that you want to hunt is not on the map? You know? What then? Because we already know that there's going to be monsters that are exclusive to the sandstorm, monsters that only show up during the morning, and ones that only, or rather during the day, and ones that only show up during the nighttime. But what if there's a monster that is not there because there's a lot of monsters happening at the same time? Right? Maybe the map is already filled up with as many monsters as it can have, but the one you want is not there. That is a good point too. What about the event quests? How are they going to work? And will we miss the quest descriptions, the silly quest names as well? Right, there will be story quests, right, but once you do them, they're done. You know? Like, I just imagine if you are farming the endgame for, let's say, a Devil Joe, and he's a rare spawn and the map is filled up. Do you just have to wait until he shows up? I think that is a valid concern. I feel like we're going to, yes, have the ability to change the time. I feel like that is very reasonable. But would that just swap around the spawn of monsters? Bring a different rotation? I mean, these are all questions that we're going to get answers to really soon. But I feel like they are good questions. There's still a quest board? Okay, I didn't point that out then. I didn't write that down. They say it in Max's video. We did watch Maximilian's video, but I didn't write a lot of things from his video, but let me... Maximilian. Quest board 300. Thank you. I'll double check that.
quest is started. And you're like, cool, I'm doing this now. And like, when you end the quest, like you carve up the monster, and then it's like, okay, cool, you're still here in the open world. Go on, keep doing more.
How did the combat like look? I mean, like, was there? I feel like World was like a big push. Like, there's so many cinematic, wacky things I've seen from that game. Is there anything like distinctive that you saw in the play style that seems at all different or evolved?
So the big thing is the mounts in this one, which was a thing in Rise, right? You had your like dogs, which I forget the name of them. This one you have like
monster
these
dogs.
I just want to point out I like this dynamic of having a guy that is very much a monster hunter head, and then you have someone else that is very much just a newcomer to the series, and they're talking about it. I feel like that is cool. What if you are hunting with a friend and he attacks another monster? Will it start another quest? That is a good point, actually. That is a good point. Will it start 2 quests at the same time? That is a very good question. I mentioned that there is a list, okay. Yeah, that one, Dear Gamer also mentioned, like, when you are in Monster Hunter Rise and World, you get to see next to the minimap the monsters that you can target with the lock-on. I feel like it's gonna be the same thing. But yeah, it looks like there is really no quest board. Huh. Makes it a dual quest? Maybe, you know? Again, these are all just questions that we are eventually going to get the answer to, but I feel like they are genuinely good questions. You can probably abandon the quest, but what if you just hit a monster on accident and you don't want to abandon, just things that we are curious about.
Monster dogs. In this one, you have these kind of bird-like creatures. I apologize, I forget the name of them.
Just bird creatures.
But the whole thing is like, you are going to be using them a lot more when like traversing and when like setting up the monsters. Monsters roam in herds now.
Okay.
They roam in herds.
And all sizes?
Of all sizes,
Okay.
of all different sizes. And apparently, when I was talking to some of the like creatives behind the game, they were saying like they even behave differently depending on whether like they're in a
alone.
herd or whether they're alone. And so like in this
Right.
case, we're like, all right, they were going to try and hunt
We hunt
an
the
if
alpha
this,
of
like,
the herd.
monster in this herd. And so they were actually they attacked the monster and then specifically tried to draw it away from the rest of the herd so they could like solo fight it.
So it sounds
Right.
like that, like, it's not just the, it sounds like the dynamics of like learning a monster, what it does, how it
Yeah.
functions has changed because you now
Also, I think that we are eventually just going to have arena quests, right? And quests where we hunt the monsters outside of the packs, outside of the herds. Because let's be real, this herd system sounds fun and it looks really cool and immersive. But once you are 200 hours deep into the game, you don't want to deal with that. You just want to hunt the monster. Like, it's cool as a novelty and it's gonna be a cool experience and I'm going to enjoy it for sure, no doubt about it. But when you are grinding for decorations, for example, having that in the middle of it might be annoying.
have to like consider a herd of other creatures, how they react when they're together, whether
and
there's an alpha or not. or
And there's a
jazz.
lot. You know, like again, it was like in World, it was like you'd have 3 big monsters and you had a couple of those like tiny little ones wandering around. This is like, there's just dozens of them, just
Does
Yeah.
that get you,
everywhere.
does that get you pumped? Like,
What?
what does that
Yes.
mean for you as like someone who's like been in this loop, this like thing that you've
Well,
done
it's
over and over
it's
and
the
over again?
way everything interacts with each other, right?
Yes.
There's not this simple loop where you show up to where the monster is, you fight him for a bit, and then they're like, I'm gonna run away, and then it's like it's just more dynamic. A big thing they were showing off is how you kind of like want to draw the monster to where you want it, and you can use that to your advantage. So they were like herding the monster, like aggro it, and then they herded it into this other monster that lives underground.
Right, they create the turf
And
war.
lays this like sand trap and like catches the monster. So it's like you want to, the more you play and the more you like understand the ecosystem and like where the monsters live and how they behave, it's like, oh, I can take this monster and I can like draw it over to this monster to like help me fight them and take advantage of that, which is like crazy cool. And then it affects with like there's environmental effects.
Crossplay is the
because
thing, it has been
in the
confirmed,
middle
Andrew.
Of the hunt,
It has
suddenly
already been
this
confirmed.
massive lightning storm happens, and the lightning storm happens because of this specific other monster that like shows up and kind of can like causes this lightning storm, and it completely changes the ecosystem. You have like lightning striking down. It changes what monsters show up. It changes like the fauna that's around. There's less like kind of like healing and like plants will kind of like go away and disappear.
Okay.
Like lightning bugs show up, so it's like, oh, now I can suddenly like use these lightning bugs to my advantage because they weren't there before. And so like
Right.
the game wants to
Makes
give you
sense.
way more systems that are just kind of naturally happening, and you as the player get to like interact with those systems and figure out like, okay, like how am I going to take advantage of the change in weather? How am I going to take advantage of the fact that there are these monsters over here? There's a herd over there, like, and that's something that Monster Hunter has like slowly been approaching. You know, it's like less rigid, and I think World was a big step. This feels like 3, 4, 5 times that step. Like
okay,
it really
alright.
felt like a huge leap in Monster Hunter. Like they're taking advantage of like the current hardware, that we have. It's like
Monster Hunter wild.
wilds, yes, crazy, crazy impressive.
It sounds Monster Hunter wilds.
Wow.
Yes,
I do have an important question though.
Please do.
Tell me about them eating food.
Okay.
Them getting the food.
You visit a cheesemonger, because apparently there's lots of like milk and dairy in that specific region. So you're like, cheesemonger, please give me some cheese.
So give me some
and then,
cheese.
There's this great little thing where you go to your camp and you like set up a
I want the
pot,
cheese.
and then they cut to this gorgeous like 3D render of this like steak with like fondue cheese on it, and
They're
then,
always
like,
known for putting a
I am
lot
the
of
cheese
work.
man, my
so
cheese is
good.
delicious.
And then like your character's just like cutting it up and putting it, and every time they put it in their mouth, they were just like,
So it's
oh, this cheese. I just rubbed my mic like that. That was awkward, but cheese.
So it's not like FMV Dragon's Dogma, where
No,
whenever
no.
you cook, it shows a real steak.
No. I mean, although I love that too, but no, it was like proper like in-game model 3D render. It looked beautiful. There was no cat babushka making it for you, but you know, I mean, I'm sure she's in there somewhere.
So all that said, cheese, map, world, no quest board, herds, different biomes.
Yes.
I'm
different
gonna lose
weather.
my mind
What
over
is,
the
like,
food.
What is
Yep.
the main sort of like Jean-Luc takeaway as a Monster Hunter fan? Like, what is the key part that is like just has you so damn excited?
I mean, it's just the fact that they are taking the core of Monster Hunter and saying like, how can we just use this technology to expand this world, to make it bigger, to make it seamless in a way that feels like truly like a next evolution of Monster Hunter, in a way that I'm just like, the possibilities of how I can do this, of what I can do, of what these fights will be like, feels like I'm thinking
Like,
about
it's
it.
just
Like I'm dead serious. Like this is like one of the most impressive
Wow,
things
okay.
I have seen. I try not to like.
Is it your thing? Is
It is my thing
of,
of the
of,
show.
of Summer Game Fest?
Of
Yeah.
Summer Games Fest.
Yeah.
Easily my thing of Summer Games Fest. And I try not to like, game's not out. Reserve final judgment for the game. Don't want to get too overhyped on a preview, but like
It left an impression.
It left a really strong impression.
Nice.
So I think
Very
Monster
happy
Hunter
with
fans
this.
are going to be extremely happy with this one.
Well, that's absolutely fantastic. This is Jean-Luc Seitke, your Monster Hunter GameSpot fanatic. who's very
Good video
excited
from
about the
GameSpot
new
overall.
Monster Hunter. Thanks for
Happy
watching.
with what
Make sure
they
to check
talked
out all of
about.
our
We
other
didn't
Summer
get
Game Fest
really
stuff.
any new info, but
See ya.
the best info dumps that we got so far have been from Dear Gamer and from Maximilian Dude, which did an amazing job with their coverage. There's someone else that I want to take a look at first, but Roltos, you mentioned the French video report. Can you send that to me? Or can you tell me where you found it? I want to go over that. But first, I do have this here. I think it's also from the IGN interview, and this one is a pretty interesting question. So, as far as we know, the current Monster Hunter games are designed to approach a broader amount of players, which usually means having more accessibility like the focus mode. Is there anything else to help the player base get into the game? And I think I totally skipped this part of the interview. I didn't notice it at first, but it's always been our goal to make sure that everyone can enjoy the game, enjoy the hunt, but it's true that there's still a lot of work to make it more enjoyable for new players. So we felt like it would help a lot to also add an option to display the monster health bar. They're actually adding health bars into the game. That is pretty crazy. Now, it is going to be an option. It is going to be an option. Thank you, Roltos. It is going to be an option. You will be able to turn it off, and I will. It's just a bit weird. You know, a bit weird that it's going to be a thing. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know how much I like it. It does make sense because some people are very much they can't get into the game because they feel like they're not doing anything to the monster because they don't see the health bars. But me personally, I feel like it's part of the fun of the game. But I've also been playing Monster Hunter since I was 9 years old, so since I was 8 or 9, so you know. I'm gonna keep the health bar off. Yeah, I'm gonna do the same. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. There is also the guiding arrow that you are able to turn it off. But I felt it was an important detail to mention. And also I expect that you read this far because you obviously give it fucking hell. I'm gonna kill someone. Guys. This is fake news. This is not real. This is fake. This is a tweet. This is an edit. I was baited. This is fake. I'm sorry. I got baited. I'm sorry. I got baited. Fucking hell. I'm gonna kill the person that sent that to me. Anyways. I'm sorry, I don't speak French. What time did you mention that shows up, Roltos? Now I'm gonna see if I can get subtitles in different languages. Can I? Auto translate to English. Seven minutes. Thank you. No health bar. Not even in the options. I got so baited. 640 to be precise. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let me go back a bit just so I get the full context. I gotta mute because my brain can't function. Please this time the hardcore fans of Monster Hunter about the jewel system, that is to say, for those who don't know, these are the pieces of equipment that we add, things that we add to equipment to learn talent, skills, passive bonuses. Right. It'll be neither like World or Rise. It will be a new system. They did not want to tell me, but they said that for them the philosophy was to find a different system for each game so that it wouldn't be redundant. So it's true that the endgame could be interesting, but it's good to know that it's going to be different. Okay. First of all, thank you. It's a very good piece of information to know that, yeah, we are going to be getting a new system for decorations. Very interesting. New decoration system. Unlike Rise and World. I wonder how it's going to function then. If I were a betting man, they're going to keep it RNG, but they're also going to make it where you can select some things you can get. I don't know. It's just speculation at this point. Now, there was someone else whose impressions I wanted to hear from. Where is she? I don't have her here. This one, Miss 5000 Watt. She is someone that I've watched over the years. I've been following her for over 10 years now, starting with Destiny 1. And she also got to see the same presentation for Monster Hunter Wilds. So, not this. Wait, she didn't put the video out? I thought she mentioned that she was going to release her impressions on the demo. Well, I guess not. We won't be hearing from her then. There's Game Explain. So we're gonna take a look at Game Explain too. Do you guys love soups? I love soup. Soup is good. Soup is good. Yeah, let's see what Game Explain has to say about Monster Hunter Wilds. Again, they've also gotten to see the gameplay demo. So I want to see that in full detail.
Everybody, we saw Monster Hunter Wilds, and it looks insane. So joining me today is Bobby Pashilidis and Steve Vigvari from Console Creatures. How are you doing today? Steve, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm jet lagged. I'm sleepy, but you know what? I'm emptying the gas tank right here. I'm so excited to be on the show. Thank you for the invitation. Can't wait to unpack everything we've seen of Monster Hunter Wilds.
Of course. And Bobby, how you doing?
I think we're all in that boat where we're just like happy to be home. And for me, I've lost my voice. So if I sound a little gruff, it's because I was freaking out all weekend over all the games that we were seeing. And yeah, I'm doing good. A little bit tired. I have like maybe an hour of sleep under my belt. But yeah, I'm excited to talk about Monster Hunter Wilds.
Yeah, I know I'm gonna accidentally call this something else, like Rise or something. So if I accidentally call it that, just ignore it, move on. We all know what game we're talking about here. But we all got to see a little I wouldn't say behind the scenes, a behind closed doors look at a demo of this game. And I'm sure we all saw stuff that's wildly, pun intended, different. Maybe the person behind the wheel of the controller, because they were actually playing it in front of us. It wasn't like a pre-recorded video. Maybe they've done something a little bit different. But as somebody who doesn't really have a whole lot of Monster Hunter experience under his belt, I was really quite impressed by what I saw of this game. It's very action-packed, massive, not just in the terms of like the world, but you know, the monsters are huge too, which is what we've come to expect from Monster Hunter, right? But Bobby, you're a little more of a seasoned Monster Hunter veteran. Okay. I want to know your thoughts on what you got to see of Monster Hunter Wilds.
I'm not like the most seasoned veteran. I've only been a fan for like maybe about 10 years or so, but
that's way longer than way longer than I played.
Fair enough. I think it looks good. It's more Monster Hunter. It just looks a lot prettier. That's my takeaway. The demo was pretty controlled, so I think we all kind of agree. What we all saw was very particular to the vertical slice they offered us, so we all kind of saw the same thing. They want us to see what they've been working on in this aspect, but like overall, like I'm excited for it's more Monster Hunter. Like I said, I'm more excited to see what they're going to be doing with the time they have left, because I mean, it looks great. Are they going to be adding more systems to make it feel natural? Because it seems like they want to create a living world where you're going through different maps, and you know, we saw in our demo like monsters fighting each other or setting traps for each other, and like that stuff was cool, but I feel like it wasn't as organic as they're trying to sell it to us, and that's what I'm kind of worried about. It just feels like it
wasn't as organic.
Systems on top of each other, and it's that's basically what it is. It's not what they're selling to us is my big concern.
Interesting. Yeah, I kind of feel like I do get that there was parts in that demo that were like, you know, probably happened a few times over and over again, depending on who saw what. But I also still feel like a lot of that stuff could happen in the game still. Steve, you have thoughts?
No, I want to just kind of open up just by saying that I think I'm closer to you, Joey, that I have very minimal hands-on experience with Monster Hunter just as an IP, as a franchise. I think by the time I even started putting Monster Hunter on my radar, it was with Worlds, and by that time it felt too far gone. It had been like a year after launch and everything, and I started playing Wild Hearts last year, and that was my first real taste of this kind of game, if you will. And then when we first saw the trailer for Monster Hunter Wild at the PlayStation State of Play, I was like, okay.
If you guys don't mind me, I'm gonna actually stop the video here. I don't think we're gonna be learning anything new. Again, I think the biggest coverage has been from Dear Gamer, who did an amazing job, and Maximilian Dude. Both of which did a fantastic job. And we already got to see all of that in action. So I do want to see if there's anything important here that I may have missed from the official Capcom stuff. There was also, there was also this. I don't think I finished this. Did I? They had a different article, this one. Complete rundown behind closed doors of the demo. I feel like it's worth it to go over this one. So yeah, I'm gonna be going over this one. Will someone post the demo? No, the demo was closed. Eric's weren't there, so they have their own analysis, but they weren't there on field. They didn't get to see the demo. I'm just looking at impressions from people that actually got to see it. I would lose my mind if they brought health bars, yeah. I'm glad that turned out to be fake. Apparently when you carve, you can walk through the monster? Oh, you walk on it, not through it. Okay, that is cool. Because what Maximilian said was, I'm pretty sure that you could walk, like, through it, or that's what it made it sound like. Not that you could walk on top. Let's go continue through this article first, and I'll look at someone else then. A good vibe. I do have Good Vibes Gaming here, I think. I'm pretty sure. I thought I did at least. There it is, Good Vibes Gaming. So we're gonna go through that as well. Yeah, so you walk on top of it. Okay, that's cool. Just makes it much more realistic. Again, just the small details, the focus on all of these small interactions make everything more grounded and believable. I love it. Yeah, I felt like he was saying that you could walk through the monsters as you are carving, not that you would walk on top of them. Now, if Monster Hunter World was... Okay, none of this is interesting. Up until now. Okay. While still in town, the hunter mounted their sacred. A new small bird wyvern type mount that the presenter mentioned is especially useful because the maps in Wilds are 2 times the size compared to previous games. Considering how vast the locales in World felt, this sounds massive to me. The hunter then headed off to another small settlement in the plains. Oh, so there's going to be different settlements across the world. That is interesting. The people here specialized in cultivating cheese and raising herbivores for livestock, and among them was a cheesemonger. After purchasing some of our wares, the NPC said, "This will see good use." The Monster Hunter puns are back. I love to see it. Okay. Maps in Wild, are 2 times the size compared to previous games, we saw that. Ingredients in hand, next up was to find the monster to hunt. The map, the menu, shows the area's elevation in a sort of 3D render, rather than the flat illustrated maps that we are used to. Oh, okay. We get a 3D render of the map. I'm actually going to write down in my notes that the puns are back. Our hunter chose a target for their sacred to find and follow by the way of the scent. This is a more automatic approach and didn't seem to require much action on the hunter's part. The sacred can even avoid monster herds on its own as it travels. Yeah, we got the confirmation that the sacred does have an auto dodge. That's an interesting one. I spoke about this on my trailer analysis, and I personally don't like that it auto dodges. I wish that wasn't the case. But, you know, it is what it is. Oh, nothing to do about it. During those travelers, the hunter showed off a new portable tent. We already know about that. The temporary structure allows you to change your equipment and eat just like in the older tents. Okay, so we get the confirmation that you can also eat at the tent. It makes sense. He also cooked a custom meal in the field using the cheese purchased earlier. So you even get to select the food like you always do at the canteen. Pretty cool. The hunter targeted an alpha doshaguma within a herd of the beasts. The alpha's larger size and redder fur differentiated it from the rest, and the hunter donned a ghillie mantle to approach an unnoticed and initiate battle with a sneak attack. So yeah, we do know that the mantles are back, at least the ghillie mantle is back. And we do know that there is a sneak attack. They don't mention restock. I assume you're going to be able to restock. That is a good point, they don't mention restock. I'm gonna point here, no mention of restocking. Striking the monster a few times automatically triggered the start of a quest. Trying to fight one larger monster among a herd looked like a chaotic but also looked cool, and the sacred made it possible for the hunter to lure the crowd away to a nearby narrowed ravine. There, the Balahara's quicksand trap quickly took care of the filler doshagumas, sucking them down into a presumably large sandy grave. Unpredictably, once the clashing hunter and the doshaguma were back out in the open, a new monster appeared to shake things up. This was the apex of the plains, the new wyvern shown in the most recent trailer. Okay, so we do know that he is the apex of the area. This is again something that I speculated on my trailer analysis. It's cool to see confirmation that, hey, it turns out I was right. So we're going to be getting apex monsters for each different location. And this is going to be the apex. Usually this lightning-wielding flying wyvern presumably shows up with a storm, but the presenter said it this time it appeared a little early. To attack this yet-to-be-named wyvern braces itself on the ground and closes its plate-like horns. Yep, that's where he closes the horns and fires off the railgun. Pretty cool, an attack that requires some build-up and looks especially impressive. And though it didn't happen in my demo, I heard it had the ability to one-shot an unsuspecting hunter. I do like me some one-shots. So yeah, he's not the flagship. That is pretty much the confirmation. The thunderstorm that followed impressed me. The visuals of lightning crashing down onto the sand and flashing in the background were mesmerizing. At one point, the hunter called back to a tent on a cliff and looked off into the distance, where the storm rumbled among a peculiar environmental structure. I feel like that's the big rock formation with the gap in it that we have seen many times before. Eventually, the hunter was able to escape the new threat and tackle the Alpha Doshaguma with the help of some NPCs called upon an SOR flare, a mechanic that allows you to summon other hunters seamlessly at will with your current hunt. When online, these would be other players, of course. And though the Monster Hunter series played with getting more cinematic, with World and even Rise, Wilds really takes the advantage of the effect of the field of view camera can have to create an additional drama and tension to battles. Yeah, demos will be giving you paper armor, so it's totally normal that they are getting one shot. Upon a power clash where the hunter fought off the Doshaguma with a great sword rammed in its mouth, the camera zoomed in so that the hunter and the monster's ferocious jaws encompassed most of the screen, adding stress to the moment. Cool. Damn! Okay. Executive director and art director Kaname Fujioka said while they're not trying to make Monster Hunter Wilds like a movie, they are working on utilizing the camera to work in service of what the players want to focus on visually and increase their immersion. Yeah, we already know that, that's fine. The Pelico now having a voice helps the player understand what is happening. Yep, we got that before. That he'll talk about the environmental changes. Shock traps down and ready for you. I can definitely see the audio cues being helpful when it's difficult to read text in the middle of the action, but Tokuda-san assured me that you can change the voice back to the familiar meows of the cat speak if you choose. Perfect. You can also pick up and reposition barrel bombs. Oh, you can even reposition them. So if you mess up and you place the barrel bomb in the wrong spot, you can totally just pick it up and place it elsewhere. We didn't know that before. We knew about the rolling of the bombs. But repositioning, that is very interesting. Very, very interesting. Wounds will appear on the monster as you fight it. This is a system related to focus mode, which allows you to specifically target attacks and guards where you aim the cursor. So again, it's going to work like a reticle. And when you enter focus mode, scout flies will highlight the wounded areas in red. And attacking these wounds specifically, either while in or outside of focus mode, will eventually destroy them and cause them to deal damage. Cool. The way that it's sounding, it's kind of like sounding, the wound is sounding like the curio in Sunbreak. You know how some monsters would have those curio spots that you would be able to hit to deal more damage? It's kind of sounding like that. There are even special moves for each weapon designed to destroy the wounds more quickly. Interesting. I'm actually just gonna copy this straight up because this entire paragraph actually. Now this next part is something that Dear Gamer mentioned, a red line from a monster to you notes when a monster will chase you. Just a very small text, but Dear Gamer did mention that it felt kind of like he was playing Spider-Man and he was getting the warning. I think that's the comparison that he made. Yeah, exactly, the hyper spots in GU as well. Each biome in the Forbidden Lands will have a different environmental phases, and different materials will only be available during certain times. We already knew about this. This was posted already on the website, and I mentioned this in my previous video. Like great thunderbugs only appear in the plains during the thunderstorms. That makes sense. If you are patient, you can watch the endemic life live out their life cycles. For example, a bird building a nest, hatching eggs, and feeding its young. Fujioka said that their goal with Monster Hunter series has always been to make players feel immersed in a living ecosystem, just like a real natural environment, and intend to deepen that concept in Wilds. Pretty cool, but nothing new here. Now the Hunting Horn. Yes, we mentioned this before. The Hunting Horn is returning to its style from World, but with some additional changes. The light bowgun and the heavy bowgun have also received some of the most recent kind of broad action changes. So these are the big reworks that we are getting in Wilds, the biggest changes, at least that they are mentioning so far. Again, very content that the Hunting Horn is going back to the way it was in Iceborne. and I am excited to see how the light bowgun and the heavy bowgun are going to change. Tokuda said that they have made playing through the story in multiplayer a lot more convenient, but you won't be able to perfectly play together in sync throughout the story, as there are some story elements that you'll have to witness solo before matchmaking. That makes sense. Again, we kinda went over this before. So as soon as you are able to go into a quest, it matches you up quickly and you can seamlessly go back into multiplayer gameplay. So I feel like the way that I explained it before, it's going to be if you are in the same lobby, and for example, I am doing the story, I post the quest for the story, you can already set up to join the quest, so that by the time that the quest actually begins and I'm fighting the monster, the game will immediately put you together with me. But maybe you won't be able to do the story segments where I chase the monster and there are some cutscenes. That's what it sounds like. Overall, Monster Hunter Wilds looks especially promising at this first key glance. It's beautiful on current hardware and appears to be taking full advantage of the technical capabilities by introducing concepts like the herd and dynamic changing environments. Okay, so yeah, that is the entire article that we got to see. Again, it feels like we had a lot more detail on these other videos, but we still got some good answers as well. I'm happy that the multiplayer will be easier for sure, but it still doesn't sound like the ideal multiplayer system. It feels like the developers are intent on having a large portion of the story be kept exclusively solo. Been playing World with my fiance and the cutscenes have been dragging out. Yeah, I can totally see that. Yes, we did watch the interview. We did do that. Man, the Sunbreak theme is so good. The Elgato theme. But, there was another video. The final one that I wanted to take a look at. Monster Hunter Wilds, a huge leap forward by Good Vibes Gaming. Hopefully we get some additional info from this one. I've been playing World with my wife, and in between cutscenes she met a guy named Joel and then is now leaving. Hey man, it just happens. It is what it is. You know, she met Joel. Now you gotta meet a Joel too. It's the way of life. Everyone has a Joel in their life. But let's watch this.
Ash, I can't believe you. I can't believe that you would do this to me.
What did I do this time?
I am Mr. Monster Hunter, yet for some reason, you got to see a behind closed doors preview of Monster Hunter Wilds, and I didn't.
Well, it's true as it is. That's so messed up. We really have to blame Jeff Keighley, because he's the one who decided that SGF Playdays has to be here in LA. If you could have just gotten to LA, man, we could have seen it together, or you could have gone instead of me.
Well, unfortunately, that didn't happen. So now I have to beam the information, the visuals that.
I'm very interested in how they actually handled the invitations for the presentation, because again, you would expect that Gaijin, Hunter, Rurika, and Arex, all three of them, you would expect that all three of them would have gotten to see it, but they didn't. So, I mean, I just find it weird that they didn't invite the three biggest creators in the scene.
That you saw from your mind into my own.
I so wish I could do that. And the whole time that I was in this behind closed doors demo, as you know, because we talked about it, I was furiously typing notes down onto my phone and just trying to keep up because I'm like, Brandon is counting on me to get every last detail I can from this, and I'm looking at this as like a complete Monster Hunter noob.
Well, that's why we're both here today.
Yes,
we're gonna decipher these.
I just looked up and you can restock from the portable camps. The source is push square. Thank you. Okay, I like that we have confirmation on that. I appreciate it. Okay, I can delete that from my notes.
These notes and let the good people know what's new.
Yeah.
Starting out, the first thing that kind of jumps out to me is they said that the Windward Plains is twice the size of previous Monster Hunter maps.
They did. Yeah, that was straight from the developer's mouth.
Of many locales? Is this our only locale? Did they get into that at all?
They didn't. My feeling is that because it's specifically called the Windward Plains, like that feels to me like that's one area.
Right,
I
there's
don't know
gonna
for
be
sure. They
multiple
didn't-
maps
they
for
didn't,
sure.
Confirm one way or the other, and we weren't allowed to ask questions either. So kind of have to just go.
Oh,
with
they
what
weren't
said,
allowed to ask
but
questions.
They specifically do call this area.
That's crazy. Like, imagine you raise your hand to ask a question, they just shoot you on the spot. Like, hey, how was your day going? Bah! You die.
Windward Plains, and did say that this area is twice the size of previous Monster Hunter maps, like you said. So, personally, my feeling is that there will be other areas besides the plains, but I can't say for sure.
What did they say about the 13 distinct areas? Are they like kind of unique biomes or just landmarks?
Well, there's going to be 13
they
areas.
Really say. They brought up the map, and literally there were different areas marked with numbers, 1 through 13.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's so very classic Monster
Yeah,
Hunter.
that is classic Monster Hunter, right?
Yeah, so it used to be broken up into regions that would have loading zones in between them, and then with World, they still had the numbers, but obviously it was all seamless. This seems to just continue that trend.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. Now,
again, no loading screens, not even when leaving the village, when leaving the hub. There won't even be a loading screen there, but we still will have segmented areas. That's cool. 13, he says. Yeah, these are the normal zones, but we didn't have confirmation that they would be 13.
I don't know. I mean, they were very upfront and clear about how everything is seamless with no loading in this game. In terms of, like, you can take on a quest at base camp, and then you can just go out into the world. That's it. There's no like quest begin screen, and then you load into the map. You just, in our demo, they left base. They took on a quest, left base camp, and went on to hunt, and that was it.
That blows my mind, and I need to like make sure I'm picturing this correctly. So like, is the base camp part of the Windward Plains? Are you literally just walking out of town and going on the quest? How does that work?
It is. So base camp had, you know, kind of what you'd expect from previous games. Like there was a smithy there, Palicos were running around, and basically, yeah, they decided on a monster to hunt and left base camp, and there you are in the Windward Plains. And then on the way to the hunt, they stopped into a village, and I don't remember the village having a name, but
yeah, that's the part that we saw, that there's going to be a settlement. And in this trailer, actually, where they mentioned that the village is being attacked, I believe that is going to be the settlement that they mentioned.
it was a village full of NPCs. They're locals preparing for a sandstorm. They were engaging in animal husbandry. Like, you can buy milk from them. They were not affiliated with the hunters. They're just locals who live in the area and they just live off the
they're
land.
the cheese salesmen.
But that was all seamless as well.
And this is a separate village than the base camp.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So like this is more of a living, breathing world than any Monster Hunter we've seen before.
It sure seems that way.
Like, imagine just having a small settlement or a village in the middle of the ancient forest. How cool would that be? And now double the size of the ancient forest too. That's
like
what
I
we're
said,
getting.
Completely seamless, just leaving base camp, going out into the world, finding a village, conversing with the locals there. Yeah.
And then you mentioned something in your notes called forward camps. What exactly is a forward camp?
So forward camps are like smaller base camps where I refuel, stock up on items. But these are forward camps that can be felled by monsters if they find them. They're very flimsy. So basically, you can
Forward
set up
camps
out in
is the
field,
name is
and
giving
that
them.
could act as like a separate base that, you know, if you don't want to go all the way back to the main base camp, then you can set up these ford camps in the field, but you have to be careful where and when you do it, because you may, you know, lose your ford camp in the midst of a hunt if you're not careful.
So this isn't something that's preset in the world. You are going out and you are deploying this yourself?
Right. That's the sense I got, yeah.
Did they say anything about limitations? Can you fast travel between them?
I think that's probably meant for fast travel. Like, my sense is that it's
Yeah, we
meant for
already
you
confirmed
to
that you can
have
fast travel.
a location to go back to heal, to rest up in the middle of questing, basically. So you don't have to go all the way back to your main base camp.
This is great because, you know, because up until this point, we were just assuming that Wilds was more of an open world experience, and it sounds like that's the way it is for the most part. But I was wondering, like, you know, if the world's going to be...
Yeah, like, the feeling that I get from Wilds is that it's going to be as close as you can get to a open world with Monster Hunter, but not quite. Like it is. It has a lot of the aspects that you would expect from an open world, but not quite there. And I feel like that's good enough for me. Like, me personally, I never bought too much into the idea of an open world Monster Hunter, because there's some elements that I think could just be badly done. And, you know, everything that we have seen from Wilds kind of just makes me excited about the way they're going with it.
Be so big. What am I going to do when I need to eat a new meal, or I need
Hope they
to
won't
refresh
several
my
fast travel
items? Am I
camps
gonna have to
similar to
haul my
DD2?
butt all the way back
Hey,
to
man,
base camp? So it's nice
I really hope Capcom doesn't go with that route. Some weird people, some big heads at Capcom, they're like, oh, we're gonna sell these mega potions and one max potion, and you're gonna buy them. And then it's gonna result into the same microtransaction debacle that's gonna be awful, and just results in the game having a bad rep, and just will cut off the sales of the game. Because that's what happens when people see the Steam review score with overwhelmingly negative. I swear these executives don't know a thing about fucking marketing or their audiences.
to know that this is an option.
Yeah, exactly. And they were very, very careful to mention that cooking is still very important. You have to eat properly before a hunt, or if you don't, then you're only putting yourself at risk and putting the hunt at risk. However, you know, you might be out hunting and then you come back only to find your base camp gone or smashed because some monsters found it and said, well, not gonna deal with this.
I love that element of like this living Monster Hunter world, because it almost sounds like these monsters are taking up territory and they can kind of invade spaces that they're not supposed to be in.
Yeah.
Like you said, you might go out and find that your little forward camp's been decimated.
Yeah, exactly. So it does definitely feel like they're going for a living, breathing world in that sense, and in other senses, which we'll get to, I you know, in due time. But one of the coolest things I saw and just that stood out to me with this demo is the ever-changing environment. The environment is dynamic. Like, sand pits can form at any time, and they don't just affect you; they affect monsters too. And like sand pits can form, like quicksand. Sandstorms can be, you know, dredged up at any random time. Thunderstorms can happen out of nowhere, and then suddenly, kind of like Link in Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, you're at risk of getting struck by lightning if you don't find cover soon.
So not only is this, you know, player versus
Right,
hunter,
that makes
but
sense.
This is hunter versus environment.
You can
now.
still get struck by lightning. We knew that the other monsters could get struck by lightning, but we didn't know that you could also get struck by it. So that is cool, that is interesting. You can get struck.
%, yeah, and the environment can also be utilized to, you know, fight the monsters as well. Like, you can set traps, you can set vine traps from local plants. During one sequence where there was a thunderstorm, the person playing the demo sought refuge in a cave, but then used traps in the cave to bring rocks tumbling down on top of the monster they were fighting. You're constantly at odds with your environment, but you're also constantly, you know, able to find ways to use the environment to your advantage. And they were very clear on that point. They were saying that environments in this game are a particular point of focus, a point of emphasis for them in Wilds. They really want you to fear the environment and know that it's, you know, a constant threat, but they also want you to be constantly thinking about how to use the environment to your advantage, how to get the best vantage points, how to get the drop on monsters, how to set traps, environmental traps that can help turn the tides in your favor, stuff like that.
Yeah, we saw that there's going to be like an endemic life bug that you can use to set up an actual trap, like a pitfall trap for the monster to fall into. So that is pretty cool.
World traps that you could use on monsters is an evolution from Monster Hunter World. You'd have like rock piles that you could drop on monsters.
Yeah, the camp is
heads.
likely going to
There
cost
were occasionally
materials.
sand pits that could fall into. However, they never really affected the hunter.
Oh, interesting.
The fact that it's now a danger to you is a brand new element to the series here.
The thunderstorms were the biggest example of that. Like, they, of course, didn't show us what happened if you don't find cover soon enough, but they were very clear. Oh, a thunderstorm just started happening. There's lightning striking in the distance, but hey, it could strike you too, or it could strike the monsters. You don't know, but maybe you don't want to find out, so you better go find a cave.
I think I read somewhere in your notes that even the cave was dangerous.
Yeah, even the cave had its own environmental threats, and cave-ins can happen. Now, from what I remember, the person playing the demo triggered a cave-in to take advantage of the monster they were hunting, but these things could happen to you. You can possibly be at risk of cave-ins and such as well. So just because you found a refuge from a thunderstorm doesn't necessarily mean you're safe in that cave either. You got to stay on your toes.
I love
You gotta
that.
stay on your toes.
One of the things about Monster Hunter I've always loved is just how much it pushes back against the player. It's going to be really cool for them to push back in a brand new way.
Mm-hmm.
Shogun ate my camp.
Well,
yep.
They were
He's
pushing
gonna
back for
fuck
sure
everyone's
because this
camps.
hunt, like the main hunt they were showing us was for the they were fighting a monster called the Alpha Dashaguma. That was like the main monster they wanted to show them, show them hunting. And that was the quest they took on. That alone was like it was like a 20-minute fight. It was tough.
Yeah, Monster Hunter is always known for its long fights, so I'm glad to see that that's still a thing here. What's interesting is you call it the Alpha Dashaguma. I know that monsters hunt in packs, and I believe this is one of them that does. Is the Alpha the quest target?
Yeah.
Is that the one you have to slay?
The Alpha was the quest target, and that was basically a bigger, beefier version of the Dashaguma.
Yeah, again, you
in its
just
pack.
separate
And
the
of
alpha
course,
from
you
the
can
herd.
there are new things you can do to try to lure the Alpha away from the pack so they don't all attack you at once. But because obviously if you do attack the whole pack, they're all gonna gang up on you. So they were doing things to try to draw the Alpha away from its pack. It didn't end up working out for them in the long run, and they ended up running away because like 3 of the Dashaguma, including the Alpha, were chasing them like across the sands. But then that's when one of those sand pits, like with quicksand, just happened organically, and the smaller Dashaguma got sucked into it, but the Alpha didn't. So so like the smaller ones were too weak to survive the sand pit, or at least to not get sucked into it. But the Alpha, was able to get around it.
Okay, that's really cool. I appreciate that clarification because they keep talking about monsters hunting in packs, but traditionally in Monster Hunter, you're only targeting 1, maybe 2, sometimes 3, and we've never had it that they're hunting in packs like the same species together.
Okay, that was definitely a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool to know. I'm assuming you could also hunt the smaller ones. I'm assuming it'd also be easier.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely. You can hunt. You can try to fight all of them if you want, but in this case, they were trying to show us that they were trying to draw the Alpha away from the pack, so that they didn't have to fight them all at once.
Mm-hmm.
We mentioned this earlier, but one way to make hunts easier is to eat a meal.
Right.
And I know a lot of Monster Hunter fans are a little tired of Dango. Dango was the big meal in Monster Hunter Rise.
Oh yeah.
Any idea?
No
what
more
we're
dongos,
actually eating
please.
this time around?
I don't. I know. I like I mentioned before from the village with the NPCs, you can buy cheese and milk from them, I believe, but I don't recall if there were any actual meals made. But I do remember that I don't know if Monster Hunter is particularly known for wordplay or puns, but the village.
Yes.
Okay, then you'll like this.
Yes, Monster Hunter is always about the puns.
Their cheese says it's very Gouda for you.
Okay, that's perfect. Yep.
So
that's definitely Monster Hunter.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's alive and well. Then the wordplay is definitely alive and well.
I love it. One thing that caught my eye here. A carryover from World, the Ghillie Mantle.
Yes.
So that's in play here?
Yeah, I had a question mark in my notes because I couldn't quite hear the word, and I wouldn't know, of course, what a Ghillie Mantle is because I'm not a Monster Hunter, hardcore fan. But yes, he definitely did say Ghillie Mantle, and those are back.
Okay, that's cool. So the Ghillie Mantle, for reference, was a wearable mantle in Monster Hunter World that would make you invisible to monsters.
Oh, okay. That makes so much sense then. Cool. Yeah, that's definitely back. He specifically said that name.
Did he say just the Ghillie Mantle or mantles in general?
I don't remember, unfortunately. He definitely said the ghillie mantle. I think there are multiple mantles, but I don't want to say for sure.
Given it's the world team,
We're
I
likely
think it's a
gonna
safe
get
bet
more
the others are
mantles.
Probably there as well. Just seeing the word mantle at all caught my eye.
Right.
Yeah.
And they were careful to show off some stealth stuff. Like you can sneak up on monsters, and if you catch them unawares, you can deliver like a special attack that'll, do more damage, presumably, and start the fight in your favor.
That's completely brand new.
Okay.
'Cause in Monster Hunter World, they emphasize sneaking, like hiding in bushes, specifically to get away, but never really to engage.
Okay, yeah. So you can do sneak attacks now.
Are they like automatically triggered? Did you get to see how it worked exactly?
It seemed to me from like they had to sneak up on the monster and then press a button to engage the sneak attack. Like it wasn't automatic, I don't believe.
You also got to take a look at the new focus mode.
Yeah, so and this, from what I understand, is a completely new feature to Monster Hunter Wilds. But yes, there is a focus reticle now that you can bring up to target specific monster parts, and particularly wounds, which are also a new mechanic.
Use
And
the
way those
reticle
work
to aim at
is
different
the more
parts and
damage
you
a
wound the monster.
Red glowing spots will appear at different places on their body that are called wounds. And if you use the focus reticle to target those wounds, you can do more damage with your attacks. You'll trigger special attacks that do more damage than your typical hacking and slashing would. So they really want you to, think about focusing individual monster parts and targeting these wounds on the fly. And they can be anywhere. They can be in the stomach, they can be on the arms, head.
My assumption then will be that these wounds will show up on monster parts that can typically break.
Yeah.
And one concern I've seen, at least in the Monster Hunter community, is that this is an accessibility feature to like make hunts easier. But it seems to me more like a core mechanic in the gameplay.
That's what it seemed to me. I mean, the fight already took a long time, and this was with the player using, taking full advantage of the wounds system and the focus reticle.
It's just to help on new players
he had to hit those
so that you
a
aim
lot
your
of times
attacks
too.
better.
It's not as though it was just an automatic easy win. Like just because he was targeting wounds, he was doing more damage, but it didn't automatically win the fight for him. And even those wounds took multiple hits to inflict the max damage or destroy the wound, as it were.
Yeah, I definitely see this more as an expansion of your moveset rather than quote-unquote easy mode.
I that's the way I saw it too. And a lot of what I saw was like, because there's weapon switching now, of course, as well. And so in my case, they were using, I believe, the great sword and a heavy bowgun. And what I saw the player doing was they would get in up close, try to attack some wounds that they could reach in a melee sense up close. But then for the ones they couldn't, they would fall back, switch to the heavy bowgun, and bring up that focus reticle and target them from afar.
Okay, interesting. So the weapon switching also is something that I've been curious about. From my understanding, it's the Sacred that carries your off weapon.
That could be, but I feel like I recall them switching on the fly, even when not riding the Sacred. But I could be wrong about that.
Definitely something to keep an eye on.
But you can engage in combat while riding your Sacred. That is something you definitely can do. The Sacreds can then automatically path themselves while you're looking at the map. You can bring up the map in real time while you're riding, and the Sacred will choose its own path forward, kind of like the Chocobos will in FF7 Rebirth if you just let them do their own thing.
They can even navigate around monsters in combat. Is that right?
They can. Yeah.
So if a monster is going to attack, they have the know-how to get out of the way, kind of like the horses in Breath of the Wild.
Right, exactly, without you having to tell them to do that or guide them yourself.
That's really interesting because the Sacreds are an evolution of two separate mechanics from Monster Hunter. There's the Tail Raiders from Monster Hunter World, which were minion monsters in the particular locale that you were in. You could ride them, you could tell them where to go, but you had no direct control over them.
Okay.
Then there's the Palamutes in Monster Hunter Rise, which you couldn't assign a location on the map, but you could directly control where they go and what they do.
Yeah, now we got
that
a
was
mix
something I
of
actually
both
noticed.
systems.
The Palicos were everywhere in the demo that we saw, but no Palamutes, and they didn't mention Palamutes either. So I don't know if they're coming back for Wilds or not.
Palamutes are dead, all the dogs are not coming
Same thing
back.
with the Wirebugs from Monster Hunter Rise. That seems like a
Not
mechanic that's
confirmed, though.
specifically built for that game.
For sure.
Monster Hunter tends to introduce relatively new mechanics to each entry to try and make them feel distinct and unique. Even moving forward out of Wilds, I don't think something like the Sacred's even going to make it to the game after this one.
I see. Okay, that makes sense.
So what's going on with these bombs?
Funny you asked. That was definitely one of the more humorous parts of the demo. They got a good laugh out of the audience, including me. But basically, when the alpha, and I believe this is from previous Monster Hunter games, but when the alpha Dashiguma had taken enough damage, it started running away to try to recover and rest and sleep and recover its health. So, so The player, followed it as best it could, tracked it, and finally found it to found it sleeping in a corner of this like cavern, trying to rest and recover its health. So it was sleeping, and you can build. I guess in previous games you could build a bomb that you can detonate next to these sleeping monsters to deal extra damage and start the fight anew. But in this case, they were able to build the bomb and then roll it from a distance, and rolled it
awesome.
right into the monster and just exploded it to start the next phase of the fight. It was pretty funny.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Was it a barrel bomb?
It was a barrel bomb, I believe. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's great. So you can roll barrels down. I'm assuming it was like down a hill or something.
In this case, it was actually just a short distance away on flat terrain.
So they just pushed it.
They just pushed it. They just rolled it across this, I would say a few feet. It wasn't very far. But what I was kind of mentioning earlier about the emphasis on the environment and how they really want you to pay attention to your environment, they're also putting an emphasis on verticality. So as you were just now saying, maybe you could roll them down a hill, maybe you can drop them, roll them off a cliff from above. But
those
really
are good
want,
ideas, actually.
The player to be thinking in vertical.
Using the barrel to roll down a cliff or making it fall off a ledge or something. Actually, I like that a lot. And now that you're going to be able to reposition your barrel bombs, I like what I can think of. I'm getting some good ideas to troll my friends with.
Vertical terms in terms of how best to get the jump on a monster.
I was worried a little bit that the verticality in Monster Hunter Wilds wouldn't be as important as, say, Monster Hunter 4, which is where that really started, and World, and especially Rise, because Rise has the whole wall running mechanic, the fire bugs, being in the air is kind of the whole thing. I'm happy to hear that verticality is still an important aspect.
Yeah, they specifically mentioned that as being like a core focus for them.
So another big element of Monster Hunter World was an emphasis on endemic life, just creatures that aren't necessarily monsters that inhabit the world. Was there any element of that here?
Yeah, there specifically were. There were these thunderbugs that would just become new endemic life after a lightning thunderstorm had passed.
The endemic life
and
changes
so
with the
fly,
environment.
You can activate these thunderbugs that are just existing in the environment as like on the fly stun bombs when you're in the middle of a hunt. But
like a flash bomb.
Yeah, like a flash bomb. But those thunderbugs would not have been there prior to the thunderstorm. So again, it's all about that dynamic environment, that dynamic atmosphere where these weather patterns can happen on the fly.
I heard barrel bombs.
Pose a direct threat to you and the monsters, but then even after the thunderstorm is gone, the thunderbugs are now in the environment. Like they left the thunderbugs behind, and you can use them as an element during a hunt that wasn't there before that dynamic weather pattern happened.
In Monster Hunter World, the endemic life that was on the field was just what it was. They were always there. You knew where they were every time you started a hunt. If you wanted to utilize those things, you would just go to those points. But this is a lot more dynamic because those weather and environment effects can literally change what's available to you.
Exactly. So that's another way in which they want the player to think on the fly with all these environmental atmospheric conditions just that are constantly changing.
So typically in a Monster Hunter game, when the quest ends, you get the triumphant music, and then you get about a minute of time to carve the monster before you go to the results screen, see what other rewards you got, and then you get sent back to the village. But because this game is seamless, I imagine that's going to work a little bit differently this time.
It seems so. Yeah, because, I mean, they did obviously eventually defeat the Alpha Dashaguma. And yeah, there was no loading quest complete screen. You just looted the monster, and then you can go do whatever you want. You can go back to base camp. You can go hunt another monster. You can go to your fort camp and cook a meal, I guess. But they were very clear about that. It's like, nope, you just keep on going, and you can go do whatever you want.
That's interesting because, a big element of Monster Hunter in the past was, the types of parts on a monster you would break would determine what rewards you got in the rewards box. And the rewards box was a whole screen that you would navigate and see what you got after the hunt was over.
Now, that may have still been the case, but it was like a temporary screen that happens, and then you see your results, but then you just keep on going. There's no loading back into base camp.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure there was like a results screen that showed you the results of the hunt. But then you say you confirm, you click it, and it's away, and then you just keep on going.
Another question about hunts that I had, and I see it in your notes here, is that the quest doesn't technically begin until the fight does. Is that right?
Yeah. So the hunt begin graphic didn't show up until they actually initiated combat with the Alpha Dashaguma.
Okay, that's very different from previous Monster Hunters.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
In the older games, you would load into the map. after selecting your quest and embarking, your quest timer starts immediately. It's factoring in, you would get 50 minutes typically, and it's factoring in not only the hunt time, but the travel time.
Oh, I see.
Locating the monster, that's
Everything.
all part of your quest time. But that doesn't seem to be the case anymore.
Yeah, I don't know about the timer. I can't say for sure. I don't know if one is linked to the other. I don't remember that aspect of it, but I am very clear on remembering that the quest hunt emblem didn't appear until the combat was actually engaged. But I don't know if there is a separate timer that started when taking the quest at base camp.
It would be cool if the timer didn't start until the fight began, because that means you could take on a quest and then just go out in the field and do whatever you needed to do besides the quest.
Yeah,
before
there's no
actively
problem with the
seeking monster out.
distractions. You can
That's kind
go
of
ahead
my
and do
guess.
anything.
Is maybe they made that change for that reason, because it is more open world and they expect you to get distracted by things. They want you to have the freedom to just kind of go do what you're going to do. And hey, if you yeah, sure, you're trying to go complete this quest and hunt this specific monster, but maybe you saw something else that you want to go investigate. But if you do that, it's going to obviously mess up your quest timer. So my guess is that the timer begins when the hunt does, when the combat does.
That might be a controversial change, but given the way that the game works, from my understanding, I think that's a step in the right direction.
It feels like it would be to me as well, given that this is more of an open world design and it's all seamless. There are no, there's no loading in between base camp and at the start of the hunt.
So for players,
Yeah,
of
I don't
Monster
know if
Hunter
there's
World
a.
Iceborne,
I'm not 100% sure if there is still going to be a quest timer, because as I was talking about before, if it's going to be like Wild Hearts, where the timer only begins when you attack the monster, well, you can just exploit that, because in Wild Hearts, you would be able to essentially just take out the monster without the monster actually really noticing you're there. So you would end up with a lot of quests where your timer was actually 0 seconds. And there's going to be some cheese in this game because it's Monster Hunter, of course there is. So with smoke bombs and everything, you might be able to just also get a 0-second quest, if there is a timer. And I haven't heard anyone mention that there is a timer. There's likely going to be limited feints, but I also haven't heard anyone mention that. I haven't heard anyone mention that you can only card 3 times, 5 times, once. I don't know.
This might be a little similar to the Guiding Lands, which was an area you unlocked at the end of Iceborne. That was kind of a persistent map that you just went to. It had various biomes in it, and monsters would appear over time while you're in there, and you were never asked to leave. You just stay there.
Oh, cool.
So Monster Hunter Wilds seems to be taking that whole concept and making that the entire experience.
That sounds right to me. Like, as someone again who's kind of looking,
Why did
who
this
doesn't
pop
have
up?
the experience you do with the series, what you just described seems to me to be the case.
So one thing I wanted to ask you was about some of the monsters you got to see.
Gotcha.
And there's one in particular that you mentioned in your notes that's become a bit of a mystery for Monster Hunter fans, because their socials have been saying to pay attention to this monster, but they didn't really tell us anything about it. And that is this railgun lightning flying dragon that we see during the
Yes.
Yeah, that
The Apex.
definitely showed up in our demo because it was just so memorable. I couldn't forget it. It was this giant dragon that was just like shooting lightning from its mouth, and it was really cool looking. It was just super epic, and I mean, it just looked like that thing would mess you up super fast. I can't even imagine trying to take that thing down.
I'm curious too, did it happen to show up during the lightning storm?
I believe, I can't quite remember. I want to say yes, but it might have been before that, and not during the lightning storm. It might have been during like the sand pit part when the quicksand started happening. So I can't say for sure if it was only showing up during the thunderstorm.
Gotcha. Okay, so I was curious if it was related somehow to the weather changing. I'm sure there's probably some relation between it and the actual storms itself.
Yeah.
But the thing that stands out to me most about the note is that you called it an alpha monster.
Yeah, and I thought that was interesting too, just because, I was
No,
talking
that's the
earlier about
Apex.
how the main hunt that they were doing in the
You already
demo
got a
was
confirmation for
the
that
alpha
one.
Doshiguma. And they called this thing an alpha monster. So I don't know. I mean, it's probably an alpha with a proper name, but they said I think they said something like it was the alpha monster of the region.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
it's
what
the
I wanted
apex
to
of
hone
the
in on,
region.
because
Okay.
there has been a discussion online about whether this is the previously we'd call this like the apex of a region,
Okay.
but I guess they're using alpha now. For instance, in Monster Hunter World, Rathalos is the alpha of the ancient forest.
I see.
You'll have one monster at the top of the food chain in every locale. And there was a discussion about whether it was that or if it was this game's flagship monster, which I guess has not been revealed yet, because this seems to not be it.
Yeah, I mean, and if it is the game's flagship monster, they didn't tell us that for sure. I would have remembered that. So, yeah, if it is, they didn't say that, but they did call it the alpha monster of the region. Now, that could have just been, you know, a mistake on the fly, and maybe they will call it actually the apex of the region in the game. But they did, I remember distinctly them saying alpha when they were just, you know, talking through the demo with us.
Yeah, and they've thrown around the word apex in a lot of different games, and it's had several different meanings over the course of the series, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're just using alpha now, though
Okay.
it is a little confusing that it would then share the word alpha when it has a completely different meaning in a different context in the same game.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too, because my sense, or the sense I got with this lightning dragon, was that there's
I'm
only
just
one of them.
checking
This
if
isn't
they
like
have-
the alpha of a species.
I'm gonna skip ahead a
that-
bit because we already know this, and they're just discussing something that is wrong.
It wasn't anything that stood out to me as being particularly gross. Like it wasn't like violent. Because another note I made here was that I felt kind of bad because like the monsters really look like they're in pain, and it seemed like they're really suffering when they're near death, just from their animations and their wailing and their roars. And I was like, oh, this is kind of sad. So I think it would have stood out to me if like the carving was really gross. It was not.
Okay, well, that's good to know. It would have been kind of funny if it was gross, but I get maybe why they wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah.
From my understanding, they didn't do any co-op in your demo, right?
No, NPC hunters join the fight, which I understand can be a thing that can happen in previous games.
The NPC AI
Yeah, so there were
companions.
NPC hunters who joined the fight, you know, mid combat, but they were not doing actual co-op. It was just one person playing.
So they weren't there at the beginning of the quest?
No.
Was there anything that prompted them to show up, or did they just show up?
I can't remember. I remember specifically them showing up toward the end of the fight, but I can't remember if they just happened to be in, you know, the path of the action when they were, you know, because the fight took place across a, you know, pretty large area. It wasn't just one area. You know, they were constantly running away from the Alpha Dashaguma, trying to avoid other monsters that were drawn into the fight that would sometimes fight the player, sometimes fight each other, and you can use that to your advantage. You can have monsters aggro each other to, you know, either cause more damage to the monster you're trying to hunt. But yeah, this was something I think maybe they just happened to be in the world, existing in the world, and were drawn into the fight because of where the fight happened to be going.
That's kind of what I'm assuming, is that they are inhabiting the world very much in the same way that you are. And it just, you know, helps with that immersive, persistent feeling. The thing that's interesting about this, though, is like in Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak, NPCs joining you on quests was a new feature added towards the end of that game's lifespan. You would select the NPCs you wanted to join you prior to the hunt.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
It's a conscious decision that you have to make as a player, but that doesn't seem to be the case here.
I don't recall it and the player like selecting anyone to join them for the hunt from the beginning. And certainly these NPCs didn't show up until much later on.
Yeah, it makes me curious if there's any way to opt out of that, or that's just how the game will work this time around.
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing.
So your last note says bird watching. What's
Bird
what's that
watching?
about?
So that was another thing that drew laughs from the audience, and they were just kind of, I guess, making reference to the fact that this is a living, breathing world, and there is more to do in it than just hunt monsters. That there's wildlife that exists in this world that is completely, you know, has its own AI, has its own mind, that don't really care about the monsters you're fighting. Like they showed us that you can just, you know, there's literally bird watching. Like you can use your binoculars to look at the world around you, and they happened to show us that this bird that was just chilling on an herbivore's back, and the herbivore wasn't something that posed a threat to you. It was just chilling, you know, hitching a ride on this herbivore creature's back and being a bird and doing bird things. And they said something about how bird watching isn't necessarily considered the most exciting pastime for hunters. And I don't know if that's like a running joke in the community that you could do this in previous games, but there was definitely He just said, okay, well, I don't really feel like hunting another monster right now. Oh, well, look at that. Look at that natural wildlife. Oh, there's a bird hitching a ride on that herbivore's back. How fun. Look how cool and alive this world is.
Yeah, I'm racking my brain. I can't think of any bird-related humor.
Okay.
in prior Monster Hunter. But again, this is another thing that seems to be an evolution from Monster Hunter World, where there was a big focus on creatures living in the environment and doing stuff. Another element that World had, because of the slinger, which we know is returning in Wilds, you could attach a net to your slinger and capture endemic life, and then raise them as pets and keep them in your hunter's room.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So I'm hopeful that that's something that comes back.
I would imagine
I don't want to disturb wildlife, but that bird deserves to be in my room.
Yeah, I love it. I don't want to disturb
Capture those
wildlife,
birds.
but I need it in my room.
Capture the baby
Yeah.
Puke.
We went through quite a bit of stuff here. I wanted to make sure we were nice and thorough.
Yeah.
Is there anything that we didn't touch on that sticks out in your mind before we end here?
I don't believe so. I just remember thinking that the secrets had really cool designs. It kind of reminded me of like a Monster Hunter take on a Chocobo, but I just kept being really impressed by how cool they look and just all the stuff you can do while mounted. You can fight while mounted.
Yeah, they do look really cool.
You know, bring up the map while the secret passes itself and figure out where you're going next. I just thought that was it can help you in combat. Like I thought they were a particularly cool aspect.
I'm kind of crossing my fingers. Monster Hunter is no stranger to crossovers. We know they're especially
traumatize the Puke. Hell yeah.
Fantasy.
Yeah.
We got Behemoth in Monster Hunter World. I'm kind of hoping for Bahamut this time.
Ooh.
And I'm hoping that the reward
I would love a
is
Final
just
Fantasy
a
14
straight-up
collab again.
Chocobo outfit for the Sacred.
That would be so cool. Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, yeah, that would be great. I guess the last thing I'll say is I apologize to every hardcore Monster Hunter fan watching this. I hope you've gotten a lot out of it, and with me discussing all this with a Monster Hunter expert. I don't, no shade thrown your way. Monster Hunter's super cool, and I don't mean to talk about it like a noob. I just don't have any history with the series, but I really hope you hardcore fans out there have gotten something out of me talking about this stuff that's new to me with a bona fide hardcore expert.
Yeah, everybody who's listening to this right now, especially if you're a core Monster Hunter fan, Ash is a champion. He sent me his notes a little bit before we recorded this, and I was just shocked at all the things that he got down. It kicks ass. You did a great job.
Well, thanks. If you're saying that, then I believe you, because I know you're the biggest Monster Hunter fan I know. So thank you very much.
All right, gang. Thanks for listening to this. I hope you learned something new. Tell us in the comments below what you're most excited for in Monster Hunter Wilds.
Yeah, they did a really good job. This was much better.
Where you can support us for just $1 a month.
A much better
to
overview.
Our Discord community, which is the kindest community on the internet. And there are also other tiers that get you access to stuff like early videos, exclusive content, things like that. But even if you can't support us on Patreon, no worries. If you just drop a like and a subscribe, every little bit really does help.
And if you missed it, we have covered.
So we're gonna post a link here to Good Vibes Gaming's video. They did a really great job with their impressions of the playable demo that they got to see.
We'll see you next time.
Yeah, so far the ones by far that I thought were the most insightful were the ones from Dear Gamer, Maximilian Dude, and also these guys. Really good job. Really awesome stuff, really. So far the things that I have pointed down or noted down is all of this. So let's go over everything here, because I will be recording a video where I talk about everything, but I want to make sure that I get everything down first, which is why I was taking notes. So allow me to steal this from you, Max, and put you here. Let's also get some background music, shall we? So, I'm here on Notion, and this is all of the notes that I have. First one, no loading, not even when leaving the hub. No loading whatsoever, just amazing stuff. There's going to be portable camps that you can put in anywhere. And these will be destroyed, can be destroyed by monsters. You can use them as teleports for fast travel. You can restock. Eat some food. There's canteen. What else can you do in these? Change equipment. The usual stuff. Actually, let me do this first. There you go. That's easier for me. And I think that's it for the campsite. Oh yeah, I definitely have the food porn here. I have this noted. I would not forget the food porn. What else do we have noted down? There's going to be the alpha monsters that you will have to separate from the herd. You won't necessarily have to separate them from the herd, but you will be able to. And ideally you will want to, because you will want to hunt the alpha for the quest target. And fighting multiple monsters is just always harder. And the fact that there's also going to be multiple herds on the map, even of the same monster, so that is pretty cool. We talked about the clash. We didn't really get a lot of information about the clash between you and the monster, though we did get to hear about the heavy bowgun, where he jams the gun inside the monster's mouth. So that was pretty cool. We got to see some more about focus mode, where it's essentially a reticle that allows you to aim better manually. Not manually, it's like the game assists you. And you also have the unique skills that you can do, unique attacks that you can perform to wound the enemy, to wound the monster. And the part will be highlighted red, it takes more damage, and eventually it goes away, and when it does, it's going to trigger additional damage. So it goes away after some hits. When it does, trigger damage. Also mention that you're going to be able to track monsters from the start. You'll be able to see them, spot all of them on the map from the beginning. And then you can like use the GPS radar, not radar ride, with your sacred and have your sacred go there by itself, or you can just ride manually. The map itself is going to be 2 to 3 times bigger than the maps of Monster Hunter World, and this is only the first locale, so we are going to be getting some more. There's going to be food porn. That's the one. The monsters being revealed kinda sucks. I do agree, I hope they keep most of the monsters hidden. I hope they don't do the same thing they did with World, where they revealed every single monster that was going to be in the game apart from 2, which were Basil and Xeno'jiiva. I hope they don't do that. I really do. Yeah, the openish map is essentially just, there's going to be these very big maps. They're not going to be connected to different maps, but they're going to be very large areas, essentially. And they're even going to have settlements, like a village inside of the map. Like, for example, you start on your hub, but you will be able to find a settlement that is also going to have no monsters in there. There's going to be some trades that you can do with them, you can interact with them. And I guess I should point that out, even the villagers or the NPCs will react to sandstorms. You can trade with them, and that's where you get the cheeseman, the cheese salesman. And yeah, your Pelico will be the one cooking the food at the campsite, which is pretty cool. They did mention that there's going to be 13 areas. Oh, you mean the hub, the player hub. They didn't mention anything about that. They didn't mention anything about the player count for the hub. They mentioned that you are going to be able to throw bombs by rolling them towards the monsters. You can make them roll off a ledge or off a cliff. And you will be able to reposition the barrel bombs. So if you misplace a bomb, you can take it and place it elsewhere, so that, you know, you can actually hit the monster. So that is pretty nice. No longer will you need to use the wake up, although I believe that the proper weapon wake up with a greatsword, a heavy bowgun or a charge blade are still going to be optimal to deal more damage. Now there's going to be a stealth attack, where you go up to the monster, you get a button prompt, and you do a new attack. Which sounds pretty crazy, especially if you go in with all of the food buffs. You use a demon pill, demon might, demon drug, all of that, and then you go in with a greatsword. That can result in a lot of damage. I wonder how this is going to work out. On top of that, crossplay. We already knew we were getting crossplay, but it's a good thing to point out still. It's a very big feature that is going to be enjoyed by a lot of players. Like me personally, I will be doing open lobbies once I finish the game's story, so I'll be able to play with everyone, and that is very exciting. Now the slinger, this is a very cool part where you can use the slinger to pick up things from the ground. And in the trailer you see the hunter pick up a rock. Just a small stone that he uses, or that she uses. But what they have told us from the demo preview is that they can actually pick up mushrooms, honey, all sorts of materials while on top of the sacreds and with the slinger. So that is going to be very handy for farming stuff. Very excited about that. They've mentioned that there's going to be a little change for carving monsters where you now are on top of the monster while carving. And you can even move on top of it. Now there is the question, will it change the drops that you get? I don't think it would, but there is the question. Is it possible that the monster can also drop slinger ammo? No one has mentioned that so far, so I would assume no. Because no one has mentioned it, I would assume that is not the case. I think that is the most safe option. Mentals, oh, this I can remove, actually. Mentals are going to be back. We saw the Ghillie Mental. I don't know how to spell Ghillie, I think that's how you spell it. Ghillie Mental was used for the stealth attack. We haven't seen any more mentals, but I would assume that every single mental, with maybe the exclusion of Temporal and Rocksteady because they were so prevalent, I think that all of them will return. Now, the changing environments of the map, there's really not much to say here. The environment itself is going to change. They mentioned that the storm comes along, it's going to change the endemic life. There's going to be a lot more hazards that you have to deal with, but a cool detail that they also mentioned is that whenever the sandstorm and the thunderstorm now finish, the map will also be changed. Like, I think it was Deer Gamer that mentioned that, or was it Maximilian, dude? I'm not sure, but they mentioned that a lot of the sand of the map is now gone after the sandstorm is over, which is pretty cool. And yeah, I also mentioned down here that the sandstorm is going to make the monsters more aggressive, and that the sandstorm is going to have monsters that are unique to it. Like, for example, the new wyvern that is going to be the apex of the region will only show up during the thunderstorm, and it will actually stay on the field even after the thunderstorm is active. Yes, the environment will change even while you are on the map. It will change on its own. We don't know if if you are going to be able to sleep through it to maybe get a different time, so that maybe now it's daytime, now it's nighttime, now the thunderstorm is up, now it's gone. We don't know that. I assume that that is likely going to be the case. And also the endemic life hides away whenever... I think all of these should actually be within this topic, now that I mentioned. I'm gonna put this here, and let me change this to a different color. The endemic life, some of it will hide away and some of it will show up. For example, the example they use is that thunderbugs will only show up during the thunderstorm. This sounds like Ares' theme. I just realized. What music is this? Monster Hunter Explorer. Ooh, I never played Explorer. Sounds like Ares' theme from Final Fantasy. Now, more details. Yeah, this part right here, this string of notes reminds me of Final Fantasy VII. But moving on. Let's not get fixated on that. My ADHD is kicking. There's going to be no quest board, at least that they mentioned so far. So this brings a few questions that I was asking before. Like, how about event quests? How about if a second hunter hits a different monster? There were a few more questions that I mentioned. I forget them now. That having no quest board is going... Oh, what if the monster you want to hunt isn't available? How would you go about farming them? These are valid questions that I think I'll include in the video. But we're going to get the answers to this eventually. That's right, we don't know if there's going to be quest timer. But we do know that the hunt only begins when you hit the monster. Actually, I should swap these around. The state of abundance, that's right, that is a good point. Yes, thank you. That is a very good point that I should bring up. They mentioned the state of abundance where it's like after the sandstorm, some new endemic life may show up. Eric's Gaming said no timers. It was not confirmed anywhere that I saw. And also, what about cards and failures? But this is likely going to work the same way, I feel like. No new weapons, Mega Man. They have not confirmed whether or not it's only one map, but though from everything that we have seen, I believe it's going to be multiple. I would expect 3 maps from this game, with 1 or 2 unique arenas. I would not expect more than 3 maps. I mean, like 3 big maps and 2 arenas, 2 special arenas. I think that is the perfect balance for them. Now, they did mention that you are going to be able to use an SOS to call upon NPC hunters. They haven't really confirmed if these are going to be... You can set these up. If you can customize them or they are tied to the story in any way. Like, could you make this guy from the story trailer a follower? I don't know. It's not going to be open world, it's open-ish. Like, it's an extremely large area. But it's not entirely open world. Like, assuming there's multiple maps, you won't be able to go from this one that already has the entire map in the gameplay preview to a different map. But this one is going to have multiple areas within it, and it's going to have multiple hubs, or at the very least one hub with settlements. Yes, you can use SOS and call upon an AI companion. And from what Dear Gamer said, they're going to be rather intelligent, where they're going to try to bait them into traps if you have used them. They will chase the monster if they are limping, and they will also try to hit the weak spot if you wound them. So all of which, I should write this down actually, try to bait into traps, hit the weak spot, chase if limping. Yeah, that is a perfect way to describe it actually. They will fight independently of you, but will wait for you to engage if it is running away. That's the perfect way to describe it. I'm gonna steal it actually. The plains will be like the big location, yes. If the hub is tied to the plains, what does that mean for the other maps? That is a good question. That is a very good question. We will likely set up a base at the other maps, I feel like. And because you have the portable campsites that you can place anywhere, I don't feel like that's a big change. Yeah, this is what I mentioned before. The hub takes place in the middle of the map. It's the Windy Plains, I believe. Windward Plains, actually, I remember. And there's going to be a settlement with NPCs that you can trade with and everything. Yeah, I hope each map has a hub. I also hope that each map has different settlements on top of that. I think that would be much cooler. Now what else? Locate monsters from the start. I think I have this somewhere else here. I'll make this proper for the video. There's scout flies. Scout flies are returning, but they are tied to the wound system. Because whenever you wound a monster, there's going to be the scout flies that are going to turn red to indicate where the wound is. And there's going to be like a big red thing on the monster as well. Eight people for sieges, like Genmoran. I don't think that you can stack the NPCs with other players. They haven't confirmed anything, but I wish they would have these sendship hunts for sure. I wish they would have them for sure. By the way, guys, if you are enjoying the stream, please do leave a like. It does help me out a lot because YouTube counts streams as a video of their own. There's also this, different monsters during the day and night. I also mentioned that upward here. You will be able to pick up unused traps. And this is really cool. Because, you know, you've had these moments, I'm sure everyone has had that moment where they put down a shock trap and the monster leaves. So now you'll be able to pick it up and take it elsewhere. Really nice quality of life addition. This is a question we don't have the answer to that I mentioned before. Will you be able to sleep to advance time, to skip forward an environmental cycle? We currently don't know that. We don't have the answer to this, but that is a big question as of now. I have this one for mounting. Oh yeah, Dear Gamer mentioned that the mounting is back, the mounting system from all of the games really. And apparently there's not a huge difference of mounting. I don't know if you can pick up other players' traps. I don't know that. That is a good question actually. I would assume that you cannot pick up other players' traps, but maybe you can. Yeah, we've talked about the sleeping. But yeah, mounting is going to work essentially the same way. What Dear Gamer said is that on the gameplay demos that they showed, they only attacked the monster once and they immediately mounted. So maybe they just didn't have the values well set up, or maybe because it's the demo they want you to be able to mount right away. I would assume that it's not going to be exactly like that when the game releases. I would assume that's the case. Now, oh yeah, there's going to be the sacred that you can use kind of like Wirefall from Rise. We already knew this from the trailer. Now, something that Rurikan speculated when I was talking with him is that you would be able to call upon the sacred to come help you, but it wouldn't come instantly. So, but Dear Gamer didn't mention that, so maybe it's just like Wirefall, but I'm not sure. Apparently you can turn off the human voice for the Pelico. Yeah, we did go over that. But thank you. I actually don't think I didn't even put it here, but yeah. We did get the confirmation that Pelicos don't really talk that much during quest, but again, you have the option to turn it off. And also the apex monster of each locale. Because they keep referring to locales as in different places, I honestly feel like there's going to be multiple maps. I feel like it's 99% certainty at this point. And the Thunder Wyvern, the electric Wyvern that we saw with the railgun, is the apex of the Windward Plains. Limping is back. There's no really anything more to add to this. It's gonna work the same way. You hit the monster, it gets too low HP, so it gets weak. I keep seeing lots of conflicting info on the map, so I haven't seen anyone saying that it's open world. And the entire map was revealed during this demo. So there's going to be a limitation here. So you're not going to be able to go from this map to another map. There's going to be something that you won't be able to do there. So it's not going to be open world in that sense. Yeah, sort of like the Fated 4, exactly. Like, even in World, I'm not sure if you guys knew that, but there were apexes for each location in World. Like, I think it was Black Diablos for the Wildspire Waste, it was Rathalos for the Ancient Forest. Who was it for the Elder's Recess? Like, Yana, I think, was for the Coral Highlands. A guy named Luke Stevens uploaded a video about the demo. Dude, I don't want to start drama, but I personally don't like his approach for a lot of Monster Hunter stuff, like he covered World in the past, and all of his gameplay was with yellow to white to red sharpness. I remember back in the day because I reacted to his video. All of his gameplay was with red and yellow sharpness, and it was all taken from the Ancient Forest, so he didn't really play that much of the game, he didn't understand it, so I just could not take a lot of his points and faults with the game very seriously, so that's just that. Maybe he is more informed on the game now. But I wouldn't trust him with Monster Hunter stuff. Let's put it that way. Now, continuing. You will be able to trap the endemic life. Oh, right. They did mention that there is a specific bug trap endemic life that you can use. So it's like the same way that you have the Paratos. I think that would be the easiest example. There's going to be a similar one that's just like a pitfall trap. This is a code from the push square. The player character and the handler almost seamlessly ride out of the village into the open world. Again, I really don't see anything being open world here. I think that people calling it open world are interpreting it that way. Like the developers themselves. Let me put it like this. Open world is such a big marketing thing for every game to advertise. Why would Monster Hunter not say that their game is open world if it were? That would only bring more sales, and they're not saying it. You know? Like, I really don't think we're getting an open world with this game. Like, Icarus is sorely missed, yes. Now, a big thing that also Dear Gamer mentioned was the healing speed was changed. It is now much closer to that off-world versus the healing speed of Rise, where you would chug a mega potion and it would feel like a max potion. Oh yeah, the jellies, dude. We're going to have a fun time trying to get all of these endemic lives, for sure. Yeah, I'm so glad the Hunting Horn is back to the style of World and Iceborne, for sure. I liked it so much more than the Hunting Horn from Rise. So much more. Yeah, the devs have never said open world. Like, I have been following this game as closely as I can. I've been discussing it with other creators in the space, and we all know that no developer has mentioned it, because we would be on top of it like that. So yeah, just until there's confirmation from the developers, no open world. I'm maining Hunting Horn so hard, double Hunting Horn. I am definitely taking a Hunting Horn with me, for sure. At the very least, I'll be taking a Hunting Horn once I feel like I have a good build, or like a good Hunting Horn. The moment that I find one that comes with attack up large and health boost, I'm putting that on my build. Yeah, you can definitely take 2 Hunting Horns for more songs. Absolutely. Again, it's gonna be awesome to make videos on the different loadouts that you can combine. Oh man, I'm just thinking, even in the demo you will be able to do this. Unless they actually have it so you can't change weapons in the demo, but I assume you can. Oh, that's gonna be so much fun, dude. I really want to go in with the dual blades and the Hunting Horn or the longsword. Oh, that's gonna be so cool. I imagine that in the demo you won't be able to have 2 hunting horns. I think that they're only going to provide a single weapon for each type, because that's usually the way they do. But maybe they will allow you to do that. There is a chance, that is right, there is a chance that you only get the buff while the hunting horn is out. The moment that you swap it, you lose it. There's a chance that's going to be the case. I don't think that would be the case. I think that would kind of go against some of the fun combos that you can pull off. But there is a chance. Oh yeah, the hunting horn clash animation has the potential to be crazy. You are right. Like, imagine he just jams the hunting horn into the monster's mouth and starts playing the music. That would be cool. Now, what else? Cat Speak Back is an option. Yeah, it's kind of what I mentioned here, so I'm going to put it inside there. Oh, right. There's going to be changes to weapons. I'm actually going to put it like this. Hold on. Weapon changes. There's going to be the hunting horn from World. And the light bowgun and the heavy bowgun are changing. And no, there's going to be clash mechanic for all the weapons. But how that's going to work, we don't know yet. But they did mention that there's going to be one for every weapon. I'm very curious, like you would imagine, like the dual blades would dodge, right? Maybe they dodge and they slice the monster as they do it. The longsword is probably like a parry, for example. But I wonder how that's all going to work. A big deal. This is a very big deal. That was only from one of the French ones. This was only from from a French video. I should actually put the link here for me, so I can use it as a source. Let me see. It's this one. They mention here, around 640 I believe it was, that there will be a new decoration system that's not going to be like World or Rise. They want to do something unique and different for each game, a different iteration of the system, and I wonder how that is going to affect the endgame. I'm very curious about that. Joke's on you, I like monster gambling. Like, I'm expecting it to be essentially a mix of what we have in World and Rise. Like, I imagine maybe it's a point system. I think a point system could be cool, where you gain points each time that you get a decoration, and you get a random one. But after gaining a certain amount of points, you are able to trade them in for a guaranteed decoration. And then some of them would be more expensive, some of them would cost less, but you would still have a lot of the RNG that comes from hunting the same monsters and getting the decorations. And you may be lucky, and eventually you get the ones you want. But for the rarer ones, maybe you can have this point system as kind of like a pity system in a gacha game, for example. Just as a safety mechanism to ensure that players that are unlucky can still be able to eventually get the things that they want. Not that I am unlucky or anything, I am a gambling addict and a gambling winner. Okay. Imagine if they get rid of armor slots and have charms. We'll have like 3 slots and 10 deco slots. Interesting. Yeah, that's kind of the idea that I have. Like, it still has the RNG system, where people can get lucky, and there's the grind incentive, which I feel like is what the developers want. And then on top of that, you have the pity, the safety mechanism. Because that system is in place in the older games, not for decorations, but for armor pieces. Like, for example, in Generations Ultimate, if you want to craft a high rank armor piece, for example, you can still use armor pieces from lower rarities, and you can use different materials. Like, you can use the materials from low rank, or you can use the materials that aren't the rare materials, and they give you points to craft the armor. Like, for example, the Rathal's gem would be 10 points, and you need 15 to craft the armor piece. But all the other pieces still give you points. Yeah, I think that having the decorations be 100% random isn't great, but I do feel like having some RNG is better. Like, I much prefer having some RNG compared to Rise, where you just go ahead and craft what you want. I like the RNG grind aspect to it. I like it a lot. So long as it isn't exactly like World, which it's not going to be. Now, some other things that I put on here are the puns are back. We saw that there was a cheese pun. What was it? It was Gouda cheese or something like that. I don't remember what the pun exactly was, but there was a cheese pun. That there is going to be a 3D render of the map whenever you open up the map. So when you press tab or whatever the button is to open up the map, it's rather than being the flat illustration, it's a 3D render that's going to show you the topography and the different elevations and everything else. Take care, Jock. Thank you for dropping by, dude. Yeah, there will definitely still be a high rank and low rank. I personally don't see that not happening. Oh yeah, I also have pointed out here that the Sacred is going to automatically dodge. It's something that we were already speculating on. Those are some good notes you are writing. Hey man, that's how I prepare for videos usually. But I tried to write down every single thing that I can find. But this one was a big deal in my opinion, that the Sacred is going to evade on its own. But I think it's only going to evade on its own while you are on the GPS, while you are tracking automatically. So I'm not 100% sure, but I'm going to post it like this. Because if you are controlling it by itself and it just dodges, it's not going to feel too good. I hope they keep the dating sim tag. They will likely remove it, but it would be pretty funny if they kept it. I also have this paragraph here because I do believe that it is a good paragraph. It was taken from the IGN articles. I should actually just do it like this, hold on. That's much smarter. Wounds will appear on the monster as you fight it. This is a system that is related to the focus mode, which allows you to specifically target attacks and guards where you aim the cursor. So you can use it kind of like a reticle will show up, you can enter focus mode, and you can try to make sure that your greatsword attack is going to land on the head, or your charge blade's super amped elemental discharge, that type of stuff. Yeah, I think it's gonna be like that, Kafka. Additionally, when you enter the focus mode, as I said before, the scout flies will highlight the wounded areas in red. I think that they showcased it around here, maybe later or before. And that's the sacred, kind of like the wirefall mechanic. I think they're gonna show it around here. I'm trying to see. Yeah, right here, you're gonna be able to see a big red portion of the monster on the right, on the left side. I think they cut it here. It was somewhere around here. There you go, it's these red particles, you see? Those are the scout flies. I mean, I already highlighted this in my previous video. Yeah, and there's even special moves that you can perform while you are during the focus mode that will be able to destroy the wounds quicker. Alright, there's also going to be a red line that will be whenever a monster is trying to chase you. Kind of like... the example that Dear Gamer gave was the Spider-Man games. Whenever there's like a warning sign or whatever. Or like Call of Duty, whenever someone is shooting near you, you get like a little indicator on your HUD. So it's going to work that way. It has been confirmed that the Windward Plains will have 13 areas. So that is a very cool... just a cool note that we have. We know that for a fact. And the fort camps are the name of the camps that you are able to place anywhere. I should move this to a different place. Let's see. Where did I write the camps? I'm not finding it. There you go, it's right at the top. They're going to be called fort camps, according to that last guy. And they've also mentioned that you will be able to get struck by lightning during the environmental hazards. Not a big deal, but it's pretty cool. I think he said fort camps, not forward camps. At least fort camps makes more sense to me compared to forward camps. Now, I should also add the note of multiplayer. I didn't include it here, I don't think. Or maybe I did and I missed it. But they're trying to make multiplayer less restrictive in the story. But there's still going to be some restrictions. And there will be solo-only content as well. So I'm interested in how all of that is going to work out. Can't wait to be spawn camped by Toothy War Monster. Oh yeah, that's totally gonna happen sometimes. and that the camps can be destroyed like in Dragon's Dogma 2 or in Wild Hearts. I'm gonna put it like this. Where is it? There you go. Now that is pretty much every single detail that we have gotten so far. So what I'm gonna do ahead is, let me close this real quick. I'll get back to you in a moment. There is something that I would like to finish with you guys. So last stream, we were doing this. Some of you may have been here. We were doing a tier list for the difficulty of the monsters for Monster Hunter World. And I didn't get to finish it, so I thought, why not finish it now? We still have all of the monsters from Iceborne, so if you guys want to help me rank these monsters in terms of difficulty, that's what I want to do now. I will still be recording my video where I mention everything that I found here, all of the information that I found across all the different media coverage, to give you a nice summary of everything. But since I will still be recording the video and have already noted this down, I want to move on to the tier list before I finish the stream. Yeah, I didn't get to finish the stream. The tier list, I mean. So I will be doing that. Let me just stop the music. Put this like this. And let's record this. So yeah, I will be doing the continuation of the tier list, and now all we have left to rank is the Iceborne monsters. There's still quite a lot of you, so let's go over them. Thank you, Waker. Who should I rank first? Any suggestions? Let's start with Bambaro. I feel like he's one of the coolest monsters from Iceborne. So, the first monster that I will be ranking from Iceborne is going to be none other than Bambaro. This iconic guy that you fight very early on, I think he is actually the first one you fight, is honestly one of my favorite monsters to fight off in the game, though he is pretty easy to deal with. He picks up a large what's the name of the object? Sorry, I'm blanking in English. I'm thinking of the name in Portuguese. A log, that's what I was looking for. I'm so dumb sometimes. A log. I couldn't remember the name in English. But yeah, his moveset is all about picking up the log and throwing at you, and also ramming you with its big horns. But otherwise, the moveset is really easy to deal with. You really don't have to worry about anything. He also takes a ton of damage, and because he is so large, it's very easy to hit him. And he never felt like a difficult monster to fight against. In fact, he always felt like an easy one, so I am ultimately going to put him at the top of the tutorial list. Yeah, I am Portuguese. Yes. Lower medium? You think he's more difficult than these? Because I also want to take into account their master rank difficulty. You think tutorial is too low for him? I think that's fair. I think I can put him like above Baroth maybe. Right? 12 tutorial is pretty good. I had some difficulty with them. Portugal, caralho. Really, you guys are putting him in medium. Maybe it's just because I haven't fought him in a while. That's true, the log does take a big attack, and he crosses over the map, like the area, multiple times. That's right, actually. Actually, yeah. Because he covers such a big distance while he is charging at you, and he does it multiple times, and depending on the map, he can pick up a boulder instead of the log, and throwing at you can sometimes lead to you getting hit, stunned, and rammed into a wall, and that's going to lead to a death. I think that there's an argument to be made that he also deserves to be in the easy tier, so I'm not going to quite put him in medium tier because I don't find him being anywhere near these monsters in terms of difficulty, but I will place him around here in the easy tier. Yeah, I feel like this is much fairer. But this is why I like making these tier lists with you guys. Because to be honest, I haven't fought him in a long time, so maybe I'm just misremembering. Yeah, Lunastra just had to be extreme. I didn't put Behemoth in extreme, because there's a normal Behemoth. But that's the only reason. Because normal Behemoth is actually probably around medium difficulty. The only thing about normal Behemoth that can be annoying is doing it solo, which it's not intended to be tackled solo. Yeah, Lunastra was not a fun monster for sure. I guess I should also make a tier list or a ranking of some of the worst monsters, like the most annoying ones and things like that. I think that could be fun. Yeah, only Extremoth would be in the place, in the ranking. Exactly. If there were two different icons, one for normal, one for extreme, I would put extreme here. Now, actually, let me do something real quick. I want to add something small here to the screen. I want to add something here. I'm not finding it. I guess I can do this. Ah, the gifts do show up. Look at that Diablo's plushie. Now, I do want to have a hotkey. I'm gonna make it what? This maybe? Let me just make sure that this works. Yes, it does. Okay. So which monster should I cover next? Diablo Spin should be an emote. It is one of my emotes on Twitch, but YouTube doesn't let me have that. I feel like tutorial should be on easy and easy on medium. This game is hard. I just felt like it would be a big distinction between some of these monsters then, because I feel like the hard tier would be huge if I kept on adding monsters to it. You know what I mean? Because we still have all of these to add, and a lot of these are going to end up in hard. Like, the hard tier list is going to be probably as big as medium. And I think that it would be very bloated if I had... if I didn't have this other tier. Because I feel like some of the difficulty in the game is just you getting used to the controls of the weapon and the combat. Because the monsters themselves are actually pretty simple, a lot of them. Yeah, let's continue with the list. So up next we have Biototus. Where is he? Which is also one of the first monsters that you fight off against in the Iceborne expansion. Now, he really doesn't do much besides going down into the snow and trying to hit you with Ice Blight. He really doesn't do a lot of damage, he's very predictable, and he's sometimes annoying to deal with because you can't place down traps in the snow, and he just likes to go under the snow and you won't be able to hit him for a duration. He's got a cool design, but other than that, I don't think he is a difficult fight, and I am ultimately going to place him at the top of the tutorial. I feel like that's a fair ranking. I feel like that is a fair ranking for sure. Yeah, I feel like that's fair. World Juratoros is the easiest in the series? Hey, true. It's the only time it showed up. I know. Oh no, you mean Juratoros, not Biototos. Yes. Never mind. Yeah, I don't think it warrants placing Biototos in any of these other rankings. Like, yeah, I just don't see him being that difficult. But yeah, let's continue. Now we get into what? Fulgur Engineath, Acidic Tobikadachi? Not acidic. What is the name of the subspecies for Toby, actually? I think this one is missing a couple, actually. No, there's Puke. Where's Toby? Oh, there he is. Okay. Viper Tobikadachi, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's been a long time since I fought him. So yeah, let's continue with Viper. So up next we have Viper Tobikadachi, and this one is a bit tricky because he can be very annoying, certainly with the poison. He's also just as agile as the regular Tobikadachi, and of course he's going to deal more damage. Maybe here? He doesn't have a very complex moveset, but there's still plenty of ways for you to deal with him. And by the time you find him, you'll likely have a lot of antidotes and myrtle and herbal medicine, so you're going to be fine most of the time so long as you come in prepared. So I think that ultimately I will place him at the top of the easy tier, just before the medium. I'd say he's above Thrafian, but below the rest, really? Below Xenojiva? Yet the stream does have a big delay on YouTube. That's just the way that YouTube does things, honestly. He keeps making me cart due to forgetting he does Venom. That is true. It's like, when I think of master rank of these ones, maybe I'll put him here. Like here, maybe? Yeah, I feel like this would be a good place for him. I do mention the Arch-Tempered, but they're kind of like their own unique thing, so I'm not really going over them. Like maybe I'll put him here, or here. I'll put him here. So yes, I think I should go into more detail because yeah, you guys are giving me good reasons. Viper Tobikadachi can definitely pack a punch, and that is right, you do need to be careful with the poison and the paralysis both that he can apply, so he can actually fuck you up if you are not prepared. By the time you fight him, you're going to have plenty of antidotes and plenty of herbal medicine, so you will be able to deal with the poison, but because he's able to do 2 status at once, it can get tricky sometimes if you're not prepared. So at the end, I think that I'm going to place Viper Tobikadachi in the medium tier. And just barely above Uragan. He's really trivialized when you slot in anti-para and anti-deco. Yeah, I can see that. I can totally see that. I can totally see that. Now, what else should I pick? Should I pick another subspecies or a different one? Let's go with another subspecies. Let's go with the Puke. Coral Puke, I think is his name. So up next we have Coral Puke, and this one is much like the original Puke, very easy to deal with. He's going to shoot some water at you, and that water is actually going to do a lot of damage, so you need to be careful and dodge that, but other than that, all of his other attacks are very predictable. He doesn't do a lot of damage with everything else. And it can get annoying the fact that he applies Water Blight to you, but other than that, I don't find myself saying that he is a difficult monster, so I think that I'm actually going to place him in the easy tier. Like here, I think it's perfect. Yeah, I think the Water Blight and the Water Beam just one-shotting you is what makes me put him in easy and not tutorial. Because I remember my first playthrough through Iceborne, I was very surprised because he just one-shot me with the big water jet, exactly. Yeah, I like his design a lot, it's just not difficult. Just not a difficult monster for sure. Fatalis will be easy, boys? Oh man, I wish. I think we all know where he's gonna end up. Since you can't mash to kill any monster, no one should be called tutorial, but I get it's in comparison to others. Yeah, I feel what you mean. Now, where to continue? Let's move on to Fulgur Engineath to complete the cycle of the... oh, there's also Palumo. To complete the cycle of the subspecies. Damn, we really got a lot of subspecies at the start of Iceborne. Huh. Okay, so after that we have the Nightshade Paolumu. And this one is essentially just a more powerful version of Paolumu, deals more damage, can put you to sleep, just like the old one. And he's overall more aggressive. Personally, I never found much difficulty with either of these, but because he is more aggressive, he covers a bigger area with the sleep. Because he covers a bigger area with the sleep that he can use, he can get certainly more annoying. Still, when compared to all the monsters in the medium difficulty, I personally believe that Nightshade Paolumu doesn't come close to them, so I will place him at the top of the easy difficulty, at least for now. Yeah, sleep can be very annoying for sure, but again, it's just Paolumu but stronger, and I don't know. Like, because of the extra damage that he deals, I'm placing him this high in easy. Because when you fight him for the first time in Iceborne, if you haven't changed your gear to master rank at this point, he's going to one-shot you easily. So, just for the damage, I think it warrants being here. I did a ranking for these for Rise and Sunbreak. For Rise, actually, I never did Sunbreak, but if I had Espinas, I would probably put him in hard. Or Flaming Espinas. Espinas probably medium. Like the top of medium. But maybe I'll go ahead and do a one for Sunbreak as well. Later on. Because I never did one for Sunbreak, I only did for Rise. Ah, shit. No. Up next, we have... probably a Fulgur Engineath? Yes. Okay. Up next, we have Fulgur Engineath. And this one is quite simply a beefier Engineath that can also paralyze you and use electricity to deal more damage. Help me out, guys. Does Fulgur Engineath have defense down? I'm forgetting this. I don't think he does, but maybe he does? I'm not sure. I think he does, right? Okay, I did a quick getaway. No, he does not have defense down. Okay, thank you. For some reason, I thought he did. But I'm definitely going to place him higher than this. Let's see. So, Fulgur Engineath, because he deals so much more damage compared to regular Engineath, he is more agile and can also paralyze you. I think it's only fitting that I place him much higher than the regular Engineath. And so, ultimately, I'm going to place him in medium just below Black Diablos. I think that that's fair. I think that that's fair given the amount of damage that Black Diablos deals. And normal Basil, I just don't think he's that difficult. Have you done a tier list on how cool they are instead of how difficult? No, I've never done a tier list like that, no, I don't think so. I've made a video, I think, where I talked about my favorites. I've also made a video where I talk about the creepiest monsters, but never like never a tier list where I just talk about the coolest and which ones I like the most, no. Yeah, Basil is not that difficult. I feel like this would be an accurate assessment. Oh yeah, I like his design a lot, and the way that his armor set looks too. That's right, he is weak to ice and he lives in the ice. That's a weird thing, actually. Now let me move. Let's continue with this. Now up next we have Glavenus, a returning monster that came back in the Iceborne expansion, and one that I am a huge fan of. Now Glavenus doesn't really have a very complicated moveset, he kind of just spins around with its tail, and sometimes he does do a lot of damage with the bigger tail slams, or especially the big AoE, or especially the big spinning attack that he does have to charge up his tail. But ultimately he is a fairly predictable monster whose only real difficulty is trying to hit him in the weak spots because he is so large, so some weapons are going to have difficulty in actually dealing a good amount of damage. He does also have some projectiles by firing off a few fireballs, but they're always very easy to dodge and very predictable again, so I don't think that they should count towards difficulty. Now, would I place Acidic above Fulgur Engineath or above Diablos, Black Diablos? I don't think so. Maybe above Fulgur? I think it's between these two placements for me, honestly. I'll probably place him above Fulgur Engineath just because his spin attack can often just lead to an entire team being carted because they don't expect it. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. But because of Glavenus' high damage, and if you don't know exactly how he moves, you're going to get hit by the big spinning attack, which will more often than not lead to your cart, I think it's fair that I place him in high medium tier. how come Azure Rathalos is so high? I think it's because a consequence of me ranking the base world monsters. Like, here in the medium tier for base, we didn't have anything that I found to be harder than him. Maybe Black Diablos should be here, actually. But like... Actually, I think it works better like this. I think it works better like this, actually. So yeah, I'm going to make a slight change here on the list, and I'm going to move Azure Rathalos below Fulgur Engineath. So Glavenus and Fulgur are both going to be above him, because I think that ultimately these three monsters are more powerful, deal more damage, and can be a bit more annoying to deal with. I find Black Diablos harder than Teostra and Val. I have a lot of experience with both Diablos, so it's hard for me to place Diablos very high on the list. Yeah, that's the thing about Azure Rathalos, why he was so high, it's because he is annoying. But he's not super difficult, it's more just annoying, you know? And the argument about the Screamer pods can also be applied to the flash bombs with Rathalos. Black Diablos is a tough cookie, though. Yeah, that is true. Okay, let's continue. Up next we have Nargacuga, another fan favorite that also came back during the Iceborne expansion, and this one actually in my opinion got very nerfed compared to the previous games. You still need to watch out for his quick jabs and his big tail slam, especially the double tail slam that he does when he is enraged. But I just don't think that Nargacuga is all that difficult. And he certainly doesn't have a lot of health in this game, and he can get tripped very easily. So I am going to place him in the middle of the medium difficulty. I think that this is fair. I feel like above Basil, you think? I don't know. I don't think I die to him too much. Like Nargacuga, they really nerfed Nargacuga in Iceborne. I feel like he is much weaker than he was in the previous games. Yeah, you are right. I should put him above Basil. Yeah, Nariku is a very simple monster to deal with, I feel like. Yeah, I feel like all of this, like these three placements are like exactly where I would put him. I don't see him any higher or lower than these three. Hashtag Narikuya for Wilds. I'm still hoping that Wilds only has new monsters. Still hoping that's the case. Oh, that's right, there is the bleed. There is the bleed, I should mention that. I should mention the bleed. That is true. Now, because Nargacuga can also apply bleed to you, and also you are often going to bounce off of hitting him in the sides, because if you don't have Mind's Eye or good enough sharpness, it can actually be tough. It can actually be tough for some players, especially if they're... Sorry. It can actually be tough for some players, especially if you're not used to some of its... Especially if you're not used to some mechanics, and you may accidentally trip over one of its feathers, and you may accidentally stumble onto its feathers, and then you end up with bleed. And so you and so if you don't have a Stera Jerky, you try to crouch to remove the bleed, but maybe you get hit in the process. So while Nargacuga does present a few challenges and troubles for you, I think that he ultimately lands in the medium difficulty. I think that I should just mention the bleed, right? I don't think that it is... You know, since I'm talking about each monster and what they do, it's something that I should mention. Yeah, I feel like that's the case. If you are a newer player, you're going to go... If you are a new player, you don't know that you're going to bounce off of hitting him in the sides with low sharpness. You don't know about the tail slam. You don't know about the bleed. So there are some other things in there. Oh yeah, Shogun is in Rise. Now let's move on to... Is it time for Tigrex? Do I do Tigrex or Barioth first? There's also Odogaron here. Ebony Odogaron. I feel like we're not going to be getting any more easy monsters. Looking at this list. That's like the end of easy. I'm probably gonna start stacking some medium monsters. I'm just doing some math off the top of my head, seeing which ones go where. There's not going to be a whole lot of extremes though. Not a whole lot. Yeah, I really don't want a single monster returning in Wild. I honestly wish it was all new. Yeah, I have seen a lot of people getting walled by Barioth and Tigrex as well. A lot of people. Okay. I'll go to Barioth now. Up next, we have none other than Barioth. And this Wyvern is one that is going to wall off a lot of players due to its aggressiveness, the Ice Blights, and just the huge AoE attacks that it's able to use. It should also be taken into account the arenas where you fight against Barioth, because some of them are going to lead to tremors, which is going to make things a little bit more difficult for you. Unaware players are not going to know how to deal with his attack where he goes up onto the wall and lunges at you, or they might not be able to gauge the distance of his tail swipe, which often causes people to get hit while they are distracted. Combine that with the big AoE projectiles and that can lead to people getting messed up really quickly. Now I don't think that Barioth has quite enough to reach into the hard difficulty, but I think that I'm going to place him at the top of medium right below Teostra and Black Diablos. I think that this is very fair. Because these two, I think, I don't know. This is just a normal one. Like, this I would probably place him here. Or here. Or here even. Here, I mean. But this one, the normal one, I don't think it should be above these. Yeah, let's continue. Into... Ooh. We have Brachydios, Ebony Odogaron, Rajang, Ian Garuga. Oh, there's still Shrieking Volcano Tigress. There's still a lot of them. Still a lot of monsters. Nimius, I think that's how you spell your name. Thank you very much for this. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate you. And again, to anyone that has just joined the stream, I am doing the stream both on YouTube and Twitch, just so you know. So I'm able to reply to both the chats. Look at those emotes. Yeah, Frostfang can get very difficult with some with one shots. Yeah. But the normal one, it's pretty bearable. Okay. Up next, we have Ebony Odogaron, and this one is quite simply a more aggressive Odogaron, but this time he applies Dragon Blight on you, and he also has a few ranged attacks, but honestly, it's not that different. It kind of feels like you are constantly fighting against an Odogaron that is enraged, but other than that, if you manage to move around him and try to hit him, you'll be totally fine. The only issue with Odogaron is that he has a small hitbox, but if your weapon is fast enough that you are able to hit him, you'll be able to defeat him very easily. Though that being said, I have seen Ebony Odogaron kick some players' asses. I think I want to place him here, above Rathalos, below Diablos. It's a cool fight, it's a cool monster, but maybe it's too much to be above Viper, actually. No, I'm not from Braga. Where is the thing? I lost it. Auto is just tanky, it will neuter your abilities. Yeah, it's kind of like that. If you are used to the normal one, you'll be able to do him fine. But if not... As a greatsword user that uses the biggest raw stick, I can find at any given moment Ebony Odogaron might as well be an Odogaron with a skin. Yeah, that's the thing. Dragon Blight will do nothing to raw builds, and he also doesn't have a lot of HP, so you can do well against him even if he resists, or rather, even if he uses Dragon Blight on you. And again, getting rid of Dragon Blight is also pretty easy. Dragon Blight neutralizes your element. That's what it does. But yeah, I think I'm gonna put him here. Just give a final word. So because of the Dragon Blight and because he does move around a lot and does hit you pretty hard with some moves, I think that I'm going to place Ebony Odogaron near the tail end of the medium tier. Kind of weird. Well, well, a lot of... Not a lot, but there's a few more Monster Hunter creators. From Portugal, I mean. Rurikan, who's one of the biggest, he's from Portugal too. And Ark is also from Portugal. No. Who else do we have? Didn't know Portugal was based Monster Hunter Nest. It just happened to spawn 3 of us. Yeah, let's do Tigrex. I feel like that is a good suggestion, for sure. And I do like him. Now, up next we have Tigrex, one fan favorite returning as well in the Iceborne expansion. Now, Tigrex can be a bit of a pain for a lot of players, given how fast and aggressive he is, the fact that he keeps just rushing through the area from one side to the next, trying to just run over you and do a bunch of spin attacks. On top of that, he has his iconic roar that deals some damage. No, actually the normal one doesn't do damage, right? It's only Brute Tigrex. I might be misremembering the normal one. I actually don't remember. Normal roar also does damage? Okay, while he is enraged. Yeah, I thought so. So when you couple his ability to trample all over you very easily, the fact that he has a big ranged attack in the rocks that he throws at you, as well as the big deafening roar that he can use to deal some damage if you are close enough while he is enraged, it all results in this powerful monster that is going to trample all over newcomers and is going to give some difficulty to even the veterans, although he does have a lot of exploitable moves. So ultimately, I will be placing Tigrex at the bottom of the hard difficulty. Having some difficulty with the Phantom Birds to spawn? Oh man, I totally get you. The Phantom Birds. Harder than Valhazak? I can see that. Kushala should be above Kirin. I honestly think that Kirin is really difficult with some weapons, whereas Kushala you still can deal with him with all of the weapons fine. It's just annoying. We still have quite a few to go through. Up next, we have Shrieking Legiana. And she is essentially just a more powerful Legiana. She's going to apply ice in a bigger area. And she's going to deal more damage, going to roar even more times, but other than that, she's practically just an upgrade over the original one, although not a very powerful one. She is definitely going to force you into bringing null berries as well as flash bombs, but if you manage to knock her down into the floor, you'll be able to bash her in very easily. Other than that, the most annoying thing about Shrieking Legiana is that very often she will also call on to a normal Legiana to help her out, and that means that you should also bring a dunk bot to help you out, because otherwise you're going to have a hard time. Still, it doesn't really offer much in the way of difficulty, and if you have dealt with a regular Legiana, I feel like the Shrieking Legiana is just going to be around this difficulty. Another lame variant? It is a lame variant, yes. Always on the upper hand of my hunted monsters because of bad RNG. Damn, that sucks. That's unfortunate. Alright, up next we have... Let's do Ian Garuga. Up next we have Ian Garuga, and this one is a bit of an odd one because you find him only after you beat the Iceborne story in the Guiding Lands. And he is a very aggressive bird. He certainly does pack a punch with the big dive that he does, and his multiple fireballs can also catch you off guard and do a lot of damage. Still, I think that by the time you first find him in the game, you already have a pretty good set and you're going to deal with him fairly easily. And compared to the monsters that follow after him as you play through the game, he's not going to be a huge menace, but he is certainly one that you should respect because otherwise he's going to get you killed. So I think that ultimately I will be placing Ian Garuga high on the medium tier. I think I like this place for him. I think that's a good spot for him. Yeah, he's squishy, he does hit like a truck, but he also doesn't hit as hard as the Scarred Ian Garuga, which I will certainly be putting higher. Yeah, this is the Ian, the default one, the Ian Garuga. This is Scarred Ian Garuga. I like that they have a different icon for them. I don't think normal Garuga is easy just because of how much damage some of his attacks do. The difference between Scarred and normal is just the damage, really. I don't think it changes anything else, at least I don't remember. Because Scarred and Garuga is essentially just a tempered version. I mean, I think you can only find him as a tempered even. He never stops, yeah. He never stops attacking. Yeah, that's the idea. When you first find Ian Garuga, you already have a pretty good set. Because you have cleared Iceborne, you have already done some leveling in the Guiding Lands, because I believe you need Guiding Lands level 6 to find them. Or Wildspire Waste 6, something like that. So by that time, you already have probably some really good sets. Maybe you already have the Gold Rathian set, which is amazing for defense. Yeah, level 6 of the Guiding Land, so it's a lot. By that time, you have done a lot of fighting against powerful monsters. That's right, his legs were the meta for a long time. Until we got the title updates. I believe they came with handicraft and some good slots as well. Or was it critical? Okay, I see. For some reason I thought it was handicraft. Actually, I can always double check here, I'm curious. Let's see. Critical Eye 2. Oh, it's not critical boost, it's critical eye. Those are some really good decos, goddamn. Now, what else should we do? Let's do an Elder. Now, up next, we have none other... Wait. I just forgot its name, fuck. Why am I forgetting the name? I'm blanking on the name, fuck. Shara Ishvala, that's the one, thank you. I was blanking really hard on the name. So up next we have Shara Ishvalda, the final boss of the Iceborne expansion, of the story that is. And this one is really cool because it has a couple of different phases. First you begin by fighting off against the big boulder formation that they have around it. Try to remove its armor as you deal damage, and it's a bit boring to be honest, and it does get annoying especially with some weapons. But breaking through that armor is very easy. Now when you actually get to fight off against the Sharishvalda, you may be surprised by the amount of one-shots that thing can do. I know I certainly did actually end up failing the quest the first time with the hunting horn, because I just spent so much time trying to break through the armor, and then at the end, I was hit with the big spirit bomb. Ultimately, a lot of its attacks are very well telegraphed, so you can actually counter them very easily, and with some weapons you'll be able to punish them as well. But I don't think that it warrants being very high on the list. Though whenever I look at the list of medium monsters, I think it deserves to be in the hard tier at least, so I'm putting it at the end of the hard tier. It's funny that they don't even have an icon for the final phase of Shara here. Yeah, it's not a very good fight, but it is an interesting one for sure. Yeah, the first phase is a drag. And I remember when I first did it, I was with the hunting horn and I didn't have good decorations. I wasn't using a very aggressive set. And I ended up failing the quest the first time because I just ran out of time. Okay. Now let's move on to a different one. Now the next monster is going to be the flagship of the Iceborne expansion, none other than Legiana. Why did I call it... None other than Volcana. And this one is a monster that I like a lot, especially because of the Arch-Tempered fight, where it really makes you respect its moveset, and you do need to deal with the big AoEs, the big tail spikes, the big tail swipes, and all of the powerful attacks that she does. She can be difficult at first for some players due to the big AoE attacks that she creates with the ice fields, the big ice crystals that can fall on top of you. And in general, it's just a very different fight compared to a lot of other monsters, especially with Volcana being able to create some geometry that you can get on top of. Still, if we're not counting the Arch-Tempered version, Volcana by herself is not really that difficult, so long as you are able to dodge out of the way of the sword stabs with the tail. As realistically, all the other attacks are actually very well telegraphed and very easy to dodge. She is an awesome monster, but I also don't think that she is very difficult or even annoying to fight against. Though again, the Arch-Tempered version is one of the most difficult fights in the entire game in my opinion. So I think that ultimately she deserves to be in the hard tier. The flagship of Iceborne, Biototus. I feel like maybe I'm putting too much weight on the Arch-Tempered version. But I do believe that Arch-Tempered Volcana may be in the top 3. Yeah, exactly. It may just be in the top 3 fights in the game, in difficulty. For sure. Yeah, and then we have Rise Volcana, which is a joke. It just is. Like, when I think of the hardest fights in this game, the ones that come to mind are Extreme Behemoth, Arch-Tempered Volcana, and Elatrion. These are like the top 3 for me. Dethrone Teostra. I don't know, I get what you mean because base Volcana is weak. Base Volcana isn't very threatening. I haven't ranked Fatty yet. No, not yet. Oh, you mean in my top 3 difficult? I personally don't think he was as difficult as those other 3 fights. Like, I had more difficulty with both Elatrion and Arch-Tempered Volcana. And Extreme Behemoth might even be my number 1. I spent like 12 hours straight on that fight until we finally got it. Extreme Behemoth was an experience. And of course, if you go in and do Extreme Behemoth now with Mastering gear, it would be cheating. I mean, like, when Extreme Behemoth released, I honestly think that was the hardest fight in the entire game, probably. Fatty almost took me 2 weeks to kill? Damn. I mean, I did my entire Fatalis run here on stream. I'm not sure if you saw it. Because I had never hunted Fatalis until like less than a week ago. It's like 4 days ago or something. And I did my first few tries. I mean, I did every single try. And it was, I think the total came to, let me see, it was 13 cards when I killed him, so you have 5 cards per quest on Fatalis, so I think I only did 5 runs, so 25. plus 13, which is when I killed him. Yeah. I only died 38 times to him, which, you divide this by 5, means that I only ended up failing around 8 times to kill him. 8 quests failed to Fatalis doesn't sound like much. You know? Like, he is a difficult monster, he is going on extreme. I am spoiling this for you. But I don't know, I just didn't think he was as difficult. But maybe it was the weapon that I used that helped me get there faster, for sure. And to anyone that is curious, my entire session with Fatalis, from the very beginning until the end, it's all on YouTube. It's all on my live streams on YouTube, you can watch that. And see me get obliterated by Fatalis and how I killed him with 2 minutes left on the clock. He can be cheesed with the switch axe? Really? I didn't know that. I always get really close to beating Fatty solo, but always run out of time. Damn. Yeah, the timer is brutal, but I like that they give us the 30-minute timer. I think that more fights should do it. Because otherwise, a lot of people can just go in with a lot of defense and, you know, just not take any damage, and that kind of removes the difficulty of the fight. I like that you have to be aggressive, actually. But let's continue with the list. Up next, we have none other than Brachydios, another fan favorite that returned to Monster Hunter World. And I personally love this guy. I like that he is super aggressive, that he runs at you, keeps on punching you, leaving the slime on the floor that is going to blow up, and you need to be careful about it. And you also have to make sure that you don't accidentally roll into one of those slime puddles, because, well, that means that you're just going to get hit with Blast again. He's a really fun monster to hunt, he's definitely a tough one, but I don't think that he is extremely difficult. But if you are not careful, he is definitely going to combo you into oblivion. So I think that I'm going to end up placing regular Brachydios in the hard tier, but not too high. Whoops, I forgot to remove the Owl's plushie. He's top of medium. I can also see it, but I also find myself dying more to Brachydios than all of these. You know? Because he can just cover entire areas with the Blight. And everything else. Like, maybe that is too high. I get that. Raging Brachydios is like a hyperbolic time chamber for normal Brachy. You just get so much practice with him. I think that given the fact that Brachydios can cover the entire arena in slime and you need to be careful not to get hit by it, the fact that all of that can lead to several explosions and you can get comboed into infinity by Brachydios, that he is also very aggressive by himself and will often just non-stop attack you. I don't think he has a ton of openings for a new player to exploit, whereas other monsters I think are more easily recognizable. Other than the attack where he kind of just puts his head down on the floor and makes this wave of blast, I don't think that all of his other attacks can be very easily exploited by a newcomer, and I think that from everything that I have seen, all the new players that I have seen into Monster Hunter, they always have a lot of trouble with Brachydios, and I think that whenever I call back my hunts with Brachydios and compare it to these other monsters, I find that I end up dying to Brachydios more than these three. So that is why I ultimately put him in the hard tier. Yes, older Brachy was more difficult for sure, but that's also because the games were much slower, and so you didn't have as many options. Now, moving on from there, the next monster on the list is going to be one of my favorites, none other than Rajang. And this monkey can give a lot of pain to a lot of players. He certainly never stops attacking. This ball of pain is going to destroy the lives of so many hunters. He's super aggressive, non-stop. He's super aggressive, never stops attacking. And any opening that he can find, he's going to use it to destroy you. That being said, Rajang doesn't have a lot of HP. And some of his attacks, like the big beam that he does, or the big slam down that he does, are also very easily exploitable. There's also the fact, that being said, there's the fact that it is a lot harder for you to use the Clutch Claw on him, because for one, he is a much smaller target, but two, whenever you Clutch Claw onto the arms, he can actually pick you up and throw you onto the ground. Or is that just Furious Rajang? Maybe I'm misremembering. But I think that also applies to the normal one, right? His music does slap. And that is true. The only way for you to remove the enrage from him is to actually keep on hitting him in the tail, and that can be a bit difficult given how small the hitbox is. And given all of these factors, let's give him the canonical boost and put him above Kirin at the top of the hard tier. He's the bane of slow weapons? Oh yeah. Yo. What is this? Okay. Now, moving on from there, we're almost done. Up next, we have Goldrathien, the first of the duo. And this one is actually a bit of a pain for a lot of players due to how much poison she's able to put out, on top of all of the slams that she's going to do, keep on ramming against you. She's just a much more aggressive version of Rathian, and should be respected as such. And of course, not only is her poison going to deal so much damage and eat away at your HP, but she is generally just a lot harder to deal with. So I think that Goldrathien deserves to be in the hard tier at the very least. Ah shit, I forgot to remove the plushie again. Any thoughts on the Goldrathien? Yeah, the gold weapons are very good, and the Goldrathien set is also very good. That's right, she does get the second tail whip. Oh, I haven't done acidic yet? Ah, shit. Okay. So Goldrathien being the first of the metal dragons, she is a lot more powerful and aggressive compared to the regular Rathian. Not only is she able to output a much more potent poison, but she's able to do it much more often due to her more powerful and frequent attacks. Especially with the double tail slam that she can perform. She's just really insane to deal with for some players. And her fireballs also pack quite a punch. So given all of that, I think that I'm going to place Goldrathien this high on the tier list. Actually, let me put her above Velkhana. I think that's fair. Oh, Rosie, that command no longer works. I no longer have a Discord server. Take care, George. See ya. You'd place her above Rajang? Really? That is true. You also need to do elemental damage against Gold Rathian and, of course, Silver Rathalos to deal with their charged up state, and to knock them back into their normal form to be able to deal with them more easily. So I think that should also be taken into account. Yeah, I think she deserves to be like here, maybe. But then we'll lose Kolf behind. Yes, maybe. You can do it by doing both things, I'm pretty sure, in Doomsday. And of course, following Gold Rathian, we of course have Silver Rathalos. And this one is, of course, even more powerful compared to regular Rathalos, just a lot more aggressive, has a lot more firepower, and is going to abuse it to destroy you. His fireballs now cover a huge area of effect and deal a ton of damage. And even though he doesn't go for poisonous attacks as much, they also pack quite a punch, and of course that can lead to your death if you are not careful. Silver Rathalos really shows why he is the king of the skies, and that warrants being at the top of the hard tier. Yeah, that behemoth is the gatekeeper. This behemoth is the gatekeeper into extreme, I feel like, because maybe I can put him into extreme, but I don't know, should I? I guess I should think which, because like, this is extreme, this is extreme. This is extreme. Let me group up the extremes. This is extreme. Safi is probably top of hard. Ruiner is hard. Raging is hard. Scarred is hard. Stygian is hard. Brute is wired. Maybe extreme? Yeah, we're just going to end up with not a lot of extreme monsters, but I think that's fine. They're supposed to be the outliers. Like, the monsters of extreme are supposed to give you a visceral reaction, I feel like. Because the thing about Behemoth is that I can't separate him into two different ones. Because if I could, I would just put Extreme Behemoth at the top of Extreme, and normal one somewhere around here, maybe at the bottom. So it's hard for me to give anything higher than Behemoth because there is the Extreme that I need to take into account. I am not placing Kushala in extreme. Okay, let's continue. We're almost done. Up next we have Acidic Lavinus, and this is quite simply just a more annoying Lavinus. I believe that it does deal more damage than the regular one, though the difference doesn't really seem like much, but this time he can inflict defense down. And while he does not use as many fireballs, at least as far as I remember, he doesn't really offer much, again, in the way of difficulty. So I am ultimately going to still place him in the medium tier. And after that we have Zinogre, a fan favorite, in fact the #1 favorite monster in the entire Monster Hunter franchise. And I believe that this is the first new monster that you encounter in the Guiding Lands. And he's actually not very difficult, in fact I would go as far as to say that he is pretty easy to deal with. His Thunder Slam can deal a lot of damage, but other than that he is very easy to dodge out of the way of his attacks. And you may eventually get paralyzed after being hit with the Thunder Blight, but other than that, I don't think he really is all that concerning. At least not the base version, so I am going to put him at the top of medium, but not any higher. You guys really think that Zinogre is hard? Like, I can see high medium, like I put him there, but it is true that you do need to gauge the distance between the different lightning balls that he does, and also you do need to be careful about his melee combo. But I never really get caught off guard by Zinogre, I feel like. Although he is certainly less predictable than Black Diablos, that is true. So these two rankings can really go up to preference, I feel like. Yeah, I feel like this would be a good one. Another one of those new player stompers, that's right, that is fair. I have a ton of mileage with him from Portable 3rd. I can see that, yeah. That definitely helps. Yeah, I fought him a lot as well in 4U. So I guess I had a lot of knowledge on his moveset too, coming into World. Yeah, the Black Diablos can just outright kill you in an instant. And that's kind of like the entire thing that is carrying Black Diablos is just the damage. Yes, electricity in Monster Hunter is way more concerning because of paralysis. And also there's not a lot of good armors that usually resist thunder. And after that, let's do an Elder Dragon, this time Namiel. Namiel is a really cool monster. I love her design and the way that she's able to use the water and then use electricity to deal more damage and to make it flow through the water. It all works well to create this really unique monster that has such a cool design. Now the fight itself is actually pretty chill for the most part, apart from a couple of moves where she goes up in the sky and kind of falls down, slapping her wings and blowing your HP up with the electricity. She can also apply both Water Blight and Thunder Blight, which can lead to paralysis, so she can be difficult to deal with in that instance. And then on top of that, there is Arch-Tempered Namiel, which is certainly very difficult for a lot of players, though not quite as difficult as Arch-Tempered Velkhana. Still, when compared to a lot of monsters, I feel like she deserves to have her own spot in the hard tier, so I'm getting to place her here. Hey Forest Raider, how's it going? Welcome. Welcome. After all of those Monster Hunter Wild news, we're just finishing up a tier list that I've been working on since a couple of days ago. Never got around to finishing this. Now that I think about it, maybe Kulve should be higher, like here. It's hard to rank Kulve, I feel like. Yeah, the floor water is a gimmick for sure. But I don't think I would place Namiel above Kirin or Rajang. Been hearing about you always from Phil. Needed to finally stop by. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. Namiel isn't really that hard, maybe because she felt slower and a bit sluggish than most of the other dragons for me. That's fair, she is definitely slower than most. That is very fair. Again, it's kind of hard to rank these two because they have their Arch-Tempered versions, and like, again, if I were ranking Arch-Tempered Velkhana, I would straight up put her here. So it's a bit tough to rank these. Maybe I should have separated the Arch-Tempered, but I feel like it's too late to do that now. But let's continue with the list. I want to do Safi'jiiva. So up next we have Safi'jiiva, one of the most iconic Elder Dragons to be added to Iceborne. As she was one of those monsters that had the 4-player siege, where you were supposed to tackle it in multiplayer, and she even had the one-shot attack, where you had to stand behind the boulders. It's a really cool hunt where you need to break the different parts, and it's going to take you a really long time to be able to finally take her down. Now, in terms of difficulty, Safi'jiiva doesn't have a lot of unique attacks that are going to be problematic for you, but she does pack a lot of punch, and because you are essentially on a timer to break the different parts to be able to actually take her down, you may eventually just end up doing a lot of mistakes because you are in a rush. Now, of course, if you are planning on soloing Safi'jiiva, she jumps up into the extreme difficulty, but that is not the case. We're talking about the 4-player siege. And with a coordinated party, she really isn't all that difficult to take down, but I still do believe that she deserves to be in the hard difficulty, and given that she even has a one-shot attack, I think that I'm going to be placing her here still in the hard difficulty. Let me just grab some water real quick. Okay. I've seen someone say that you can roll the weapons from mining, but you need to complete the hunt at once. Okay, let's continue. Almost done. The final row is here. Up next we have Seething Basil Goose, and this one is quite simply just a bigger, more powerful version of Basil that has much bigger explosions that cover a much bigger radius, and he's just easily able to one-shot you if you're not careful. And let's not forget about his big dive bomb attack that is just absolutely nuts. Given how much damage and how much area he's able to cover with his big explosions, I think that he definitely warrants being in the hard tier, although not very high, because he is honestly very predictable and easy to bait into different attacks. But still given the amount of damage that he is able to put out, I think that he deserves to be in the hard tier. Yeah, it didn't end yet. We're still doing this. And after that we have Scarred Garuga. Now this one is also very powerful, a much more powerful version of the regular Garuga. Now because Garuga himself does deal a lot of damage but is also very squishy and easy to deal with, he didn't rank very high. But then you have Scarred Garuga that racks up the aggression to 11. He's just a menace whenever he starts just non-stop diving at you, spamming those fireballs, dealing a ton of damage. And he still doesn't have a ton of health, but... And he still doesn't have a lot of health, but if he gets his head on you, you are going to regret it. Still, it doesn't quite warrant being at the top of the hard tier, but I do believe that it deserves to be in the middle of the hard difficulty. Now, after that, we're going to go into the Brute Tigrex. And this aggressive boy is also a huge menace, just essentially a more powerful version of Tigrex, and now this time all of his roars are going to deal damage and they actually cover a very big range. And with him being so aggressive, running around all over the place, throwing boulders non-stop at you and being able to do multiple spins in a row, he is truly a menace. Still, I do believe that I have gotten used to his moveset after farming for armor spheres from him for such a long time. But I do believe that he still warrants being at the top of the hard tier. You think Brute is below Goldrathian? I don't know, I have seen so many people dying to Brute Tigrex is my thing. So many people. Like, I'll be doing the Armor Sphere event quest to farm for Armor Spheres against Brute Tigrex, and everybody will die in an instant. He does a couple of swipes and everybody dies. Like, I swear I've seen dozens of people dying to him. Yeah, and there's also the scream that you might not notice it, but your health certainly notices. The walking roar is funny to watch new players card. That is true. That is true. Maybe I'll put him below Rajang, because Rajang does have that bullshit factor where he goes up into the wall to counter you. But I feel like here is a fair place. Actually, I think this is fair. Yeah, you see a lot of people dodging the first spin and then they go in thinking it's okay and they get hit by the second immediately after. Now let's continue, because we do have still some few monsters to go with. Okay. Oh man, we're almost done. Up next we have Black Veil Valhazak, which is quite simply a more powerful version of Valhazak that is going to afflict the effluvia even more often and more easily. He doesn't really stand out as he doesn't have anything particularly special that regular Valhazak already doesn't have. though the fact that you have to hunt him in the ancient forest might actually make things a bit harder for you. A bit harder for you. But given that Valhazak and again Black Veil Valhazak are essentially just annoying monsters that you have to play around their gimmick, once you figure that out and you are well prepared, you'll be able to do it. You'll be able to do it very easily, so he gets to be a bit above the regular Valhazak, but not by much. Yeah, that is the cool detail, that he is immune to flashes until you break the head. That's a lot of creatures, never knew there were that much. I'm new to the game, so that's a lot to see. Before I go through them, I have to beat the coral place. You still have a lot of game to go through, Soul. That's gotta be fun for you. Enjoy the game. You still have a lot of an amazing game to go through. Okay, let's continue with the list. Let's go into Devil Joe. Next up we have Savage Devil Joe, and this one is fun because he is particularly powerful, much more aggressive with much bigger breath attacks, many more stomps, but at the same time he doesn't really offer much more in the way of difficulty, because if you already know how to deal with Devil Joe, then you are going to know how to deal with Savage Devil Joe. He applies defense down and he applies Dragon Blight, which are all going to make things a lot harder for you. But at the same time, he's essentially just a walking huge hitbox that you can take advantage of. And so long as the big tremors don't get to you, I think that you can have a good time against him. Yeah, I don't think he deserves to be in Extreme. Like, maybe I'll put him above Kirin, but is it above Rajang? I don't think so. And after that, we get to Stygian Zenogre. And this one is essentially just a faster, more aggressive Zenogre, although it does have a couple new moves that make things a bit more tricky for you. Still, I don't believe that Stygian Zenogre is incredibly difficult, but I do think that the higher aggressiveness, the higher damage, and couple that with the new moveset with the big drill attack that he does, are enough to warrant him being in the hard tier. Yeah, Stygian Zenogre is awesome. I love him. But again, I don't think he is particularly difficult. Like, he is hard, of course, but I don't think that he is incredibly hard. You have to be Master Rank 100 to fight him? I forgot about that. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to pull back Nergigante, now that I look at this. But Nergigante is probably gonna go here, and Ruiner is gonna go, like, here. Yeah, that's a good point. I needed to bump down Nergigante. And it's the thing, the Iceborne monsters definitely changed the list up a bit. Like, Devil Joe probably goes here, or maybe even here. Actually, I'll do this, I feel like. I know that Ruiner requires you to be 100, but I didn't know that Stygian did too. Isn't Stygian unlocked by the Guiding Lens? I thought that's what it was. Anyways, that doesn't matter much to this video. And up next we have none other than Ruiner Nergigante, the monster you fight off at Master Rank 100. And personally, I love this monster. It's absolutely one of my favorites. My favorite fight to do whenever I want to test out a build. That's how much fun I have with him. I don't think he is incredibly difficult, but maybe it's because I have gotten used to him by this point. He's essentially a more powerful Nergigante that can apply bleed and has bigger area of effect damage, but truthfully he is essentially the same. So if you can deal with the Nergigante, you definitely can deal with Ruiner Nergigante. And some of his combos can be a bit difficult to consider. And some of his combos can be a bit difficult to deal with given how fast they come out. But again, so long as you keep on being aggressive against Nergigante, you're going to break off his spikes, and he's going to spend most of the fight in the ground. So while Ruiner Nergigante does deserve to still be in the hard tier, mostly because of the damage that he can deal, I think that if you know what you're doing, I think that if you know what you are doing, he's going to feel a lot easier. But he still deserves a spot in the hard tier, in my opinion. Actually, I'm gonna do this. After that we have Frostfang Barioth, and this one is a bit of a tough case because he has a lot of bullshit moves that are going to deal a lot of damage, cover a huge area, and knock you down consistently on top of applying Ice Blight. Especially with the big AoE, especially with the big area of effect attacks that can knock you up into the air, and then he's already preparing his follow-up attack. He's also got an attack where he covers a huge area on the floor. So he can actually be very, very difficult to deal with. Now, does it warrant being into extreme though? Yeah, he's definitely like around here for sure. He just has a lot of bullshit attacks that you have to deal with, and most monsters just don't have a lot of that to offer. Maybe it's not quite enough to put him in extreme, but definitely at the top of the hard tier. And after that we have Raging Brachydios, one of the coolest monsters in the entire game, with the special move where at the end he's able to zone you off and close you in on an area by himself with you and him alone. He's a lot of fun. He's able to put a lot more slimes on the floor. And personally, I actually think that he is a lot harder whenever he is outside of that special arena, because when he enters the final arena, he just doesn't, he stops spreading the slimes on the floor. Whereas when he is outside the arena, he's going to cover every single area with slime and make things a lot harder for you. Still, it's an epic fight, one that I love very much, and one that I have seen many new players struggle to fight against, but personally I don't think it quite reaches into the extreme difficulty. I personally think he's a lot easier outside the arena. The final phase for me is the easiest one to be for sure. That is true. The entire floor becomes lava, but I don't know. I just, whenever he went into the last phase, I usually have a lot easier time. And I think I've heard the same statement from other players that are new to the game. Like, I remember Asmongold, for example, he was having an extremely tough time against Raging Brachydios, but the moment that he went into that special area, he killed him outright. Because that's the thing, it's like, on that final arena, he's not spreading as much blast, so you are allowed to do more damage more consistently. Like, even without the health augment, if you have enough healing items, I feel like you can totally blast him in the final area. Whereas the first phase, before you get to that, I think it's harder. He struggles with most things. That is true. Now, the final monsters. Oh boy. I think you guys know what's gonna happen. The final three monsters, Furious Rajang. Sorry, let's do one by one still. Up next we have Furious Rajang, and this is of course going right into extreme. This monster is absolutely insane. With how fast he is, how agile of a monkey he is, being able to, even when you flinch him, be knocked back into the wall to go back with a huge counter, his big AoE tremors, his non-stop jumps on top of the beam that deals a ton of damage, and of course the fact that you bounce off of hitting him in the arms, coupled with the fact that you cannot remove the enrage from him, unlike the normal version of Rajang, you ultimately end up with a huge ball of anger that is going to result in a lot of hunters dying non-stop. I've never beaten World Furious? Really? Damn. Now looking at this, I thought Enjanath was hard. Yeah, the fire-breathing dinosaur, yeah. He's... Listen, you're still very early on into the game, so you still have a lot to enjoy, but he's down here, so you're going to find a lot more cooler and more difficult monsters, at least in my opinion. So I hope you enjoy your journey through Monster Hunter. That makes sense. There are still quite a few ways for you to deal with Furious Rajang, but just given how he non-stop attacks you and how much damage he's able to put out, I do feel like he warrants being at the very bottom of Extreme. Now, for the final two monsters, we have of course the two Black Dragons. And oh boy, I think you all know what's gonna happen, but of course Elatrion is going straight into the very top of extreme difficulty. This is the monster that caused so many players to downvote the game on Steam. Because let's face it, not only does he have a very aggressive and difficult moveset, there's also an elemental damage check that you need to work towards, otherwise it's going to result in an instant wipe. So either you try to defeat Elatrion by simply doing a ton of raw damage and forgetting about the elemental check, or you try to break his horns and fight with the elemental advantage. But that can still be very difficult for a lot of weapons and a lot of players. There's a reason why Elatrion is hated by so many players. Personally, I love him, especially after having hunted him over 50 times by now. But there is no denying it, Elatrion is by far one of the hardest monsters in the game. Never beaten Elatrion solo? Dude, it's so satisfying, you gotta try it. I mean, not that you haven't tried it, but when you do get it, it's gonna be amazing. Yeah, he's really fun to play, exactly. I personally don't mind the elemental check as much by now, I've gotten used to it. And I also feel like it's a good side objective. It's essentially a minigame within the fight, and I enjoy that. But I understand why so many players dislike it. But I still think that Arch-Tempered Volcana is harder than Elatrion, personally. And of course, the final monster on this list is none other than the final monster of the entire game, Fatalis. And he goes straight into the extreme difficulty. Now, I personally don't believe that he is harder than Elatrion. I wouldn't even put him in the top 3 difficulty quests in the game in my personal opinion, where I would put Elatrion, Extreme Behemoth, and also Arch-Tempered Volcana. But other than that, he is definitely in the top 5 most difficult fights in the game. In case you guys don't know, I only recently fought against Fatalis, and it was such an awesome experience getting to learn his moveset and trying to get better with each different attempt. Now, given that it only took me 8 attempts to finally beat him, I cannot in good conscience say that he was more difficult than Elatrion that took me like 30, or Arch-Tempered Volcana, which likewise took me probably over 20 attempts, and I don't even know the number for Extreme Behemoth. But he is certainly quite the ferocious monster that you really need to learn your timings, you really need to know the attack patterns, and he really punishes you for a lot of mistakes that you end up doing. But at the same time, it's also very rewarding that players can actually memorize the moveset and play accordingly. He's definitely one of my favorite hunts in the entire game. He is definitely one of my favorite hunts in the entire game, and very much deserving of being in the extreme difficulty. Oof, that's the end of the list. Hey, Nightside, welcome, dude. Yes, it is indeed a live recording. Thank you so much for the raid, by the way. I appreciate that a lot. You caught me in the middle of a raid. So very, very happy about that. Thank you so much. But yeah, I also got both of the YouTube chat and Twitch chat open. For some reason, I didn't get the alert, so sorry about that. But how are you guys doing? In case you were curious, this is my final tier list for rankings in terms of difficulty for World. That I got to record after we got all of those amazing Wilds news. Gotta stay focused when talking about those monsters. Thank you so much, dude. Were you playing Monster Hunter? I saw that you've been covering Wuthering Waves as well, dude. I love that game, it's so much fun. Hate to raid and bounce, but I gotta take care of a small emergency, but I hope you're having a good time. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot, dude. Thank you for dropping by. But yeah, these are my final rankings. Honestly, took way longer than I first expected, but I think it's really cool that we get to talk in detail about each monster. And how memorable some of them are. And then there's freaking Black Veil Valhazak and Juratodos that I always forget exists. It's gonna be a pain to edit this, like I'm letting you guys know. He was getting his butt kicked in Dragon's Dogma 2. Amazing. I love that game so much. I haven't played Dragon's Dogma 2 in a while now. I've been playing a lot of Wuthering Waves and getting prepared for Wilds as well. Sorry, I was stretching. I've been sitting in this chair for a bit now. I definitely need to get myself a stand-up desk. I've been sitting for way too long. What weapon do I use? I generally use just about every weapon, though I'm only good with some of them. The ones that I used the most are probably the dual blades and the hunting horn, I would say. Yeah, this definitely took a few hours for sure. Looking back, I feel like I agree with this tier for the most part. I think that there's some things that you could argue against, but I'm pretty happy with all of these placements. Pretty happy with all of this. What a game, dude. And on top of this, we also got those amazing Monster Hunter Wilds news that I got to make all of these notes about. I'm still gonna try to record this today before I go to sleep, actually. And I'll probably edit this in the morning. Dude, what an awesome game. I want to disagree with both Nergigante positions, but then I have to remember that I hunt them into the ground. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because I also have, like, killed Ruiner Nergigante over 100 times by now. So, you know, for me personally, I probably put him much lower, right? Because, like, whenever I was rusty and hadn't played Monster Hunter World in, like, 6 months, I went back and fought against Ruiner Nergigante right away. Because he was the one that I'm the most comfortable against. But I think that it's fair to take in everything else as a whole. I used the longsword and the sword one that can use switch to a big axe, and then the shield and the dagger. Oh, you mean the charge blade? Yeah, that one's really fun. Sometimes the gun only for monsters that are hard for me. Yeah, I feel you. I definitely sometimes also take out a weapon that I'm more comfortable with for some more difficult monsters. I remember Base World before any title updates helping a Portuguese friend get the tail cut with the greatsword. Thank you for helping a fellow Portuguese. Okay, now do a temper list. Absolutely, will do. Just give me a couple of minutes. Guys, this is where I'm gonna finish off the stream. I have been streaming for almost 7 hours now. Definitely did a lot of note-taking for the Monster Hunter Wild stuff and then finishing off this recording. I'm gonna get something to eat and then I'll finish recording the analysis video for Wilds. So hopefully you guys look forward to that. But thank you all so much for being here, and of course again thank you to Nightside for the raid. I appreciate it a lot. But I will be streaming more often both on Twitch and YouTube, so hopefully I will see you guys here sometime in the future. And as always, thank you very much for watching and happy hunting.